Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Ladies, gentlemen, we got a show. We're going to talk about the Alex Pretti shooting, tragic event. More information has been released since we first saw the video. We're going to be talking about sanctuary cities. Whether or not they are contributing to some of the violence that we've been seeing these past few weeks. We're going to be talking about Democratic rhetoric, whether that's contributing. We're going to be talking about ICE agents themselves and whether they're solely to blame for all of this. We got a lot to cover, not a lot of time to cover it, so we're just going to get in. Ryan Mullally should be with us hopefully soon. We're going to give him another 5 minutes or so. And if he doesn't show, we're going to have to maybe get a buddy for Gen Z. So if you are more on the right-leaning side of this and you want in, just start DMing me and maybe we can make it happen. But with that, let's give the mic first to Soypill, and we'll just kind of go around. Soypill, hit it.
Yeah, I don't have a specific position. ICE is obviously way underqualified for what they're doing. They're being used to enforce the executive branch in ways that have nothing to do with immigration, like trying to acquire the voter rolls. They're acting with impunity. You can look at all the leaked videos from Bovino, who's gone now, thank God, but talking about how, hey, if they touch you, you can just arrest the fuck out of them. Don't care. You know what I'm saying? Wink, wink. It's just corrupt to the core. It's disgusting. All of these killings are completely unnecessary, unjustified, and have nothing to do with actual mass deportations, because if they actually gave a shit, they'd, deport people instead of doing what they're doing now and just terrorizing people and trying to enforce other policies from the executive branch. It sucks. It's terrible. I'm really curious how people will defend the shootings. I'm not curious. I've seen it. It's just really dumb. So let's get into it.
Yeah, well, thank you for being here. Looking forward to it. Next up, we have Sid. Second time on my channel, actually, but I think first time on an actual debate panel. So let's see what we got. Sid, tell people who you are, what you do, and what are your thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'll just make it really quick. My name's Sid. I go by @LilBabyGandhi on Twitter. I'm really interested in public policy research, so I'm really interested in how the left can create policy that will last over time and that can get people involved in the left movement. And what I think about ICE is pretty much concordant with what Soypill was saying. I think they've become a dangerous quasi-paramilitary organization that has murdered 2 Americans in cold blood over the past couple weeks or month or whatever, and the administration has jumped to basically defend them and to lie about the people that were killed and to besmirch their character. And I think that what's going on is really disgusting. So I'm not excited, but I'm interested to see what we get into today.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. We're going to get to it as we go. And Gen Z, don't worry, Ryan he's running a little late, but he's on his way. So you'll have the cavalry will be arriving soon. Okay, so you won't be just you. So hopefully he gets here soon. But in the meantime, Gen Z, give us your thoughts. Tell people who you are, what you do, you know the drill. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So actually, I just went and saw the Two Towers extended in theaters on the re-release, and I'll be holding down Helm's Deep until Gandalf comes over the ridge. So okay. we'll be okay. But yeah, hey everybody, GenZAttorney. I've been here a few times. I'm a solo practitioner attorney in North Carolina. Do pretty much anything litigation related, civil, criminal, family, and got a deep interest in constitutional issues as well. But as far as what we're doing here, you can find me there on YouTube. I don't really post as much anymore just because since I launched my own firm, I'm kind of absorbed in that so much so I'm having dreams about it now, which is probably not healthy, but that's okay. Either way, talking about what we're here today to discuss, I'm appreciative of the opportunity because I feel like the scene in Zoolander when Will Ferrell's character Mugatu starts yelling about how he feels like he's taking crazy pills, because some of the explanations I'm hearing people argue in regards to these situations, specifically I want to address the Renee Good shooting and then the Pretti one after that, and then because I see them both. I see one is a lot more legally clear cut than the other, but of course we'll get into that. I think ICE generally has a valid function, valid reason for existing. It's federal law on the books. If you don't like the federal law on the books, we got a legislature to change that. But so long as the law is on the books and there's an executive that's been elected to enforce that law, then there's not only is there a right to enforce it, there's actually a duty, an obligation to enforce the laws on the books. Certainly we can argue about tactics and whatnot, but I feel like with the whole idea of abolish ICE and similar sentiments, seems like we're disagreeing with the actual law in the books itself, not just the tactics for enforcement. But either way, yeah, of course, lots more to talk about. Happy to get into all of it. So thank you for letting me be here, and let's throw down.
Okay. With that, I guess the first question, I guess to kind of start us off, was the Alex Pretti shooting justified, either legally or morally? What do you think?
So that one is the closer call for sure than Renee Good. Definitely want to get to Renee Good, but we can start on the Pretti stuff. I know Ryan's probably gonna have some thought. Well, actually, if you don't mind, I'd prefer to start with Renee Good because I know Ryan will have thoughts on Pretti. So just to loop him in. If y'all are good with that, because I had some questions because that's one I think is a lot more clear cut. And
Okay.
my friend over here, Lil Baby Gandhi, said they're both murder, so I kind of want to hear.
Okay. Well, how about this then, Gandhi, Mr. Sid? Why don't you tell us why you think Renee Good was a murder, and then we'll go from there. Cool.
And real quick, Soypill, do you agree that Renee Good was murdered?
Murder is kind of a strong word. I would say negligent homicide, maybe manslaughter. It depends on how it works with law enforcement. But I mean, honestly, you might have a better legal term for it. I don't know necessarily that this guy was, cold-blooded murder, I think is a strong term. But, the difference is negligible. She shouldn't have died. It's because of this guy's incompetence. So,
okay. All right. Yeah, Gandhi, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Call me Sid. Please don't call me Gandhi.
Sid, okay.
Yeah, maybe it was a bit of a rhetorical flourish, but I think it was negligent. I think it was an excessive use of force, and to see like the defense of her being basically shot when she was just trying to get out of the way of these ICE agents, and then shot through her side window about 2 or 3 times, I found absolutely reprehensible. So that would be my take on it. I agree with you that the Renee Good one is not as clear as the Alex Pretti one, but that would be basically my view of it.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying about her intent was to get away, and actually I agree based on my reading of it. I would not be surprised that it does appear her intent was to escape the scene, but we realize that the legal analysis doesn't hinge on her intent. The analysis hinges on the officer's perception and whether or not he had an objectively reasonable assessment that he was in fear of either death or serious bodily injury. Do we all agree that's the legal standard we're dealing with?
yeah, I would just argue he wasn't being reasonable at all.
Okay, fair. Sid, you're with that as well? Because you're the one that brought up her intent.
Yeah, I mean,
her intent is irrelevant to the case.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm probably not the best caught up on the legal analysis side of it, so I would defer to what Soypill is saying.
Well,
okay.
I mean, even just legally, I honestly, and I hate granting you this, GenZ, but you probably understand, weirdly enough, the legal analysis, despite every stupid thing I've ever heard you say. You are a lawyer, so I'd assume you understand the legal standard a little better. But, just to clarify for Sid, if she was trying to kill him and she, drove 180 degrees in the wrong direction and he shot her, his reasonable standard that he had fear of his life, that made no sense there, right? He was not in danger if she's driving away. She's just a really, really bad driver and executor.
If he was driving away, sorry.
Let's say she had the full intent to try to kill him and she was backing up. Then she never went forward, and she just did not know how to drive, right? That doesn't matter because in his eyes, there's no reason for him to believe that his life was in danger at that point. So her intent doesn't matter. I'm just trying to clarify that for Sid.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, because that's a frustrating point because look, I'm conceding to everybody. Her intent, I think, was apparently to get away, but that's just not the standard here. And in fact, we've got case law specifically. I know Jeb Tan brought it up in a debate I heard here. He and I talked about it before that debate, but the case called Tusis versus Billiot. It's not Supreme Court, but it's a federal appellate court decision. It upheld the use of force as reasonable in a case where a federal agent they had a car that was stopped, that was closed in. The car turned its wheels away from the agent and started to slowly accelerate. And during that time, the officer had a fear of death or serious bodily injury. We got to keep in mind that's part of the standard as well. And he shot and killed the driver. He was sued over that, and he was held to have qualified immunity as a objectively reasonable use of force. So, do you guys think that case was decided incorrectly, or what?
I've literally never heard of this case, so I can't say.
Yeah.
Well, I have to highlight that
I'm Canadian, so any legal analysis that you bring up is totally beyond me. I don't think I have a good understanding of the American legal system.
Like, yeah, we don't like. Hold on, let me just start this way. Like, I've seen tons of cases where a guy is in front of a car and someone's accelerating and it looks like he might be in danger, and I think it's a justified shoot. I've seen ones where they're driving away and the cop is hanging off the side of the car, and it's like, hey, like I can't jump off now. You're going 50. I have to shoot you to stop this car. There's plenty of ways that this could be justified. But if we look at just this Renee Good case, it's like so obviously unjustified to me that I think it's not even close to reasonable for him to think, oh, I need to execute this person. My life is in danger.
And just as a kind of an aside here, there's two things I want to stress for this conversation. I don't want us to get bogged down in a single issue because there's a lot to talk about. So not only do we want to talk about Renee Good, but there's sanctuary cities, but there's Alex Pretti. But I'm allowing this conversation, right? And two, I want to make sure that we don't just stick to like we aren't only having a legal conversation here. We're having a legal one as well.
Wait, is my mic working, by the way?
Your mic is fine. It's your camera that sucks.
Yeah, my camera scene is off. Sorry, by the way, guys. I had a
Ryan, this is going to sound patronizing and stupid, but I have this problem in Discord. Literally unplug it and plug it back in, and then turn it on. Like it does this sometimes. I don't know why.
That's fucking weird. I'll give it a shot. Sorry about that, guys. By the way, I'm in the middle of a work.
Yeah, we are live, by the way. So just make sure you don't say any slurs or nothing. But yeah.
Well, you know, Wick, I only do that when you talk dirty to me.
True.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah. But sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate it, and yeah, I agree. I don't want to dwell too long. The reason I wanted to start here though is because this is what accelerated this into this basically the forefront of the national discussion over this specific case, over ICE generally, over sanctuary city policy. And I just think the takeaway that we're hearing, because this goes into the broader point of that I'm going to have for this entire discussion, which is that I think Democratic leaders, both local leaders, state leaders, federal leaders, are actively encouraging and creating the conditions for more people to get shot and killed in such a way that they are the ones that are primarily culpable because of the way they talk about cases where you both came out and said this is either murder or manslaughter, and like 2 steps into the legal analysis, we're kind of wiping our hands of like, well, I don't really know. And so
hold on. To be clear, GenZ, you're talking about a case that we don't know about. We're talking about specifically this case right here. And if you're going to say Democrats calling this murder is responsible for incompetent ICE agents shooting people when they shouldn't is ridiculous. You can't blame that on Democrats. At the very first, you got to blame it. Like you're skipping past even the protesters, like the dumbass argument that these people are instigating and deserve death. You're like, no, it's actually the Democrats' fault for saying objectively what they see is not okay. Like that's insane. Come on.
Well, and also one thing I want to push back on is the fact that every Democrat politician involved in Minnesota, Tim Walz, Jacob Frey, has gone out of their way to say that every protest that is happening is peaceful, and every organization that is involved in this protest has made it their mission to make sure it is peaceful and nonviolent. So I entirely disagree with the idea that somehow it is the Democrats instigating this cycle of violence when they have markedly always called for peace in these past couple of weeks.
So you don't think there's any quotes of Jacob Frey or Tim Walz talking about how this is a new civil war, or they need to cause good trouble, or Stephen Colbert just last night was talking about how ICE are worse than Nazis because at least the Nazis had they showed their face. You don't think any of that is contributing to people getting out and physically impeding, obstructing? You're just going to laugh it off and say,
well, GenZ, I think that talking about ICE and all the bad things they do is absolutely contributing to people going out and being upset by it. Also, you could just record them and see, wow, this is fucking awful and I'm upset by it. But I won't even humor this point until you admit the same for Donald Trump in inciting January 6th. And if you can do that, then we can move on in the conversation. But otherwise, I won't.
Well, I'm saying you're not going to concede the point. You want to bring it back to a different topic. We can have a different.
No. I'm just saying if you want me to acknowledge that Democrat politicians are at all accelerating this with their rhetoric, I think you have to do the same for Donald Trump, or else I don't trust you and you're just being bad faith.
Yeah, well, actually, I will.
As much as I love to hear people accuse other people of bad faith early in a conversation, it sounds so much fun.
No, well, it's only early because I know who you guys are. To be clear, right?
Hold on. What's up, Ryan?
Do you want me to restart and try to fix the tech issues, or go camera free? Because it doesn't seem to be working.
Shit. Can you try one more thing? Can you try leaving the call, and then I'll bring you back in the call, and if that doesn't work, then we'll just go cameraless.
Yeah, I need to restart because
I'm do it real quick, and we'll get back to you, Ryan. Okay, it's all good. Yeah, try it one more time, and if that doesn't work, cameraless. Okay, Sorry about that.
To
I'm
your
going to let
point.
Gen Z respond, please.
Like, just to be clear, like Gen Z, like I'm not doing this as a whataboutism. I'm doing this because I know you're an avid January 6th defender, and I know that for a fact that you have like dick sucked Trump through the entire cycle of that news. So I'm curious if you're trying to hold us to the standard of, well, Tim Walz said that this is really bad and you should go out and protest, but also be peaceful. If you're going to look at that and say this is contributing to people getting shot by ICE when it's still ICE's fault, then can you at all blame Trump for what happened on January 6th? Because if you can't, then I just don't trust that you're using the standard in good faith.
A couple points in response then. I will. Well, first off, I don't know how you know what I was saying during the news cycle January 6th or aftermath.
We had a debate about it. I don't know what you're saying at the exact moment.
Okay, so the debate about it, I can just to briefly summarize my feeling is that I disagree. I disavow the riot. It completely got out of hand. And yes, I will bite the bullet that Trump's rhetoric contributed to everything that went down on January 6th. My only difference where I don't think I wouldn't rise to the level of insurrection is I think to forward a novel legal theory that's going to get shot down by the Supreme Court. That's happened multiple times throughout this country's history. It can be as crazy as a theory as you think it is, but if it's
sure. Well, that's a different argument. But okay, so you do
hold up, real quick.
No, wait. Let me be good faith because I said I would do this. All right, so cool. You do admit that Trump led to it. So now my question is: the reason I think Trump did this is because he lied to everyone about like what happened in the election. He, if you were truly in a belief that the election was stolen, I think some sort of like January 6th type thing might even be justified, depending on how you look out, like what you were going to do if you literally thought the vote was stolen. Now, if Tim Walz has said something similar to deceive or lie about the actions of ICE that might incite these people past what I would think is reasonable, that is what I would need you to show me.
So
or Jacob Frey. You also mentioned Jacob Frey.
Yeah, I can give you some of the quotes, but what I would challenge in response,
if you want to DM them to me, I can show them on screen too. By the way.
Yeah. What I would challenge in response as well, though, and this is my open challenge. I put it out on X. Is can anyone provide me a single quote where, yes, we get the people that say, well, like, we need to get out and make your voices heard and exercise your free speech and protest. I hear that. I agree. That's all constitutionally protected activity. Do you ever hear, when these statements are made, an explicit instruction to not obstruct, to not impede, to not interfere? Or is it just a vague, go out and well, it said cause good trouble. That was what he said the other day.
Well, yeah, what does good trouble means?
Yeah, I mean, a protest is good trouble, right? We agree. I mean, you have a constitutional right to protest. That's good trouble.
When you're saying I was good friends with John Lewis, who was causing good trouble, i.e., intentionally breaking laws that were unjust to the point of proving to the people how unjust they were, such that the law would get changed. That's what's good trouble. So if you guys would concede that good trouble means intentionally breaking the law, then yeah, we can move on from this point.
So theoretically, it could, but again, so you're using this to say that this is the reason people are getting shot, right? So I would say good trouble might be like during segregation doing sit-ins, which was against the law, right? Would you say that this is like something that could lead to people being shot, and you would blame the people who got shot by, let's say, pro-segregationists here? Not to make you look racist, to be fair. I'm sure you are, but for different reasons. Like, does that? I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Only
like, does that? Okay, cool. No, does that in itself, like, oh well, I'm telling people to do sit-ins, therefore it's my fault they got shot? Like, when he says good trouble, is he saying, hey, go and brandish a firearm in front of ICE officers? A thing that hasn't happened, by the way. Like, this is what we're talking about, right? Like,
I'll tell you, yeah.
What law is being encouraged to be broken?
Well, they're encouraging people to obstruct and impede and interfere with the enforcement of the federal immigration law on the books. But to answer your point directly about the comparison to the Civil Rights Act and sit-ins, tell me explicitly, what did MLK and other leaders of the time, what did they instruct people to do when they were being arrested? What was the number one thing that everyone had to adhere to?
I don't know, follow the law? Is that what they said?
To submit to the arrest when it happened, even to the point where dogs are set out, hoses are turned on them. The whole point was peaceful, non-violent resistance, because that's what created the image of the stark contrast of like these people are being overtly peaceful and they're getting brutalized. Can you name me a single one of these situations where it is people that are being overtly peaceful, that are not attempting to interfere?
Yeah, Alex Pretti filming them, a woman getting shoved in the face for filming them, and then getting shot in the back. That was overtly peaceful.
We're probably gonna have to watch the video. Zero Fucks put the angle up on Twitter.
If you want a specific video, you gotta DM it to me. But otherwise, I got a lot of
inserting yourself in between ICE agents and whatever they're doing is not peaceful.
Yes, if you make physical contact, yes.
Did he make physical contact with them on purpose?
He did. We could show you the slow mo.
Yeah,
are you
send it to me.
Send
it to me. Well, hold on. Instead of guessing, send it to me. I will put it on screen, and we'll watch this stream.
Just, you know, Wick,
together.
if the shooting is involved, it gets demonetized. I've already had this happen. So, like, if the video includes him getting gatted 6 times in the back.
Oh,
GenZ, are you talking about the video where the supposed video where he's kicking the taillights out, or are you talking about the actual shooting?
No. I'm talking about the shooting itself. I'll just say quick
Okay.
line on the taillight video. That's not legally relevant, but I think that is morally relevant as far as the.
And to be clear, I showed that. Hold on, Soypill. I showed that all day Saturday, and I didn't get. I got my monetization.
Sorry,
limited
I guess
a little.
only big streamers get demonetized.
Yeah, I guess not all us. Look, as a white man, I have special privileges that perhaps.
Wait,
They went after me for being a quarter.
Y'all are making money off this? What's going
Yeah,
on?
it's crazy. Anyway,
I'm not.
send it to
hold
me.
up, real quick. The
Yeah.
chat's not working. I can't send anything.
Send it to my DMs.
You know, you're so right. See, this is why they pay you the big bucks.
True.
To be clear, also, if we're still talking about like even putting your hands on an officer, like whether that's I'm in between them and I'm holding my hand up while he's about to shove this woman for no fucking reason, I still think that's peaceful. Like unless he's like actually assaulting them, I don't.
Let me ask you this: if
Yeah.
someone and I do want to wrap up on the Renee Good thing, which maybe we already did because
we didn't
you
really. But
well, you guys kind of don't want to engage on any of the substantive points about the law, which is to me the only operative point as far as if this is a legally justified shoot. Which even, I mean, the chief of police in Minneapolis even said verbatim, it doesn't matter if this is legally justified, which I think is just insane. I mean, I can get that quote
That
for
is
you
insane.
as well. What?
Yeah, but to be clear, you're presupposing it's legally justified. I don't think he had a reasonable fear for his life here. So,
and I'm telling you, based on analysis of cases on ultra hyper similar. Usually, we don't get precedent that is this similar of a fact pattern, but this has already been analyzed by a federal appellate court before. And has been upheld to be objectively reasonable. So you're just saying, are you saying the court was wrong?
The appellate court analyzed the case that you brought up, and if that case was adjudicated and said, "Hey, this was reasonable," that doesn't mean this case was reasonable. It just means that case was. Now, maybe you can apply similar standards to it, but it doesn't necessarily follow that the Renee Good situation is 1-to-1.
It's a matter of whether or not the facts are similar. This is the problem with precedent. Is oftentimes the factual predicate for each case is not very analogous. I'm telling you, we have a case involving a car with wheels turned away from the officer, accelerating slowly, where the officer shot and killed the driver. That was held to be legally justified. And you're saying, well, we can't really use that as whether or not that's informative on.
Well, I said I wasn't familiar with the case, and this doesn't necessarily justify the Renee Good one. If it looks like it's exactly the same, then I would say that for sure a court might uphold this as legally justified, but that wouldn't change my morals on it.
Okay, well, that's really the main thing as far as because. Well, you agree.
Well, let me hold on.
Specifically, there, if it is 1-to-1, which I don't grant because I haven't seen it.
Okay,
But, I mean,
we'll finish this point then. I guess we'll get to your video. It's up and it's ready whenever you're ready to get to that.
Yeah.
But
so the reason why I wanted to start with that is, like I said earlier, this is what catapulted the whole ICE discussion, sanctuary city policy, into the front and center. And when you've got leaders across the board coming out and uncritically just saying this is murder, when I think a modicum of legal analysis based on precedent, based on even the facts of this case, shows that it just simply was not murder. This was a legally justified shoot. How are we not going to conclude that the people who are out there saying no, this is murder and this is the secret police, the Gestapo, the Nazis? Like, how is this not actively making the situation worse?
I'm sorry. So the justification being that if they say something that goes against a legal precedent, therefore they're not allowed to say it, even though that polling would suggest that a majority of people view this as unjustified, it doesn't matter. They are making it worse by declaring their opinion that it looks bad.
So I know I've been like the worst guest ever, but I'm on parachuting again. Can I get a modicum of context? Are we
sure.
arguing
Yes,
talking about the
I'll
Renee Good
explain.
one
I'll
right
explain. Gen Z wanted to start with the Renee Good shooting, and he's talking specifically to the Frey comments, to the Walz comments, to other Democratic leaders' comments, and his claim, as I understand it, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Gen Z, is that calling the Renee Good murder, calling it unjustified, is leading people to a false impression of what ICE is doing, which is creating a more dangerous situation that is getting people hurt. Is that an accurate representation of your case?
That's fair, and it's encouraging more people to be out and to take steps and put themselves in positions where now they are in the position of getting shot and killed. And I want to dispel something that's been driving me crazy as well. No one on the right is saying if you protest, you get shot. No one on the right's even saying if you resist,
That's not true.
If you resist,
That is, Cash Patel.
I would
Patel said that.
caveat that to say no one in positions of power on the right is saying that, because I can find you some tweets. Like right the fuck
no,
now.
positions of power. No, wait, hold on, Wick. Bovino, before he got removed, literally said, "If you are calling us the Gestapo, there will be consequences for you." He's like referring like legal, like we'll come after you, sort of shit. Like this is absolutely not limited to one guy on Twitter. Okay, like this is the administration.
I guess what I'm confused about is that I don't know if you guys watched Tom Homan's comments today, but we seemed to Sorry, what did you say?
Oh no, I haven't seen them. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Like it seems like we've actually reached a little bit of a better equilibrium point where what he was talking about was, and I think this is in line with what Gen Z was saying, was that one of the things about having active, I mean, some people call them protests, I would say interference, but having these networks of people who follow around ICE agents and then interfere with operations, it means that you need more and more people to do the same job. It takes 15 people to apprehend one person. But apparently a deal's been reached with Minnesota where Minnesota is going to be increasingly cooperative. And as a result, what he said at least is that there would be less people on the ground and they'd be relying more on getting, people who have been arrested or detained and are in Minnesota prisons or jails and have them turned over to ICE, which would change the operation and make it, more efficient and less people involved. So I guess it's kind of, I almost feel like the whiplash for me is it felt like, this moment had crescendoed and we were starting to figure out an equilibrium of a better way of doing things. And then I get in this call and it feels like we're having the opposite conversation. So I guess that I'm just kind of whiplashed by the tone is I guess where I'm starting from.
Oh yeah, I think, and to address that, I mean, my broad contention over everything is I think that Democratic rhetoric is making everything worse. I agree. Hopefully that a deal's been reached and we can reach this equilibrium. But my main focus is kind of what brought us to this point where now we have 2 dead Americans that people are calling murder without really much legal justification whatsoever or legal explanation. And when pushed on it, there's really not much offered other than, well, I think it is, or I think I say so. I'm looking for any.
When we talk about,
go ahead, Sid.
When we talk about democratic rhetoric, I don't know if you're making it seem like it's some bloodthirsty thing that Democrats are talking about when it's being pretty anodyne stuff about your right to protest as an American.
So this is my point. Has anyone found a single clip of any of these Democratic leaders that when they're talking about how it's a patriotic duty, you have to get out and protest, are any of them explicitly stating to stay nonviolent, to not interfere, to not impeach?
Yeah, they say protest peacefully. I mean, peacefully by definition means nonviolently. Does it not?
I have to see.
This isn't. Sorry.
I mean, look, Jacob Frey and Tim Walz, the mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of the state, have both said, go protest, but do it peacefully. By definition, that's not violent. I don't know how that's some bloodthirsty thing that you're making it seem to be.
But what's their response to the people that are out there who are not violently resisting in the sense of they are fighting, they're shooting, anything like that? What is their response to the people who have been illegally interfering, impeding, obstructing? People like Renee Good and Alex Pretti. Have they said what they did is illegal and against the law? Or have they said...
No, because they're reacting to the much... Well, I was going to say, they're reacting to the much worse part, which is not, hey, just so you know, I think Renee Good was fleeing arrest, and that's not good. Also, she got shot in the fucking head for no good reason. That's the part that everyone's outraged about. So if she had just driven away, not been shot, and been arrested, not a single person would be talking about it. It would just be like, hey, yeah, she got arrested, you should follow the law, be peaceful. But because she got shot in the head, there's some majorly different thing that everyone is focusing on, and you're like, wait, why isn't he talking about the fact that she shouldn't have been running away? It's like, what
do you mean by no good reason?
I don't believe there was a good reason to shoot her in the head. We can have an argument about whether or not he thought his life was in danger to a reasonable standard. The point is, everyone's reacting to the video that looks really fucking bad, like a guy murdered someone. And you're questioning what's missing.
But that's the heart of what Gen Z
even if it's justified, but Gen Z is Ryan. Gen Z is asking, why aren't they talking to? Oh, don't be illegal, don't do illegal things, don't obstruct. And it's like, well, hold on. They're reacting to the fact that this is
not a minor point. This is a big deal. If you forcibly, and forcibly, by the way, under the law has a very loose definition, but if you forcibly interfere with law enforcement officers when they are conducting law enforcement, you're going to get arrested, and probably arrested forcibly. If you interfere with law enforcement officers with a deadly weapon, which a car is, she didn't get shot because she was driving away. She got shot because she was forcibly interfering with law enforcement with a deadly weapon.
No, she got shot because a fucking pussy thought he was going to get killed while he was to the side of the car, to be clear.
That will get you shot.
Yes, exactly. It will, and it shouldn't. And that's what Democrats are speaking up against. They're like, wait, this shouldn't be a death sentence, and everyone's upset about it.
The issue here, and I'm trying to be like dispassionate, because I too have a reaction when I see videos like that. But if your advice to people is implicitly or expressly, keep doing what you're doing, getting in these officers' face, interfere with them, you are going to get people very badly hurt. Because law enforcement, is that what you think
that Tim Walz and Jacob Frey are saying? Get up in their face and interfere with them?
I think the point that Gen Z was making was that this, this is an instance where you need to actually be pretty precise, and you need to give people good advice. I think that the difference between peacefully protesting and blowing whistles and standing there and even cursing out the officers and being in the street and interfering with their operations is the difference between protected First Amendment speech and a felony that gets you 8 years in jail. So I mean,
so wait, I have to ask you something.
A big difference.
Let's presuppose, and I don't expect you to have the same opinion as you. Let's presuppose that ICE agents are poorly trained and incompetent, and might kill you on accident if you interfere, even though you don't deserve death. Let's just presuppose that part. Would it be good advice to say, stay away from these people completely?
Probably, yeah.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably, right? Like, obviously, it's like, hey, here's a fucking wild animal, essentially, who doesn't know how to use their gun or have proper training. You should just stay in your house. Now, if these people were doing things that everyone disagreed with and you wanted to go out and protest against it, should you still stay at home just because, hey, there's a chance you might get killed? Or should you stand up for your principles and say, yeah, go out and actually document and see what these fucking crazy untrained people are doing?
What you just did is the exact same thing that we were criticizing the speech for. Because what you did is you elucidated over the difference between protesting and interfering. And the difference between protesting and interfering is the difference between the good advice and the bad advice. If you're protesting, it's First Amendment speech. I've got your back. It's great. If you interfere, you are going to go to jail. It's a felony that covers 8 years.
Now, can you show me where I or Tim Walz or Jacob Frey encourage people to interfere?
You just
here's the problem. No, exactly. Let me get on that directly. They're not. What they're doing is they're not saying to not interfere, and then when people do interfere, they don't say you should not have interfered.
Yeah, because they're focused. Again, this is where I was looping back to. And Ryan, I understand that whether or not it's justified is a core part of the argument in the Renee Good shooting. But what I'm saying is, if your point is they're not telling people not to interfere after they get shot in the face, it's like, yeah, because they still think the protest is justified. And the much worse thing is the incompetent retard shooting them, right? So they're like, hey, I'm focusing much more on the fact that this needs to stop, not, hey, sometimes you get in between them with a camera, and you shouldn't do that. That's crazy. Because this is what's like a totally understandable thing to do.
This is what I mean when I say that you're just gliding right over it. Like the correct thing to have said, and I understand that like politicians have other goals. They very rarely say the correct thing. But the correct thing to have said is, if you're a Democrat, we have a problem with this. We do not support what's happening. We support your right to protest. You should protest. And also, FYI, what Renee Good was doing with her car was a felony. It was an arrestable felony, and don't do that because you're going to get arrested. Like, set aside the shooting thing. Just like, don't tell, like, responding to that.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Even if I were to grant you the legal analysis, Brian,
committed a felony is very bad advice. I mean, if I gave you advice and I left out the fact that if you followed my advice, you'd go to jail, I think you later on would say, fuck, that was some bad advice.
Well, hold on. You just glazed over the fact that you're implying that all of the advice Democrats are giving is to do things that would get you in jail, which is just not the case.
Can I add something really quick?
Go ahead, Sid, please.
I don't know why people hold two standards on these issues, because you're talking about a state where the president of your country went out on Truth Social or Twitter or whatever and said, the day of retribution is coming, and yet you refuse to hold him accountable for any of his demagoguery, any of his kind of violent speech towards what would make people rightly so afraid of the ICE agents in this stand.
Do I know you? Have we met?
No, I think it's probably our first time talking.
Okay, so then on what basis do you think that I don't have a problem with the way Trump talks or the violent rhetoric he uses?
Well, to be clear, Gen Z actually clarified, and he actually held him accountable. But Ryan, would you also have the same standard that, if you're you think that Trump is directly responsible using his rhetoric for January 6th?
For January, sorry.
Yeah, like because I had a previous debate where you guys were talking about it. And I was like, if you're going to hold Democratic politicians to this standard and completely ignore Trump on Jan 6, I don't believe you're approaching this with good faith. And Gen Z, to his credit, said, no, I do think Trump's rhetoric absolutely amplified and caused this to happen. I'm curious if you have the same standard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Caused is tricky. I think contributed is easy. And I don't think you can say Democratic rhetoric caused these things either. It contributed, because cause is like a one-to-one thing. But I think.
Well, I agree. It is different because I think these people would still be out here without Democrat rhetoric. But Trump absolutely is the reason all those people were there. So.
Well, no, but I mean, would they be out there without the Signal group? Would they be out there without the support which is worth investigating, like how they're running plates? There's a Minnesota state official who's in the Signal group and calls it a resistance movement, which, by the way, to be the bearer of bad news for the people in that group, it is entirely possible that members of that group are going to get investigated and eventually prosecuted for conspiracy to interfere with federal officers. So that very well might be a federal crime. So yeah, I get off now so while you have time. So I don't know that they're one-to-one, but I think that I do think I'm not even sure that matters because we're here talking about
ICE. We're talking about rhetoric from politicians, right? So we're comparing that, not whether or not there's people that might support it.
The other factor that's critical, because the rhetoric is one piece. The other piece that matters is the fact that in sanctuary districts, and Minnesota's a little more complicated than most, but in sanctuary districts, you don't have cooperation between feds and locals. And one of the things that really would stop a lot of these bad interactions is having locals who are better trained to deal with crowds, to deal with crowd control. Like one of the things that struck me when I was watching the videos of the Alex Pretti shoot is that the fight started in the street, but the federal officers can't enforce traffic regulations. Same thing with Renee Good. She's in the middle of the street. Federal officers can't enforce traffic regulations. If you had local cops there, they could have taken the people off the street and given them a ticket for jaywalking. You know what I mean? And literally you could have diffused the whole thing very easily, very early if you had local cooperation.
Well, this is common ground. I agree. Better training from local law enforcement in the same way better training for ICE probably would have prevented these murders.
Well, it's not better training. It's just not possible. ICE can't, even if they had all the training in the world, they can't do some of the things that local law enforcement are allowed to do, at least not in a jurisdiction like Minnesota.
Well, yeah, but if they had better training, they wouldn't have shot a guy who was unarmed 6 times in the back. So,
no, I actually think I don't think that was a failure of training.
But real quick, let me. I gotta jump in at this point.
Really?
Soypill is not. You just said you agreed it'd be better training on the part of local law enforcement would help. The issue is not whether or not local law enforcement needs to be better trained. It's whether or not local law enforcement is allowed to cooperate.
Yeah.
What?
That's the issue.
Yeah, I understand, but I was just using it to point out that ICE is very poorly trained, and this
so just answer. So direct question: Do you think sanctuary policy that prohibits local law enforcement from working with these federal agents? Do you think that's helping or hurting the situation?
I honestly don't know. I think honestly, if you presented it in the way you did, which is, hey, if cops were preventing people from getting close to ICE, in the same way I said, if everyone stayed home because the Democratic politicians say, just don't go out and protest, you won't get hurt. Yeah, sure. But I don't think this is the reason why all this violence is happening. I think the violence is happening because ICE is bloodthirsty and poorly trained.
Well, let's talk about it just for a minute, just so we can kind of.
Wait, I gotta follow up on that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm going to give you the mic next, but I just want to kind of make sure to kind of pin in this discussion. And what we're talking about now, as I understand it, is who is responsible ultimately, like as a first cause type of deal, for the violence we're seeing in the streets, both in the Renee Good shooting, in the Alex Pretti shooting, and in the other incidents that we've seen on camera. I want to stay within the bounds of this for a moment, if we can. And I'm passing the mic back to you, Mr. Ryan. So go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to make this as streamlined as possible then.
Please.
Can we all agree that there would be a much lower risk of violent interactions if instead of detaining and arresting illegal immigrants on the street, they were instead being transferred from Minnesota jails directly into ICE custody with full supervision. That process is less prone
Yes,
to violent interactions.
if Trump's administration was more competent and acted the way that other administrations have with ICE, I believe that there would be less violence. But it's clear that they want sort of this stuff happening. So.
And are you familiar with the Secure Communities Program? Does that ring a bell for you?
Nope.
Okay. The Secure Communities Program is the program that allowed exactly what I just described to happen during the Obama administration. And it was Obama term 1. And that's how he got most of his non-border numbers up. It was cooperation from prisons and jails with ICE. Do you know how that program was terminated?
I told you I never heard of it, so obviously not.
Okay, I'll fill you in. It was the Sanctuary City team. The Sanctuary City movement killed the cooperation program, just like they've passed laws in many jurisdictions that kill cooperation with ICE. I'm trying to give them their flowers in Minnesota, because if it's true that they're actually cooperating now, that's a wonderful, wonderful change of pace. But if you're asking what is the ultimate cause, Wick, of the fact that there's these violent interactions, it's the termination of the cooperation programs.
Ryan, this is insane to me, because don't get me wrong, I understand the logic between, hey, if you don't cooperate and do the things that the way the Obama administration had done, obviously they're going to have to use different methods. But to imply that this is justification for why this is happening, and not the president who ran on a platform of mass deportations and meeting quotas and deporting more than 30% only less than 30% of these people being violent criminals, so specifically having to go into non-violent places like schools and streets and all this other stuff is insane. This is clearly not the reason for the majority of the unrest, for the majority of the orthodox methods that ICE is using. This is such a stupid standard.
Boy, you've kind of given up the ghost with that response. If you wanted to focus on violent criminals for deportations, the easiest way to do it would be to deport people who have been detained for violent crimes. So,
which is not what Trump is doing either in sanctuary cities where he can't, or anywhere else.
Don't cooperate.
This is not the majority of America, Ryan. This is not the platform that he's running on. He's running on mass deportations and quotas. So what the fuck are you talking about?
The question is, how do you effectuate mass deportations? And
you have to go into places that aren't. Like people who are detained.
You don't. You can focus on the dangerous criminals first. If the locals,
you could, if that was what they wanted, but they want to get rid of every illegal immigrant, Ryan.
Soy, you just said earlier it would be better to do it from the prisons, right?
Yes, and they don't want to do. They don't want to do this regardless of the sanctuary city.
So just to interrupt here, is like the Minnesota is claiming. And whether there's a discrepancy here. DHS is claiming Minnesota is not cooperating in this manner. Minnesota claims it is. Minnesota, the police departments are claiming that when the ICE issues a writ of detainer or detainment, I'm not sure the legal term, where they come to prison and pick someone up, ICE DHS is saying they're not helping us with that. However, the Minnesota state is saying, yes, we are. And there's a discrepancy.
I need to ask Ryan a question. I think I understand your train of thought.
They're both right. Tom Homan addressed this earlier today. The Minnesota jails, like people who have been convicted and they're in jail for a sentence, have been cooperating. Prisons. Locals, where you get arrested and you're detained, have not been. So they were both right. Like Minnesota was cooperating in part and not in other parts, which was because Minnesota is more of a patchwork compared to a place like Portland that has like centralized laws that prevent cooperation. So it's a little bit more complicated in Minnesota than most other jurisdictions. Sorry, you were saying something.
Go ahead. Well, that's fine. My question is your implication that Trump was running on this policy of, well, we just want to get rid of all the violent criminals, but because of the getting rid of this policy from the sanctuary cities, therefore we can't, so we have to do what we're doing, and this is the reason we're seeing all this unrest?
Hold up, real quick. Let me answer that first, and Ryan, if you can add on if you want. Both of these cases, Pretti and Good, my understanding...
Please, can we go back to this later? This is like...
No.
Answer that.
This is
I want to hear an
irrelevant.
answer to that question. It's a
Hold
good
on, no.
question.
This is exactly my point because Soypill, you keep trying to make the discussion about the broad immigration enforcement generally, and this idea of like
I do
going
want you
around-
guys to answer that question after you go, though. Just to be
Yeah,
clear.
I'm trying to answer the question. I promise you guys will be satisfied. Well, maybe you might not like the answer, but you keep trying to make the discussion about broad going around into the Home Depot parking lot and just rounding up Hispanic people. My understanding, and we can talk about that as a separate issue. My understanding from both the Pretti shooting and the Good shooting, both of those were ICE's attempts to effectuate specific warrants on people with criminal charges, and they were being impeded from doing that by these protesters. So your point about the broader enforcement policy is not really relevant to.
It's completely relevant because you're implying that you're implying the obstruction by either of these people was specifically for the criminal record people. Like, oh, that there's a specific murderer immigrant being deported. I'm going to go out and not. These people are going against ICE. Like that's the whole point. It's about the broader ICE actions.
Well, so you can see that they're
not
obstructing the
defending a
enforcement of
specific
warrant.
guy. No, but they're not doing it because they know who they're going after. They just see that ICE is overall unjustified, or they think that they are unjustified, and so they're going in and protesting all of it. It's not like they're, hey, guys, all right, let's meet up in our little basement room. They're about to deport this pedophile. We're going to go stop them because we love pedophiles, which is like what half the fucking ICE agents are saying. It's, hey, let's go protest ICE because we think ICE sucks. So it doesn't matter the specific deportation that was happening during this incident.
But this is why the lack of cooperation is so central, because in a world where you have, and this is why, by the way, I thought that maybe the tone of this conversation would change based on the Tom Homan press conference, because he struck such a different tone today, and it was really interesting what he had to say. So please, I hope everyone watches it. But his point, which I think is a really good one, is that if you have cooperation, you can send one agent or two agents to pick up a detainee from a jail or a prison, and then start deportation proceedings.
Okay, but Ryan, how is this in line with the fact that? Well, no, but this is irrelevant because more than 70% of the people that they're deporting don't have criminal records. I already asked the question.
You can ask the question. So on the flip side, if you're doing it in the street, then you need more agents. But then this draws protests and this draws disruption. So now you need more agents to stop the disruption. And now you have the Border Patrol there as well. And now suddenly you have 15 agents for one arrest. And it starts looking worse and worse optically, which makes the tensions get even higher. And one of the things that he said is that now, if this deal with Minnesota for increased cooperation is legit, and I hope to God it is, because it would be a great thing if it was, then they're going to have less street operations with less agents, which will decrease tensions.
Okay.
So that I think that this is, well in line with, to answer your question, what the Trump administration wants to do. They would love to be more efficient rather than less efficient.
Do you think? Okay, look. To be clear, my question was, your implication was that Trump wants to get rid of just the violent criminals for the most part.
I didn't say
and therefore so to be clear, you are acknowledging that Trump ran on mass deportations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
If you acknowledge this, would it follow then, if there are a majority of illegal immigrants who have no criminal record, who cooperating with law enforcement would have nothing to do with whether or not all these people are on the street, a vast majority, that absolutely nothing about these sanctuary cities can be put as even close to the majority of the blame as to why there's unrest, right?
No, that doesn't follow.
If more than 70% of the people that you need to deport have no criminal record, so working with jails and doing this quietly off the street has absolutely nothing to do with the majority of these deportations, how does this follow?
I don't know that this. I don't know if the 70% number is right, but even if it were,
okay, well it is.
I've got it. I've got that stat real quick. You're talking about 70% don't have criminal convictions. What's happening in states that are cooperating is when people are arrested. In my county, there was a DWI. He crashed and killed 2 college kids, and I'll leave it at that. An ICE detainer was put on him, and he gets picked up by ICE and he gets shipped out. So yes, maybe 70% don't have convictions, but that's because
so you're speculating that more than a vast majority of these people should be in jail, but aren't.
No. This is where you're getting slippery. It doesn't have to be a majority. The thing is, if you want to get deportation numbers up, and you want to focus on people who are either convicted or have been detained for a certain type of crime, which is, I think, what most people think is a good idea.
Yeah, but that's not what they're running on, Ryan.
Cooperation is the easiest way to do that.
Why are you making it seem like Trump just wants to get rid of violent criminals, Ryan? This isn't the case.
No. I'm not even assuming that. all you have to grant me for me to be obviously right is that Trump isn't a mustache twirling villain. If you just think,
but I don't grant you that because I do think he's fucking evil.
No, he's a horror. He's a villain.
Oh, sure.
I do want to give it to. Finish up, Ryan. Quickly, concisely. Then I want to give it to Sid. Go ahead.
If you just think he's self-interested, if you just think he's selfish, and it's just like, hey, I promise deportations. What's the most efficient way to get my deportation numbers up? Cooperation. It's better for him, even if it doesn't get every number he promised. It gets his numbers.
Yes,
high,
I agree. If Trump just did this the same way as the Obama and Biden administrations, he would have better numbers, and it actually would not be so vastly unpopular. But he ran on mass deportation, and he has quotas, which is why it's not fucking working.
He has not been permitted to, and who stopped him from doing it?
Your implication is that the sanctuary. I'm answering it right now. Your implication is that sanctuary cities are the reason Trump is having to do it this way, which is so clearly not true.
It is exactly why he's doing it this way.
So if that's the case, then why, before these sanctuary cities did what you did, and Obama was allowed to act without their impediment, as you say, why is it that we didn't see anything close to this, but still got the same numbers? Because Obama wasn't running on mass deportations. He was just saying, hey, let's get rid of violent criminals, which is a completely universally liked thing for most people.
Local jurisdictions were cooperating. That's why. You didn't have to raid. Like, I agree with you that Obama was limiting himself for the most part to criminals or people convicted of or accused of crimes, and he didn't have to raid because the local jurisdictions turned them over to ICE.
Right. So if Trump wanted to just get rid of violent criminals, why wouldn't he just say, hey, we just want to get rid of violent criminals and we want to work and get rid of sanctuary cities? Why would he run on mass deportation?
Because most sanctuary cities have passed laws that say they're not allowed to do even that.
Right. So you would think that the primary platform of his campaign would be, hey, I like the Obama numbers. I think this was good, and we want to go back to that. Okay. And this one thing is the only thing that's stopping me. So let's do that, and not let's deport every fucking Mexican in here who didn't come in legally, right?
Yeah. I'll let you go back and forth, but Sid's trying to get in. Sid's trying to get in, gang.
He has a different goal.
Let me just...
Yeah, go ahead, Sid.
Let me just say something. I mean, obviously Trump is a mustache-rolling villain. He's a black mark in American history. But Soypill is right. He ran on a campaign of mass deportations now, and then he lied about how many illegal immigrants were in America, and then said the majority of them were violent criminals or out of mental asylums or whatever. So by definition, you can't square that circle. He's obviously going to deport people that didn't necessarily have to be deported. You can't really. How do you do the math on that?
I do want to let you respond, and I'm going to give you the mic, but I'm going to add a question in there, right? Because the Hammond thing I think is worth talking about, right? And I promise I'll give you guys some mic. And it is a question to you and to Gen Z, right? When Hammond says he does want to start cooperating, a deal has been reached, and he's going to start toning it down, why do we believe him when DHS has continuously, throughout this whole process, lied? So you mentioned in the Pretti shooting that they were going after someone who had a criminal record. It turns out they lied about that. That's not true. So why would we believe them now? I guess is the question.
I think a few points. Just to go back to the thing we were talking about, the sanctuary policies that killed the cooperation were not passed in response to Trump or his rhetoric. They were largely passed prior to Trump assuming power. Now, a lot of this was Obama era second term.
Where sanctuary cities started in 1980, right?
Yes, I understand. I'm talking about the sanctuary city focused response to the Secure Communities program, which Obama was using in his first term and had to stop using because of pressure to terminate the program in various jurisdictions. But the answer to your question, Wick, is the easiest answer of all. It's in everybody's best interest. If the cooperation literally is the everybody wins button. Like when you're cooperating,
that's not what I ask. Why you believe them?
Because you don't. That's what I'm saying. When there's something, when a proposal is made that is in everybody's interest, you don't have to rely on the credibility of the speaker in terms of like what's going to happen next.
Ryan,
you can just say,
do you believe that's all they want?
Ryan, wait. I have a question for you. At the minute the body was cold, Kristi Noem went on and said that he was a domestic terrorist. Stephen Miller said that he was a would-be assassin. Kash Patel went and lied about something else. They lied every second after the murder happened. What reason do we have to believe anything that they have to say right now? Do you acknowledge that at least at the start what they were saying were totally fictitious?
None of those.
No. I just want an answer.
None of those people were Tom Homan, and also totally.
I'm sorry. Who's the head of DHS?
Yeah. Wait. Can you answer the question?
Totally.
Is Kristi Noem the head of DHS? Can you answer that question?
Ignoring.
Okay, no. Okay, yeah, fine.
So I'm
cool.
I'm just going to keep going.
Just to be clear, the reason Ryan's not going to answer it is because it's
Kristi Noem lie?
Okay. Let Ryan go. Let Ryan go, please.
I don't
wait,
know.
Ryan. Wait, just before
the answer is that when you make a deal with somebody that you don't trust, which does happen in politics, it does happen in geopolitics, what you're looking for is not necessarily that you're suddenly going to trust them. What you're looking for is a situation where it's in everybody's best interest to go along with the deal. That way you don't have to rely on your personal feelings about the person.
I understand.
I want to give it to Sid. I want to give it to Sid. Sid, go ahead.
No, so Ryan, the minute he died, Kristi Noem went on television and said that this individual is going to commit an act of domestic terrorism. This is a fact. Do you acknowledge that she was lying in her capacity as the head of the DHS?
I don't know. Can you pull up the quote? I'm unfamiliar with it, but go ahead.
I can.
I read you that quote. That's that quote verbatim.
And while you're pulling it up, Ryan, yes, I understand game theory, and theoretically you could make a deal with someone you don't necessarily trust because in the short term this will still be beneficial to you. But if the deal is, hey, we're just going to go after violent criminals by going through this, cooperation through sanctuary cities. Well, let's say it was, okay? Like the point is like
but that would be a deal that you would need trust for, so it matters.
Well, what's the trust that isn't needed here then?
The trust is that they've said in Minnesota said we're going to increase cooperation, and the Trump administration has said in response to that we will decrease the number of people doing raids on the streets. Now, you don't need trust for that, because if it turns out they're not cooperating, then the raids go back to normal. And if it turns out that the raids don't go back down, you could stop cooperating. You don't need a lot of trust for that deal. Whereas in your deal, you're saying,
so you need some trust, right? Because Trump is promising something and you have to assume that he's going to do it. And if he doesn't, then you don't give it to him. But if you already know he's going to lie, which is what he's doing, and he's run on a campaign of doing more than this, which is mass deportations, why would we believe him in the first place and just go ahead and skip that second step and never work with him,
you're
right?
asking an incredibly silly question, because they don't have to decide this ex ante. They can agree to a framework that's good for everybody, and then they can do it for a week and see how it goes. And if it turns out that Trump is lying, they can say, what?
We already know he's lying.
Okay.
He's been lying about
okay.
Right?
Soypill, please, guys, both of you. Okay, I brought up
just a thing you say.
I brought up the quote from DHS, Homeland Security, and what they said at the day of the shooting, of the Alex Pretti shooting, and I'm going to read it to you, and then I just want to know if you consider this an honest and accurate representation of what happened. So at 9:05 a.m. Central Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun seen here. The officers attempted to disarm the subject, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. About 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement on the scene. Crowd control measures were deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. The situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming. And they gave a little picture. Do we consider that an honest assessment of what happened?
Wait, hold on, Wick. This is not the lie. The lie is them saying...
No, these are... hold on.
There's one statement in there that's probably wrong. Like the he was intending to massacre line is...
That one's bad, yeah.
Almost certainly wrong. It got a little bit more plausible with the video release recently, but I don't think they had reason to believe that at that time. The rest of it, I think, is factually accurate.
I agree.
It might be like you prefer to be written a different way, but
What do you think? What do you think is implied when you say an individual approached the border officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun? What is the implication?
I mean, wait, hold on. It's literally true.
I didn't say it wasn't literally true. I said, what's the
Okay.
implication?
I'll go with what you're trying to get at, Soypill. Yeah, the implication they're trying to draw is that he approached with the gun drawn and was like threatening to
Or
shoot. I
brandished
agree.
or something like that? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's the implication. Ryan is also true that factually speaking, that was reported correctly, but it was slimy in the way that was. But the rest of that, aside from that one paragraph about intending to massacre law enforcement, yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate.
If you ignore the most egregious, worst part of it, maybe we could start trusting them a little more. I agree, but you can't because it's what they did, right?
But here's the thing. I'm more willing to call it out. Well, maybe not call it, but more willing to say, I think Noam and Bavino especially was kind of way out there, and that's why he essentially got fired or demoted, and Homan was brought in as a stabilizing force. I think the issue Ryan is identifying, and I'm agreeing with, is you guys are saying there's just zero trust, there's zero capacity for trust because of some of the statements that Noam and Bavino were making, which I'll agree with you were too much, they were too far. But by bringing in a new neutralizing force, essentially treat it like a basketball team, a new coach is brought in, or a new CEO.
You think Tom Homan is somehow like the moderate here?
Well, you said you didn't. You said you didn't listen to a statement earlier, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe. Tom Homan right now is signaling a retread of like previous paradigm immigration here.
I'm back.
Boy,
I'm back. I'm back. We're back.
He said it's changed.
What has Tom Homan has said changed?
What do you think it is?
Wait, as Tom Homan said, it's changed now that he's in the Trump
the
admin?
Obama administration.
Hold on. Wait. We're getting sidetracked.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
No, I actually don't know. Tell me, Ryan. What does Tom Homan say has changed? Now it's necessary?
Massive, uncontrolled border crossings.
Oh, so he justifies
during the Biden
reporting mass
administration.
deportations.
And
okay, cool.
One of the interesting facts he pointed out today is that there's apparently 2 million or so people who had the opportunity, if they were willing to give their name and their documentation and be registered within our systems, to be part of the system, and they chose not to get any of those.
To be clear, Ryan, what you're doing now is justifying the admins. Because you're rambling about something irrelevant. No, Ryan, you're justifying Tom Homan's decisions that has nothing to do with it.
You can tell me why it's irrelevant, but if you're just cutting,
it's not irrelevant.
Hold on. I just got back. Okay, we had a little snafu. We're back up though. Okay, so I'm not sure where we're at, but
can we try to have like taking turn sticks or something if we're going to moderate?
Yes, but we're going to have to have conciseness too. So I might have to limit your speaking time so we don't have 10 minutes and then he gets 30 seconds. Let me just start with this to maybe do a reset. So Kristi Noem on the day of the shooting said that Alex Pretti, just real quick, Kristi Noem on the day of the shooting said that Alex Pretti was brandishing a gun. Was that an honest statement?
Wick, do you want to debate too?
No, I'm just asking you, like, just if you know if that's a.
It only seems like a debate because you're defending obvious lies. That's why it seems like a debate.
We're shifting the goalpost. We're not doing it. Soypill, you're shifting the goalpost because the whole discussion that you brought up with Noam and Bavino is that they're dishonest, that they're making dishonest statements. Wick, you just brought it up as well. But now we bring up someone who, unless you have evidence that Tom Homan has been dishonest in his past or present, now you're just saying your issue with Homan is that you don't like his policy.
Go ahead,
Wasn't he like accepting bags like $50,000? Wasn't there some big scandal about that? I remember reading about it. Like,
I forgot about that corruption scandal.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, this guy's okay. Yeah, so I'm sorry. This is like the modicum of honesty you're supposed to accept from the administration.
No,
a guy that was out there like trying to accept bags of like $50,000. Come on, give me a fucking break.
So what's your prescription? That nobody is trustworthy, therefore no deal.
No, nobody in the Trump administration is Trump.
No, hold on, let Ryan finish. We gotta let Ryan finish on this one. Go ahead, Ryan.
Therefore what? Let's just like fight the resistance forever? What's the prescription you're offering? I understand you don't trust these people, and there are serious trust issues. I think that's fair to say. So given that's the case, what could people do to make this situation better that is not complete capitulation by one side, which we know isn't going to happen? And it seems like, to me, it's what Tom Homan is suggesting and doing.
What we can do is we can keep protesting and we can shut down the government and demand that ICE actually take some accountability. And I think that's going to happen. Thank God.
I think my prescription and Soypills are pretty similar, which is that I should just get the fuck out of Minnesota. There's 3,000 ICE agents in a fucking city with 600 cops. Give me a fucking break. This is disgusting.
You guys,
just to be go ahead, GenZAttorney.
Yeah, I just want to ask this as a broad point because I said this in my opening. We haven't got to it yet. But do you guys think 8 U.S. Code 1325 that makes it illegal to enter the country illegally? Do you think that is a valid law on the books, or is that just unconstitutional? Should not be the law on the books. What's your position?
Are you saying like are we?
I don't know anything about the law, so
No, I'm saying, do you agree? I know you're Canadian, but is it a crime, or is it at least against the law? I know some people say, oh, it's civil or criminal. It's actually criminal if you look at the statute. But that point aside, is it a crime? Is it against the law to enter the country without authorization? Yes or no?
I mean, it seems to be the case. Yeah, I'm just going to take
yeah.
your word for it that
Probably.
it's criminal, not civil. But I've heard otherwise.
Well, you can get in prison for it if you up to 6 months for the first time, 2 years for the second time. So the prescription you just offered was ISIS needs to get out. What you're saying is the federal law just needs to not be enforced because there are people who are here that are broken that
We're
law.
saying it needs to be reformed. When I say abolish ICE, I think it needs to be replaced with something that is not rotten to the core with horrible people with bad agendas and poor training. But I do think we need to enforce immigration.
Yeah. So I guess what's funny about this is, we can talk till we're blue in the face about many statements, and I think a lot of them I'll agree were, either imprecise or in some of them dishonest, and we can talk about them. But
To say lie.
but ultimately,
Let him finish.
What's hilarious about this is that the position you guys are taking is extreme, and the position that the Trump administration is taking through Tom Homan, and apparently that Minnesota is taking, is actually moderate and reasonable.
Mass deportations is moderate.
Hold on.
You are positioning yourself as if you're the heroes in this story, when the actual people who are trying to make this shit better are the ones who are, taking a little step back and saying, what can we do, rather than like grandiose, impossible statements that are just going to, make things work.
Just real quick, what is the
it's an odd high horse.
just real quick, hold on, so because I don't know and I want to know, and like, what is the extreme position that Soypill and Sid is taking? What are you calling it?
Abolish and reform ICE would be a pretty extreme position.
Okay.
That's actually a
How
majority.
do you abolish and how do you
Sid's
abolish and
position-
reform something at the same time?
If I heard Sid's position correctly, was that like Trump should just give up and get out of Minnesota? I think those are pretty extreme positions.
Well, polling would show that there's like an 80-20, 70-30 right now. So no, it's not actually that.
What is the
extreme.
favorability?
The only poll that matters is the general election. There was an election about whose immigration policy is going to
Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah,
It
so
turns out-
we elected
Okay,
Trump,
we had-
and
we
now
had
we're just
an
no one's
election.
allowed to change their mind, even though they see people getting shot in the face.
You're-
Sorry.
Okay, Ryan. If
Hold up, wait.
If that was a ref-
He said. So I'm sorry, Soypill. You said it's 80-20 of people supporting abolishing ICE.
I didn't say abolishing ICE. I'd said reforming ICE, or ICE has gone too far, or any of the above that's saying that what ICE is doing is wrong right now. Yeah.
Those are completely different questions.
Yeah.
Well, if you think abolish ICE means don't enforce the immigration, it's a different
which
question.
one
But if
is
you think
it?
ICE is doing bad and we need to
which
do
one is
something
it?
about it, which is what the reform
Yeah,
is,
I mean,
then no, it's not a different question.
You've cited a few statistics that seem a little misleading, Soy. That's weird. It kind of feels
What do you
like
think? What do you think
trying to
the
be misleading. It's
70-30
odd.
is? Do you think
I'm
the
not you.
position is
That's
ICE
so
has gone
strange.
too far, therefore we should what?
I mean, you could do a lot of stuff if you think ICE has gone too far.
All right, what do you think? What do you think that the
ICE has
prescription
gone
is from
too
the people
far.
who
We
think
should
ICE is
get
doing
body
too far?
cams. You know what I mean? Like
They have body cams.
We should get more body cams. I mean, like,
Oh, okay. Well, if you just get 360-degree angles, the polling will
not
change.
necessarily the end of that sentence, Soy.
Oh my God.
Can
The
I-
position is that
can I
ICE
say
Hold on,
something
Soy.
really quick?
Let Sid go for a second. Sid, go ahead.
Yeah, I hate that me and Soypill are being painted as having some extremist position when the unfavorability ratings for ICE and Trump's position on immigration have been at the lowest since he's been elected. I'm pretty sure it's a negative 27% favorability rating of ICE right now. So it seems like pretty much not most, but a majority of Americans are fed up with the way that they're acting. And this poll was from a week ago, so it doesn't even factor in what happened with Alex Pretti. You guys are taking an extremely extremist and dangerous position and painting us like we're some sort of kind of demagogues and on the fringes of what we're saying, when what we're saying is pretty much in line with what everyday Americans think.
If there was a poll that said murder was the murder law was bad, we don't like that there's laws against murder, are we now all of a sudden saying that it's bad to enforce laws against murder?
No, but it would be an extreme position.
Yeah. So,
You're relying everything on a poll.
Let me try to get this straight.
No, that's what extreme means. If extreme position means that you're on the fringes of what you believe.
On
if
the fringes.
It was an extreme position to think women should vote in the 1700s. That doesn't mean it was wrong to think this. But just to be clear, you're the extreme, not me.
So yeah, so you,
So do you-
the way that you're
do you-
framing-
No,
Do
hold
you
on. Let
agree-
Ryan go. Let Ryan go. Ryan, please.
Okay, sorry, Ryan.
The people in the Trump administration and the people in Minnesota who are working out a deal to make things better, that's a crazy extreme position. But we
No,
either
I'm not saying that.
abolish or completely reform ICE. That's not the extreme position. That's the middle of the road
The
position.
reform position is the moderate position right now. And what they're doing in the short term of working together is in context of them arguing for mass deportations. Which, by the way, mass deportations now is not nearly so extreme now that it has much more broader support from the Republican Party. I will grant you that in terms of like talking about the mandate of the election, but it's still fucking insane. Just like it would be insane to get rid of murder laws.
I've always held this point. I just want to say, everybody thinks that they always project something on this election, like if it was a referendum on becoming America first, if there was a referendum on immigration, when it was merely a question of affordability, and that's something that Trump is losing bigly on. That's why you see him losing all over the place when you have statewide races in the U.S. So I always, maybe a trivial point, but I hate seeing people paint on their pet position on it.
Was the election a referendum on who gets to decide immigration policy?
Sure.
Yes. So
but
then,
it was majority.
Yes.
No, the majority of it was a referendum. I think that the things were too expensive.
You're Canadian, so I don't want to project too much political knowledge on you. But in this country, when you win the election, you then get to dictate immigration policy for 4 years. That's one of the things.
What does that to do with whether or not the majority of the people support it?
That's what elections are for, not polls.
That's not what majority people support means.
I'm sorry. I won't
in the election.
Can I just say something? I won't have fucking Americans telling me about free and fair elections when your current president tried to overthrow a free and fair elections. Like, what the fuck are you talking about elections about me for? We know how to run elections better than you, so don't fucking condescend me.
You left your goalposts over here, but if you need them back, I can get them for you.
So wait, would you say that favorability for the president doesn't matter because he won?
In terms of who gets to wield federal authority, no.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
in
terms
of
of
what I was saying.
Okay,
so,
fine. The argument is the tautological.
I want to move on
to do this because he won. Okay, yeah, no shit.
I think we're looping. We're circling around on this, and I want to get to the Pretti shooting specifically. Okay, I'm just really curious. I think I heard Gen Z's position, but I haven't actually heard your position on this, Ryan. Was the Pretti shooting justified? In your opinion,
legally or morally?
Either one. Go up for
it. Legally, probably yes, but it ultimately turns on a few facts that I, looking at the videos, don't think that I know for sure. But if I had to give a probability on it, I would think it's like 75, 80% chance he would beat any charge if he was prosecuted. Morally, I'm less sure because I don't think I understand the situation well enough. Like the thing I don't understand about that situation at all is kind of like how it started and why the officers were engaging with the women at the beginning of the video. So like there's a story there, and I could imagine answers to that question that would change my answer. If that makes sense. Like, I don't know the answer, and there's stories you could tell that would change how I viewed it. So I'm not sure. I'm not as sure about that one yet.
Wait, I want to follow up. What would the woman and Pretti have had to have said or done prior to justify it?
If, for example, they were attempting to block the car from leaving, or if, for example, they were attempting to obstruct the ICE operations, or if, for example, they had, as we've seen with Pretti now, like a long history, and one of the officers knew of that, like, he recognized Pretti, who'd be the guy who kicked in the car like a week ago.
So just to be clear,
these are all things that would change.
Sure, just to be clear, if you think that one of the officers on the scene knew that Pretti had kicked in a taillight 2 weeks ago, you think that makes it more justified?
I would, yeah.
Yeah.
Morally justified.
Okay.
Morally and legally. No, because if you...
I didn't say anything about legally.
If you see a guy... If last week you have a violent interaction with somebody, like you get in a fight with them, they try to kick
he kicked a taillight. Yeah.
Yeah. So you had a violent interaction.
He spat on a car, yes.
And then
No, he did not. He spat on the car. We have another angle.
From the other angle.
Yeah, he spat on the door.
He kicked in the taillight.
Oh, we can bring it up, I guess.
Okay. If you have a violent interaction with someone in 1 week, and then the next week that person comes up and puts their hand on you,
Mhm.
you're probably going to have more reason to believe that this might be a violent interaction because you have a history with the person than if you didn't. So yeah, it would matter. It matters legally and morally.
Okay, so it would morally justify shoving the woman who wasn't putting hands on him and then also shooting him in the back.
No, I didn't say that.
What do you mean? That's what happened. You
said-
said this would make it morally justified if this had
I
happened.
did not say it would make it morally justified. I said
That's
it is
what. Well, okay, well, that was my question.
a
Was just
relevant
clarify.
part of the analysis.
Of course, it's somewhat relevant insofar as
It's
maybe this
it's
changes
highly
how he was
relevant.
thinking in
It's
the
relevant
moment.
it's relevant to the escalation of the pepper spray. With the women, the question, one of the things I said at the beginning, and if you were, honestly, at this point, I'm just going to be as candid about my opinion as I can. If you were at all good faith, you would have heard what I said earlier, which is the thing I know the least about is why the officers were interacting and shoving the women, and I don't know why that happened. This has obviously
What
nothing
would
to do
justify
with
it?
that.
Well, that's
but
why. No,
that-
I believe you that you don't know. That's why I asked. What would justify them acting that way?
If, for
They were told to
example,
get out
if the officer had tried to establish a perimeter that they were repeatedly crossing and they were blocking the car from leaving, is one example. There's
Okay, so
an
wait, you can
infinite
see in
number
the
of
video
examples.
that's not what's happening. So maybe think of a different
You
scenario where it
cannot see in the
justifies
video
this.
that that's not what's happening.
Yeah, you can. When he shoves her, she's not standing in front of a car and blocking.
We
it. So
can
you
watch
go
it.
back
I
and
have it up.
She's standing
Okay, yeah,
next
let's
to him.
watch it. Yeah.
Okay. This is the I think just hold on. This is the one you sent me, Mr. Gen Z. So if we need to
this
start,
is-
Make sure you don't get to the part where they gun him down in the back, because then I'll get demonetized.
okay.
This is specifically the what I sent was like right when the contact begins.
Do you want prior to that? We can.
Yeah, because
Okay, then give me a
if we're
second.
gonna try, like, I agree with Ryan. I don't think we can definitively know right now. All we can do is kind of try to make the.
To be
the
clear,
best
I agree with you guys
we can.
too. We don't know. That's why I'm asking what would justify this ICE officer's reaction, and I believe that the hypothetical that Ryan gave just doesn't line up with the video, so that's why I'm asking for one that makes sense.
The longest The
Yeah,
longest video I've seen in terms of like the most backstory it gave was the one Nate the lawyer played recently, and even that one kind of started with the girls or the women next to the car, and it wasn't sure. It just didn't give me enough information to know what the interaction had been.
Well,
Wait,
let's start
because
here.
we don't know. Would you support an investigation?
Yeah, and
that's
Trump's
what it's
called
called.
for an investigation. I think everyone supports that
Well, why would they not do that for the Renee Good situation, but for
because
this
the
one?
Renee Good one was an obviously good shoot.
Okay, that's what.
Okay. I'll stop it before we get to the actual part.
I would bet. I mean, if you wanted, I would give you.
Oh, if you want to make a bet of whether or not he'll be thrown in jail for it, I would absolutely not take that bet. Of course, he's going to get off. Whether or not.
But I mean, the Renee Good shoot is like the Renee Good shoot is like when the first time I saw the Kyle Rittenhouse video, and I was like, oh, holy shit! There's no way he's getting convicted. This is an obvious.
As someone who was always on the right side of history with Kyle Rittenhouse, I disagree. I think Kyle Rittenhouse was like the most cut and dry case of self-defense I've ever seen in my life.
Legally, the Renee Good one is not quite as clear, but it's like an iota less clear than.
Well, yeah, one is a gun being pointed at him, and one's a car brushing him aside. To be clear, like these are not even close.
Well, if you.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be
Let's
an
hold on.
advocate.
Let's watch the
getting
beginning
recognized
of
as well.
this. Okay. This is the earliest that I can find. Okay. And we'll see what they say. Okay. And I'll stop it before we get to the nitty gritty. Okay.
The pew pew part.
To the justified shooting.
Can you pause it right there? I'm sorry. So, Soypill, why are they in the street? Why do you think?
They're protesting, maybe even obstructing ICE or filming them. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe even obstructing then. So you're kind of already coming over to our side for what it sounds like, as far as the next step.
Said
If they're no, here's the thing. You asked what would justify it. If they're obstructing ICE and they are told to get out of the street and they refuse, you do realize the next step the officers have is to physically move them out of the street.
Physically
right?
assault them. Yeah, it's not to.
Physically move
Ma'am,
them out
I'm
of the
going.
street.
Yeah, so there's like a million ways that you can get someone to move without doing what this guy did. But let's watch.
Well, but
Asking nicely hasn't worked. So
Can we
Okay. Okay. So we've gone from asking nicely to what we're about to see. Just to be clear. But let's watch.
No. Wait, can we stay for a second? Because this matters. This is why I'm saying there's so much we don't know. For example, like, let's play with a hypothetical. Let's say they had established a perimeter, nobody on the street, and this was like the 5th or 6th time these women had entered into the "you're not supposed to be on the street" area. That would change the level
Sounds
of
like
force
maybe
that would
you should
change the
detain
response.
them like they were planning on doing with Renee Good. It sounds like maybe you could put up some sort
Yeah.
of barrier.
And-
If they don't
and-
have access
and-
to that, you
and
could place
if-
agents
and-
there and say, don't cross this line.
And
But
if
we'll
you are
see
going
what he
to
does.
detain
Let's watch.
them, then you can use force, and maybe so that.
Well, let's
this is
watch
what I
and
mean.
see if they
These
were
don't
trying to
matter.
detain.
Why
How's
don't we
that?
watch what he
Let's
does
watch
to
and
her
see if they were
tell
trying
me
to
that
detain.
this
I'm going to
is
go back a
exactly
little
what should
bit
have
so we have
happened.
some context, and we
Right.
can watch, and the audience can see, is this an attempt to detain? The woman specifically.
To be clear, Wick, I am anti-woman. Like, I don't want to
Fair.
confuse anyone.
Fair. Wise.
Based.
Can you pause, Vic?
Yeah.
Does anybody know why Pretti is waving traffic through? Have we learned why he was doing that?
He probably, just like Renee Good did, he wanted to get shot because he knew that if you wave traffic through, you get shot, and he wanted to martyr himself.
Well,
No, I don't think we know.
Okay.
Well, I think the only real explanation is that trying to wave through non-ice vehicles so that they don't get involved in their obstruction.
How would he know if that's an ICE vehicle?
Well, that's the thing. We don't know the buildup. We don't know the last minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So we don't know what vehicles they know are ICE. We do know that they are tracking ICE vehicles, though. Just to be clear, though, are we thinking that he would be waving through an ICE vehicle?
Why wouldn't he?
We saw the video from a week ago. We know how he feels about ICE, and now we saw how he acted here. Do we think he's just like, oh yeah, ICE, come on through, yeah, or
He
I'm
might.
intentionally not obstructing you?
Like there's a crazy thing that people do is
maybe.
sometimes when they're in a bad mood, they act differently than they do on other days. And to use a single example, right, that you call a pattern behavior of a guy kicking a taillight out, which is, again, I disavow. It's not good. You shouldn't kick out taillights, right?
Tough,
But to
Vic. Oh my
apply
God.
that shows like a pattern of behavior, that's a single incident.
Okay.
I think
But just to be
Yeah.
clear, I don't know what happened here, and I started with that because I really don't. But there are scenarios where, like, inviting a car to drive through a federal operation is a felony. Just.
Do you think that this is one of those scenarios?
I don't know. I don't know if that's an ICE car or not an ICE car. I
Say
don't
it's
know if
not
they
an ICE
established
car.
a perimeter.
So it's
If
not
they-
an ICE car. Would him
if
waving
they-
through this
if
car,
they-
again, just I understand it's not 100%. You can't give me 100%.
But it doesn't matter, Wick. We're just
Yeah.
speculating on. Well, in this
Yeah.
very specific
Yeah, maybe
scenario,
that
if
car
he
had
did
just
this,
made a
in
bomb
this
threat,
case,
and
President,
we don't know. Maybe that
yeah.
car had just
You
made a
don't-
bomb
but-
threat, and he was trying to get it out of the area so it didn't
Maybe
blow
as
up. It
Pretti,
could be.
and it's, in Italy,
Yeah.
actually waving actually means go away. It means go the other way. So we don't know. Like maybe.
Okay,
he
let's
was
watch. Let's watch.
What I'm saying is that these facts matter, and we don't know the answer,
Okay.
which is why the investigation.
Okay.
piece-
Let's
Go
just
ahead.
see what happens to this woman. I want to see.
Go. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, right there. Tell me
Okay.
again what that
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, he shoved her.
Uh-huh. That was the only option he had. That was like between he already asked nicely.
The only option is not the legal standard.
I didn't say that it was the legal standard. The impression that you guys were giving was, well, I mean, you're allowed to, forcefully move someone if you have to establish a perimeter. And this guy was just doing what was in his, purview. And it's like, no, we're talking about these people escalating, being incompetent, right? This is the whole point.
No, if he was legally justified, if he was not legally justified, that would be an assault. If he is legally justified, it's not a criminal event. The odds that he's legally justified appear to be high, but like I said, it turns on stuff I don't know. The reason it appears like police officers are allowed to use force if you are not complying with their directions, and they are allowed
I'm aware.
The difference between I don't know, he could have pushed her more gently. I mean, I don't think that's going to matter much in the analysis. So yeah, I don't.
Wait.
Could have pushed her more gently. That's funny.
Before we continue playing, I have a question. Ryan,
do you- what-
when you
what
taste the boot, do you
happens
prefer
when-
the heel or the toe?
What do you think happens when police arrest you?
Hold on.
What do I think
I
happens?
don't
Do
push
they
you
ever
to
Do you think that
ground
why would
Oh
you
my
push
God.
them if you're you're being detained? Like you're pushing them away.
Well, I think
Why would
hold
you
on.
do-
I can answer
Why would
this.
you do that?
I don't want to waive the appeal to authority, but as a prosecutor for a couple of years, I work close with law enforcement. I've seen cases exactly like this. And yes, sometimes the solution is I don't want to execute a full arrest because either I don't know if the DA is going to follow through on it, or in this case, it'd be the AUSA. I don't know if I have enough to actually sustain a full prosecution, or I just don't want to do the dang paperwork. So instead of actually executing the full arrest, I'm going to attempt to just get the situation.
To assault them.
Not
If you're not detaining, isn't this assault?
Or for example, we set a perimeter, which was
Looks like
your
assault.
protesters need to be on the sidewalk, not the street. You're on the street again, and I am putting you back in the area where you're allowed to be. Like that would also be legal.
And Wick, do you think an officer
Can they shoot them back into that area?
Wait. Can an officer never put their hand? Can an officer never put their hands on somebody unless they are arresting them? Is that your belief?
But I think that pushing a woman down on the street without the intent to detain her or without probable cause that she should be detained is excessive force and illegal.
Wick, do you think this obese feral hog could have just walked into her and got her off the street without pushing her?
On the basis of what?
On the basis of there's no reasonable reason to use that level of force on someone. If you're not attempting to detain them, they're not being violent, they haven't put their hands on you, they haven't even approached you. I guess she had a high-capacity assault whistle there that she was using, which I guess is a deadly weapon in some states now. But regardless, yes, I think that there's no reasonable person. Look, let me ask you this. If that guy wasn't a cop and you walked out and you saw a man pushing a woman into the street, right, where there's traffic, and then again, pushing her down like that, what would you assume is going on?
Wick, everything that the police do is illegal if they're not cops. That's
everything?
Basically, yeah. If I arrest somebody, that's illegal.
Citizens' arrests are not illegal.
Somebody, that's generally
Hold on, citizens' arrests are not illegal.
Wick, you are being wildly obtuse on purpose right now. You know exactly the point I'm making.
No, I think that you're trying to broaden this thing. I just disagree. I think that, again, we can...
Officer, you might think this might be something not so good.
And Wick, I love you, brother, but you're so deep in your feels on this, you're not even moderating at this point. But that's fine. I think the truth here is, Wick, under the law, it is highly likely that was justified. It's not impossible.
Well, if that's the law, then the law needs to be broken. The law needs to be changed. That is a horrific law at the level of
more ICE
slavery
right now.
Actually, yeah.
Ironically, yeah.
The next murder's on you, Wick. It's all your fault.
Doing it. I condemn Wick. I condemn.
I'm just saying, if that's the law, that the police officers, for no reason, can push you onto the street and then push you down into the street, that is a odious law.
Here's the problem.
Wait. How do you know there's no reason?
How do you know there is?
I don't. That's
okay. Why are you giving these people who, again, as we've demonstrated, just real quick, let me get in here, right? Why are we giving these people that we know have lied continuously, whose court cases continue to get thrown out for lying, who have defied the court more times this year than some agencies have done in their entire life? And this is from a federal judge, by the way. It's not just me saying this. Why are you giving them any benefit of the doubt?
Because under the law, they are entitled to be. Okay. It's a beyond a reasonable doubt standard question. Wick, that's what a criminal prosecution is. It's by definition beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. In order to convict them, Wick, you would have to show that there would have to be no reasonable explanation for what they did. And there are many potential reasonable explanations for what they did. Soy asked a great question earlier. He said, if I don't know, how can I think that they probably were justified? The answer is because there are so many possible reasons why this would be justified. And at trial, you would have to show that none of them applied. The burden is entirely on the prosecution. So yeah, legally, almost certainly justified. But
okay, morally,
I don't know.
Based on what you've seen, what do you think she could have done to justify this?
Hold on, no, we can't move to the moral without you guys acknowledging where we are legally, because every time we try
legally,
and drill down
obviously,
on the legal outcome of the
legally,
case,
we
you just
agree
want
you're
our hand wave it
innocent
away.
to proven guilty. Well, it's not.
Wait,
The whole point is we're talking about what we can see. We're not adjudicating this. We're not a fucking judge and a jury.
Well, if you're asking the legal question, that is the question you would have to answer.
Is that what I asked, or did I say it doesn't look like this was justified?
No, they want to keep
right?
skipping the legal question because they know they know that.
Well,
they
do you know what
they do know the answer? They just don't want to answer.
But you're wrong legally, and let me tell you
what do
why.
we know?
Hold on, you're wrong legally, and let me tell you why. Because the standard is reasonable doubt. It's possible that she's a genie, right? A dragon that has come down from the heavens and taken human form. That's possible. I can't prove that's not true. There's no evidence that I can show you or a court that that's not true, right? That's just the case. So when we're saying that, yes, are there reasons possibly that would justify this? Yes, but there are no reasonable reasons that would justify this level of force.
No, if they established a perimeter and these women had violated it like one or more times, and then he was trying to move her back, then he would win.
No, it would not, because that would not be a legal way to move her back. This is why
I asked you, Ryan. Do you think there was a dichotomy between asking nicely and pushing her, as if there weren't 5,000 things you could have done that would have moved her, which wasn't shoving her to the ground like that?
And if we were asking a moral question, that would be relevant. But if we're asking the legal question, it's not.
Okay, so let's do the moral and move on to the legal then. Do you think this was an immoral use of force?
Are we conceding the
No,
legal?
I said let's move on to the legal after. But do you think this was an immoral use of force?
Can we at least concede that you guys have no basis for assuming that this is a convictable assault? You don't know that.
Yes, we do.
Look, wait, one sec.
I don't know the precedent
of
whether or not it's convictable, but go ahead, yeah.
All right, I don't know the law, then that's
look, I mean, what is...
Rule that out.
I don't even know, like, maybe Soypill and Wood can answer better on this. I'm not a jurist, but I don't even know why we're talking about the legal question when the vice president went live this month saying that ICE agents have absolute immunity to do whatever they want. Like, he said that on camera. So where does this legal question factor in? If anything ICE agents do is totally permissible by law because they have absolute immunity or whatever, or at least that's the line that the administration's pushing.
He's not. If he said absolute, I need to see the quote. He said absolute immunity, then he's.
I can.
What
DM me if you want to show me.
What would typically be referred to there is that federal officers executing federal laws have like a kind of immunity to state prosecutions because of the supremacy clause of our Constitution. So there are ways to get around it, but. Like it would be very hard to prosecute these guys in state court. It would be a federal prosecution, not a state prosecution.
And
while you find the quote, can I ask? I mean, Ryan, you say you don't know the law. Like, do you know like Title I, Section 16.3 of the DOJ like use of force policy?
I'm familiar with that one just because I've looked at it recently. But also that's not the law. That's a policy.
Okay. Right, but do you think this has anything to do with the way these people acted and might have something to do with the legal precedent as to whether or not he was justified in doing it?
It can be relevant. Like if you're asking whether or not policy can be relevant in a criminal trial, the answer is yes. It's evidence, but it's not the law. It's evidence of.
Sure,
you can use it as evidence.
But you're using this as maybe some sort of precedent for whether or not they were being reasonable when they failed to de-escalate, right?
No, what I was saying is that in order
that's what I'm saying.
In order to convict them, you would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were unreasonable, meaning that there could be no
violating their precedent. As in, for example, if we look at Section 16.3 that says such tactics and techniques for de-escalation should be employed if objectively feasible and they would not increase the danger to the officer or others. Do you think this was a violation of that?
Maybe.
You think it would be unreasonable to say that, maybe he could have done something else here that wasn't shoving her to the ground?
Well, it would be. That's what I mean. It's evidence. It's not dispositive.
I asked you if it was unreasonable.
We're getting lost in the weeds on because all this analysis we've just spent the last 20 minutes on is whether or not this woman might have a claim against the officer for unreasonable excessive use of force. But the issue we're debating here is not whether that's the case. We're debating whether or not Alex Pretti had the legal duty, the legal right, the legal authority to insert himself physically, which Soypill, you said he didn't do so physically. We've got the video we can show you. Did he have the legal authority to insert himself physically?
I'll switch to that. Give me a second.
Yeah, we can look at that too, but that was a while ago. But to be clear, we were talking about whether or not these ICE agents acted reasonably unreasonably here, and this looks pretty fucking
But I
unreasonable.
think
But okay.
mine and Ryan's contention is that, and Ryan, I'll speak for you, and correct me if I'm wrong. We want to see less people dying, and the proximate cause of people dying is acting like idiots and inserting themselves physically and creating situations where an ICE officer can have an objectively reasonable belief of fear for his life or great bodily harm. And you guys have not addressed that point at all in the last hour and a half.
Yes, we have actually, because I said, yeah, we could also say if we want less people to die, we could tell everyone to stay in their house. But I think that it's completely morally justified to go out and protest.
You're
If
moving
ICE
the
agents,
goalpost
and if
to a
ICE agent, no,
ridiculous
this is not moving the
extreme.
goalpost. No,
That's a
what I'm
ridiculous
saying
extreme.
is you're arguing that, oh, it's the
Hold up.
fault of the violence that people are out here and putting themselves in dangerous situations. And I'm saying,
You're-
no, it's the ICE agents who are acting with impunity, who have a reasonable standard of a higher duty to de-escalate, which they are not meeting, and they're completely untrained, and they're shooting people. And I don't blame this at all on the protesters, even close.
You're doing the Hassan thing when people say he's a fake socialist when he says his response is, "Oh, you think socialist is be poor and sell all my stuff." No one is saying that the solution here is people have to stay home and never
I
leave
didn't
out.
say you said that.
That's what you keep going back to, though. You're
The
saying
reason I bring it up is because you're saying, well, the reason for the violence is that these people
I'm talking about.
are
Hold on,
protesting
no.
and
Let
getting
me correct you.
involved, right?
I'm talking about. Hold
on, did he
proximate cause.
was he incorrect in characterizing your argument? And if he is, can you correct him? So characterize his
that's-
argument. Steelman his argument. Soypill, please.
Your argument is that the reason that the violence is happening is because these people are being encouraged by democratic lawmakers and the rhetoric around how ICE is so evil and awful in the Gestapo that they're putting themselves in situations that are getting them to be hurt when they wouldn't otherwise because they would have complied with the officers, right?
Is that correct?
Close. I'm not saying that it's a. Well, my argument is that it is a proximate cause. This is kind of legal. I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but there's a difference between proximate causation and actual causation. Actual causation is just any given factor that could contribute to an outcome. That's actual causation. The fact that it was sunny outside, it wasn't a blizzard, meant these people were out and they could protest and therefore get shot. That's
Okay.
It gets really remote. My
And I
focus
think
is
women in bars are a proximate cause to getting raped, but I think it's the rapist's fault usually that raped them.
So answer me this then. How come the violence that we're seeing, there's a study, I got linked it on Twitter, but a study that the 9 most sanctuary city policy areas are the ones that have the overwhelming, like 75% of the violent encounters
Because that's
with
where all
ICE.
of the people are.
Yeah, that's where all the people live. I mean,
But they're all sanctuary
that's
city
how it
policy.
works.
Oh, no. Wait. That is not where all the people are.
Are you saying sanctuary city policies are causing the murders, or do you think sanctuary city policies correlate with the fact that they're big cities and there are a bunch of people, and then there would
The
be
reason why Democrat blue cities have the most violent crime. It's because
Sanctuary policies correlate with the need for raids to enforce immigration, which correlates with more difficult interactions between the populace and ICE agents, which correlates with violence. So,
and politicians
to be
that will
clear,
apologize
I would
for it.
agree with you, Ryan, if the case was that this was just about deporting violent criminals, but that's not the case. They want mass deportations, so they necessarily have to raid places that aren't just sanctuary cities, right?
So out of curiosity, I don't know the answer to this question. How many sanctuary cities are there in the U.S.?
So
that's a great question. I'm not
at
sure.
least one.
It depends
at least
because
one.
it's also
don't play
very,
games with me, kid. At least 3.
It's a slightly it's slightly tricky because like sanctuary is like an umbrella term, and each state does it pretty differently. Like what I was saying before, like Minnesota's a weird one because it's very patchwork. In some states, there's like a uniform policy, and in some places, it's like a city by city policy. So I really don't know the answer to that question. It's
like 13 states, like between 12 and 20 different cities. Like it depends on which policy, and they don't like have like we're joining up the sanctuary city group and we all follow the same rules. Like it's very different.
It's kind of a decentralized movement. So I don't think it has like a
The reason I ask is
like
because I've heard the 9 like figure bandied about as the reason, but like if there's, and again, this is just AI Google what it gave me, is it says there's over 1,000 jurisdictions, and if you're having trouble in 9 of them, I don't think it's the sanctuary bit.
Have we not? Hold on. Have we not seen increased ICE operations in Texas, in Louisiana, in Tennessee, in all these states where they're Texas? What state has more illegal immigrants in it than Texas? And why is not a single Texas city or county included in this stat of violent ICE encounters?
I don't know if that's true, but there are raids going on in like Austin that are facing protests, and just because a violent encounter hasn't happened yet does not mean they're not meeting resistance, and that sanctuary cities are the reason they're happening, right?
Yeah, I mean, so the thing
to my knowledge, this is Minneapolis is the greatest proportion of like ICE agents to like local PD. It's 3,600. I don't know if the scale of those operations in these red states are as high. So I don't know if they would engender just as much kind of protest.
Wait, no, we could skip past this. I'm literally just going to link a video in chat of like fucking ICE like in a violent encounter in Texas. Like, this is not true.
Give it to me in DMs. DMs is easier for me, and I'll just show you.
Okay, I just put it in the group
claim
chat.
is not that there's no violent encounters.
Well, that kind of is what he said. He says, "Why are there no violent encounters in this stat in Texas?" He said that specifically, Ryan.
And let me correct note to far less.
In real life, where I'd like to think we all live, we all know that there's no such thing as one-to-one causation in real life. There's always multiple causes in real life.
Okay, wait. Oh,
So,
Ryan, wait.
like,
I can agree with you.
You're not going to get
Wait, let me agree.
100 to 0.
Let me be good faith. Look, you're saying that if the Obama era sanctuary city policy with cooperation existed, there would be less violence in the sanctuary cities, right?
Yes,
100%.
I agree. Of course.
Yeah.
My contention is not that this would reduce any sort of conflict. My contention is that this is not the reason for conflict. And this is kind of how it was being painted, that, well, Trump doesn't have a choice because they're not cooperating. It's like, okay, yeah, this would reduce some of the conflict and violence for sure. But the idea that the mass deportation president would have like absolutely no like conflicts and violence and these amounts of protests trying to mass deport all the illegal immigrants is insane.
But here's the problem. You guys.
Do we want to watch this or not? Just
let me make
it doesn't
this
matter. They've already conceded it.
Oh, they already conceded. Okay. Well,
they just said
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
But the problem I'm hearing you guys keep saying, oh gosh, great. I lost my train of thought. That was a great point too. Maybe it'll come back to me. The video got me.
Well, how about we do this? How about I read some super chats?
Sorry. I got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay, green.
And I lost it again. I'm sorry. I swear that wasn't me.
Okay.
No shot.
This is great TV. I think the point is that there's kind of two narratives that are happening at the same time, and they're basically turning into a propaganda war between the two of them. Because the one is like the Gestapo with the jack boots and they're coming to get you narrative, and the other is the we really don't want to enforce immigration law at all. But what we're going to do is we're going to find ways to object to everything. So it started off with, oh, we don't like secure communities. And then it's like, oh, well, we actually want to have sanctuary policy. And then it's like, oh, and if you're raiding, we're not okay with that either. So like, there's actually no level of immigration enforcement that would be acceptable. In the eyes, I'm not saying the broader left of this particular sect within the left. So
okay, well, that's
I
not
think
either
that
of us. Let's not shadow box here.
That's the fight. It's a fight for public perception in that sense.
Well, Ryan, I'll extend my olive branch. Yes, I think we should have a border and enforce immigration law. We did it. We came together and agreed that something should happen.
I think that's actually probably the best faith moment in any conversation you and I have ever had. So that's awesome. I'll drink.
Yeah, but it's also just like, if you think
it.
that this isn't the vast majority of people on the left, then you're just not understanding what the left is and not listening to Democratic politicians.
I kind of actually, I did used to believe that, but it's been tricky. Like Biden had that memo that said if you don't restrict the border, there's going to be chaos, there's going to be backlash. His own people gave him the memo, and he did it anyway. So it does seem like I agree with you that there are some factions who have flagged this as a problem and do want a border. But there do
seem to be
a
single Democrat politician who said there are open borders?
Hold on, wait. Yes,
I'm saying Joe Biden did it despite being advised not to. So he doesn't need to say it.
You think Joe Biden had an open border policy?
Wait. Yes, hold on.
Wasn't he trying to push a border security bill before Trump killed it?
So just real quick. I want to let Gen Z go. Gen Z's been trying.
Okay, sorry,
Thank you. Please. This was one of the most shocking moments I remember from the whole Biden confirmation process, was when he nominated Merrick Garland, who, keep in mind, was supposed to be a Supreme Court justice. He's sitting in the confirmation hearings for Attorney General, and he was asked, is it a crime to enter the country illegally? Is it against the law? And he said, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that. How in the world is the top law enforcement officer in the country, who's supposed to be a Supreme Court justice, punting and saying, I don't know if it's against the law to enter the country illegally? How is that the case?
But was he at all commenting on the idea of overstaying an asylum, a legal asylum claim? I don't know. Like, is that what he was talking
about? People crossing the border illegally. And he said, I don't know.
And the contention was whether or not it was civil or criminal, or what was the question?
No, he just said, it was asked, is it against the law? So civil or criminal, either one.
And it's not a civil criminal thing. It's a misdemeanor versus felony thing.
Yeah, because it is criminal.
Okay.
But either way,
It is
Okay.
criminal.
Okay, I want to make a little money
I
tonight.
want them to answer this. They got to answer this.
Okay,
because
I don't know.
answer it.
Again, that's why I'm
answer
asking.
it, and then after you answer it, I want to make a little money tonight. So we're gonna read super chats.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
No,
No, there-
no, you will go
Wait,
broke, and you will like it.
We just heard from both of them. Wait, in what way was Joe Biden an open borders president? How could we say there was open borders policy? And I gave you this example, which I think
Wait,
is a
that has
stark.
nothing to do with example. That was a quote that I'm asking for context on. That has nothing to do with policy. The policy would be, did we have open borders? And we didn't.
So the person who's tasked with enforcing the border and stopping people from crossing it, aka leaving an open border, said, "I don't know if it's against the law to enter the country."
Gave at
illegally."
worst a very bad response, if I'm to believe you 100%. And then we can look at what actually happened, which was a bunch of people claimed asylum. And I'll agree, they claimed asylum in very nefarious ways, which weren't very legitimate, and we didn't have the courts to process them. But this is open borders.
Well, and the funny thing about that, I'm glad you brought that up, is that the memo I referenced earlier, one of the topics in the memo that Biden's team gave him was ways to combat people who are abusing the asylum system. And they provided him with a menu of options, which he rejected. So, yeah, I think that he and judging by his actions, he does seem pretty open borders.
I want to give Sid a chance to answer, and then I do want to make money.
He tried to pass as I can recall, he tried to pass a border security bill that was killed by Republicans. I don't think this characterization of him as an open borders president is legitimate. I remember that Trump got
only if you really stretch the definition of open borders.
3.5 years of doing nothing in the final 6 months. Oh, maybe I can do something. He said he
Doing
needed Congress
nothing.
to do. Hold on, he needed Congress to do. The bill got killed. He did something executively, which is what Republicans said the whole time. You can do this executively. You don't need Congress to secure the border. The bill gets killed, and then he finally secures the border in the last minute before an election. And now all of a sudden, oh, he's the secure borders president. Yeah.
Again,
no one
to be
buys
clear,
that.
you're explaining the switch from what was it before to 6 months before, right before the election, as it was open borders before. It wasn't open borders. It was people abusing the asylum process. It's not open borders. Open borders is we don't have a border. And the whole reason this spawned is because Ryan was like, wow, you're good faith for saying we should enforce border policy, which has always been a Democrat position. Not a single Democrat is saying we want open borders.
Right. No one literally says open borders. They just say it in much more artfully and tasteful ways. You're right.
Yeah, it's funny because it's one of those things where you go, God, he must not be open borders. Listen to Soypill. He's explaining it so well. It is a little hard to explain why there were nonstop migrant caravans and why the border crossing numbers were so high and why the asylum seeking numbers were so high. And most troubling, why the number of asylum seekers who, rather than get all the work benefits and healthcare benefits that asylum seekers get by law, chose not to register because they would rather not get those benefits and disappear into the country. And I think the number is like 2 million or so. Like, why those people? And God knows that's a very scary thing to think about. Like, why
2 million brown people is crazy.
No, 2 million people who
I hate the Browns.
2 million people who would prefer not to be registered with the system over getting paid to be here with a valid registration and being part of the asylum system.
Why does that scare you?
Because you can infer a number of motives from that, some of which are sinister.
But we can hold on. We can understand that there are reasonable reasons that could happen too.
To the sidewalk, but there's a million reasons you could have done that. It's probably justified. And when you think, why would 2 million people not want to be registered with the fucking administration, where any fucking 4 years could flip to the mass deportation guy or the hey, let's revoke DACA or remigration, not want to register? Well, it's probably sinister. You can infer many sinister implications, dude. You're so fucking insane.
Okay, let me read some super chat. No, I'm throwing a flag on the play. I gotta get money. Okay, no, Sid, I'm throwing.
Is that there's fucking 2 million of them.
Okay.
So in a case of one,
okay.
you have to figure out which one is true. With 2 million, if I can think of some sinister implications, it's going to be true of some subset, even if it's not true of everybody.
$5.
I think that
no, you too. Stop. No, my money's more important than all of your
Nick
arguments.
will never get his money.
My money's more important than all of your arguments. I'm just saying.
It's not an argument, Wick, but can I just say I have to head out in like 5 minutes? It's about like 2 a.m. in Spain. I should really get to bed.
Okay, if you have to go, I'll give you a closing right now, and then give us your closing statement, and I'll let you dip. Tell people where they can find you too.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can find me on @LilBabyGandhi on Twitter. Don't really have much of a closing statement, but thank you so much, Soypill, for being here. It was really a pleasure to interact with you and get to do this debate with you. Gen Z and Ryan, I wish you the best. Wouldn't say it was a pleasure speaking to you, but it was definitely an interesting conversation. And I'll definitely see you guys around.
Okay. Have a
Take
great
care,
day.
guys.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
It was a pleasure. I'll say it was a pleasure. Good to meet you, Sid.
Okay, take care.
Good to meet you, man.
$5 from my listening library to say the administration is actively engaging in rhetoric that is causing people to be more upset by calling at least 2 murdered people domestic terrorists. Thank you for the $5.
Actually, that is a good question. Would you say that the Walz refusing to say, no, let's grant that they never said this. They never said don't interfere. Is Walz saying don't interfere worse than the administration calling them domestic terrorists and explicitly lying about their motives?
Is it worse?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're both pretty bad.
Okay, come on,
equal
man.
badness.
Like, take
is
a
the
fucking
answer.
stance,
Okay.
dude. Like, Jesus
$5.
Christ.
Bad
Sure.
things are bad.
$5 from
Oh,
Audacity.
okay. I think the Holocaust and spilling my burrito on the floor 10 minutes ago.
Okay, you
were
guys
both
are giving
bad things.
you guys are giving $20 answers for $5 questions. Just
Well, that was a
FYI.
good $5 question.
Okay, $5 question from Audacity to Soypill. Question for Soypill: Did ICE deport his comforter?
Wait, a comforter like my bed comforter? No, it's just pushed over to the side over there. I got a body pillow too. I can't show the skin on stream. It's like naked Waluigi.
Gotcha.
Someone got it for me.
$5 from Robert Paulson. Blowing whistles, cussing at cops, yelling are all protected speech. Funny how Ryan lumped it all together. Want to respond to that one?
Let me see. Can you put it on screen again? Because I wasn't listening
Oh,
at
sure.
all.
Blowing whistles, cussing at cops, yelling are all protected speech. Funny how Ryan lumped it all together.
They are all protected speech, but I don't see how I lumped them all together.
Okay.
Well, you
Because
did.
you
but I don't know
lumped it
about
in with
that.
the obstruction that may or may not justify, in your eyes, the killing.
There's tons of stuff that's the protected speech that can become illegal in the right context. The First Amendment issue is just kind of not the point. Like, you have a First Amendment right to free speech, and if you engage in a criminal conspiracy by agreeing to do a crime, that's not protected. It's a criminal act. Like this, it's just not. There's no real connection between the 2 points.
I'll give you a good one. United States versus Waweru. It was a federal prosecution under the exact statute that we're dealing with, 18 U.S. Code 111, about impeding and interfering with officers. This guy Waweru got convicted under the statute for, quote, an aggressive stance and uncooperative behavior during deportation proceedings. So nothing even physical. It was an aggressive stance.
When was this case?
Well, to be clear, this guy was Kenyan, so he's black. So like, they're maybe just appearing to be black is like aggressive to these guys. But like,
You said when was it?
I don't
Yeah,
agree.
when was it?
2008.
Oh,
Okay.
Soypill, that bastion of good faith is back. Good to
It's
see you, buddy.
obviously, obviously a joke.
I missed you.
Oh my god.
$5 from Chib1 to say
I was
if
talking
Trump,
about the people who
hold on.
got at him, to be clear, not you two.
Chib1, $5. If Trump had the standard Gen Z and Ryan are applying to Dems, Trump wouldn't have won primaries in 2020, nor 2024, let alone gaining presidency in 2024. Thank you for the $5. $5 from Mad Mulligan. Henry David Thoreau and Martin Luther King both broke laws to challenge the system. Civil disobedience requires accepting consequences. Pretti and Good acted rebellious.
This is actually this is a very important point, and I'm not even trying to score points in the debate here. I'm just going to say it as like somebody who does law for a living. If you do civil disobedience, you must expect that it ends in arrest. That's part of the American tradition of civil disobedience. And because you should expect it ends in arrest, you should take that into account when you start getting arrested. I'm not even trying to make this into an argumentative point. I'm not trying to say anything about what the officers did and whether or not it was excessive or unjustified. I'm just saying, if you are someone who wants to protest in the way protests have been done in Minnesota, when it comes time to get arrested, hands on your head, get on your knees, get arrested, right? Like this is
What if you just have a gun with you, but you don't touch it?
I mean, that's you have a Second Amendment right to do so. It will.
So should you expect to be shot?
No.
Okay. Well,
But
we've clearly seen that might be the
point.
case
Hold on.
now. Just for
This
having
is
a gun.
important. I think me and Ryan will both concede that Pretti getting shot, with the benefit of hindsight, was a mistake. The question is, was it an objectively reasonable mistake based on the fact that a gun was called out and then a gunshot happened about a second later? That's a hyper relevant factor that you haven't addressed. I'm curious what you think about that.
Yeah, no, this is curious because people got on my case for this. I fully believe that this is assuming a thing, right? If the gun went off when they took it from him and they all got spooked and they shot him, if that firing is the thing that they thought was him firing a gun at them and then they shot him, then yeah, that's an accident and not them intending to kill him. But the poor part is their actions and their assumption and their incompetence. And the same way that I use the acorn falling on the roof of that police car, which is much more absurd, but it's like, if that guy had shot a guy, it would have been reasonable for him to think, after thinking he was getting shot at, to return fire. But he's so incompetent that he thinks a fucking acorn falling on the top of a car is a gunfire is because of his poor training and trigger finger and reactions and all the other rhetoric that's ampling these people up. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, and just to be
the gun going off was them being incompetent.
Just to be clear, the accidental discharge things, I don't see evidence for that. The videos that I've been shown are all very like slowed down, and there's artifacts and there's no recoil. Like when it goes off or supposedly goes off, the guy's gun hand doesn't like jerk back like you'd think so.
Yeah,
if he wasn't
have you
expecting
seen a 400-pound
it,
man fire a gun, like the gun barely moves. They're huge.
Yes, because they're pointing it and they're ready. Have you ever seen an accidental discharge?
Yeah, no,
that goes.
I was making a joke about them being fat, Wick. Okay.
I actually agree with Wick, where I looking at the video, it doesn't seem convincing to me on the accidental discharge theory. I can't rule it out, but it has not convinced me. But there's other similar scenarios that would fall in the same vein. Like like if they yell gun, 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 they look down, the holster's empty, and now he's got like that actually starts being like, oh no, where is the gun, right? Like there are many scenarios where a
would you still call that incompetence?
Are you asking legally or morally?
I'm not asking either. I'm just asking if you think that's incompetent.
I don't know. I would like talking to watching what like Connor said about it and like what law enforcement people who've said about it. It seems like that kind of could happen.
I didn't say obviously it could happen. It did happen. I'm asking you if you think six people holding a guy down, not communicating that they took the gun, that being mistaken as, oh, he's got a gun, and then shooting him is incompetent.
The point I'm saying is I don't know, because it's very easy
dude, that's
in
so
2020 hindsight with like 8 angles of the video in slow motion.
Okay, we're doing
to say
the
they
thing
should
again.
have done better, but it does seem like when I listen to like Connor or like when Nate or the different people who have analyzed this from a law enforcement perspective, even people who are critical of it, they kind of seem to think that there's room for error in these things short of incompetence.
Yes,
and
former law enforcement informs us that actually law enforcement fucks up like this all the time.
Okay, but we're doing the thing. We're giving $50 answers to $5 super chats, and I want to get through these. $5 from Audacity. Yeah, quote. Yeah, I purposely put my hand on the stove. Yeah, it hurts tremendously. Yeah, I know fire is hot, but someone else turned it on. End quote. $2 from Trib. You can blame Nick Shirley lying for why ICE is there. $5 from Visha.
I thought there was just like a disproportionate amount of illegal immigrants in the Canadian border state.
$5 from Visha. Question to Soy. Why do you think Ryan and Gen Z are un-American traitors who twist and turn to defend King Trump?
That's a good question. I don't know. Why do you guys lick the boot for Trump so hard? Is it
I
for
was
money,
literally,
or is it because you genuinely believe it? Like,
I was about to make a joke about how good the boot tasted, because I swear that's y'all's favorite like comment. I see it all over X. Like bootlicking is like the word of the day. So I was about to steal your thunder.
Well, I already made the joke to Ryan, to be clear. So
yeah,
you did say it earlier.
If I'm going to give the long answer to a short chat to annoy Wick, it's because the left has abandoned America's moral proposition and can't be trusted with power. Watch the debate on my channel to see why.
Do you think that Trump could be trusted with power?
I didn't vote for him, so probably.
I didn't ask if you voted for him. I asked if you think he could be trusted with power.
I obviously didn't think he was sufficiently trustworthy for power to get my vote. So I actually have serious issues with that. That is the reason I didn't vote for him.
Okay. $5 from Jesus 4K. Jesus. Okay. Conservatives are more likely to be violent criminals than immigrants. Example, that ghoul that assaulted Representative Omar. Thank you for the $5. $10 from Trib1. Well, now we're getting into the high stuff. So, ICE is there in large numbers because of Nick Shirley vid and MAGA racism. Somalian doesn't mean illegal, but ICE was sent anyway, then protesters, then Renee, then more ICE, then Alex.
That's an interesting. Wait, I want to ask. Do you guys know what percentage of Somalis in Minnesota are legal citizens?
I have no clue.
I don't know. It's probably high because we had a refugee program, and that makes it like you get status much faster than you would in a normal immigration
Yeah,
situation.
because of the Somali civil war and all that. Yeah,
I-
it's over 90%. It's
I
like a
guess it's
vast
high.
majority. Of
I don't know
are
the answer.
people.
Yeah, I take your word for it. I don't know.
$5 from Radell PPB. Ryan is full of it. Why else would they be able to racially profile people? You think they did that for people in prisons? This is an awful point. I'm not sure what point specifically.
So what he's saying is,
Yeah.
Ryan is saying, were they to cooperate, that there would be much less turmoil. I think there would be some less. I don't think this would stop what you were seeing with ICE and protests because this is a campaign of mass deportations. This guy's saying there was a recent Supreme Court ruling that you are allowed to include racial profiling, among other things, when you're identifying someone to screen for illegal immigration. And he's saying, well, if that's the case, if it was just them trying to cooperate through prisons, why would they need to do this? But I actually don't know if that makes any sense because they would. Ryan's argument is they're not cooperating, therefore they need to racially profile.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. You can respond.
Yeah, I mean, I think Soy actually steelmanned it pretty well there. To be honest with you, I mean, I think that the truth is, whenever you have an enforcement campaign, there's going to be more interactions with enforcement and people, and there's going to be, with more interactions, there's going to be the chance for things to go wrong. So part of it is just the efficiency thing and trying to reduce the numbers, where it's like the less interactions you have, the less likely there is to be a violent incident.
Okay. Just as a personal thing, gang, I am, well, a little less than now from all these super chats, but at the beginning of the night, we were $500 away from being the first month ever that I break 10K on a single month income.
Still on my YouTube Premium.
So again, if you want to throw me money, today's the day because I want to break that goal.
I'm calling for a complete and total shutdown of all super chats going into Wick's YouTube until he buys YouTube Premium, until we can figure out what the hell is going on.
$5 from the Trib One to say, but the obvious answer to the prompt is lack of accountability from this administration. Neither Gen Z nor Ryan can justify Christie and Trump's messaging post kills.
In fairness, I don't even know what the prompt is.
Fair enough.
But to be clear, you do say they were dishonest. You won't say lie for some reason, but you acknowledge they're completely being dishonest about the framing post shootings of both of these cases.
I mean, I'm not. The thing is, I'm not exactly sure which statements you're referring to. So if you want,
we looked at it together when they said individual intended, like when Stephen Miller says this looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Yeah, and that's.
So that wasn't Stephen Miller. That was
when I said that. I thought I said that was wrong. So I don't know.
But here's
I'm just saying, like, will you just say it's a lie?
I don't know. It's a lie.
So
okay. No, that's all we need. That's all we need. That's really all we need. Okay, $5 from Lord of the Nerds. I can't take Soy being this dumb over and over. The speaker implies, the listener infers. You can say what you infer, not what someone else implies. And he gives me a couple, so I'm gonna read them all in a row. $2 from Lord of the Nerds says it's only because it's only the basics of communication. $5 again from the same thing. Isn't there a video of Wick lying to Sitch and Adams' faces while describing the play-by-play of ICE videos? Why should we believe this liar now? To respond to that last part, and then I'll give it to Soy. No, there's not.
Wait. To be clear, this guy's trying to criticize our communication and then very poorly tries to elucidate his point over 3 super chats. Like, tough shit, buddy. That was awful.
He can do as many super chats as he wants. We love this guy.
Alt account. Shut up, man.
We love this guy. Anytime you want to call me names and you super chat me, I love you. You're the base. But to answer your question, is there a video of Wick lying to Sitch and Adams' faces? No, there is not.
What he's saying is the way that you interpreted that video was not a lie. You just interpreted it differently. And Stephen Miller and Christy Noem and all these people who are just lying, they just have a different perspective on what happened. Run over also means bump slightly with the corner of your car.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, and I'm no basis, no clue if this will happen. Investigation will unfold. If they find that Pretti was part of these signal chats and he made overt, explicit statements about obstructing law enforcement and or doing harm to law enforcement, Would you concede now that they're no longer lying?
In fact, they could literally have a note written from him where he says, I'm going to go out and I'm going to just gun down 5 people. But in the case and what I've seen, nothing justifies what happened. Now, had he brandished that firearm, had he attempted to assassinate them, yeah, of course they should have gunned this guy down. But from what I've seen of the video, from what I understand, no, nothing that he had, like this video of him kicking this car and having violent intentions. Yeah, maybe this guy's a little unhinged. I've heard some statements, it's fog of war, that like his family's like, yeah, this guy's getting a little weird. This does not justify the actions they took that I saw in the video. Not at all.
And the reason, just to
I have
piggyback,
no
if I may, just to piggyback off that, like even if, again, there was a signal chat that he was like, I'm going to go massacre cops. Let's say they found that, right? That doesn't, unless you can show me that Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem knew about that before they said what they did, they are still lying. They had no reason to believe or know.
And here's an olive branch because you brought this
Hold
up
on, you
earlier.
say aha, but that's just the true.
Yes, because no, I agree, it is true. And now you're discovering why we cannot analyze these things with the benefit of hindsight, and instead have to do so in the moment.
Hold on, but I would bet you money. I will bet you $500 right now that you will not find those in the signal chat.
And to be clear,
do you want to take that bet?
If Stephen Miller had come out and said an assassin tried to murder federal agents, and this was your response, which is what he said, and then said, we know this because we have leaked chats which we will soon reveal, I would have a completely different stance on the idea of, oh, well, maybe they're not lying, because they would imply that they have a reason to believe this, and not, hey, they're obviously amplifying this just based on vague evidence, in the same way Trump did with the Renee Good thing, until they showed him the video and he's like, oh, wait, maybe I'm fucking wrong. But to be clear, with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, there was like some speculation like, oh, here's a video of him saying, man, I'd like to shoot those shoplifters, right? I don't think this had anything to do or change the situation at all in the videos that we saw, because that was not what he was doing, shooting shoplifters. He was shooting people that were trying to attack him, which again I thought was justified.
Okay, $5.
Yeah, well, just to be clear, I'm not saying I still agree. Yeah, the statements in the moments, without any sort of this evidence to back it up. Yeah, I'll say it's a lie. Yeah, sure. Yep. I'm just saying, if
I appreciate that, unironically.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm not going to bet you, because honestly, I only take bets of things that I know the answer to already. If I don't know the answer. By the way, Soypill, don't forget.
I was going to say, yeah, didn't we have a bet that like Trump wouldn't run for a third term? Are you 100% sure that won't happen? Because I'm not 100% sure it will, but like you're 100% sure it won't.
But if he doesn't, you owe me and Gen Z an assault weapon.
No. If he does, I owe you an assault weapon.
No, because
that may be true, because we're arming up to go stop the government.
No, I understood that, but my implication was like, look, if I lose the bet, nothing happens. If I win the bet, I still lose, because I'm going to pay money to help me defend against the Trump authoritarian regime. That was what we did, right?
Pay what you owe. You got a few years.
Okay, this is y'all's issue. It's not my issue. $5 from Audacity.
I'm on record saying I'll buy you a gun if I lose, then sure. But I'm pretty sure the idea was I wanted to give you guns to help me defend against Trump authoritarian regime, which you would if you run for a third term.
Okay, $5 from Audacity. Go watch Nate the Lawyer's breakdown for the legal. Best subjective opinion so far. Fair enough. $5 from Robert Paulson. Zero doubt in my mind, Ryan has put his fist through some drywall. Guess that means he is at risk of getting shot for a week or so. First of all, Robert, do you have any evidence of this, or are you just saying shit?
I will say that's very perceptive. I definitely put my fist through drywall. Okay, but yeah, that's why I don't go around and assault cops.
Wait, $5. Are you being serious? Have you actually done that?
Yeah, when I was like 18, yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Robert Paulson, the Oracle. Okay, confirmed. $5 from Audacity. Lawyers speculating over every detail of evidence? Unheard of. Anywho, here's a video of Thomas Binger arguing intent based on a single pixel. Well, thank you for the $5. $10 from Laser. If I run someone's driver's license and dispatch tells me the person has alerts for officer safety, which is based off of previous interactions with police, my alertness for potential danger increases. So, didn't they say he had no ID on him?
I was going to say, that's true. Did that happen?
Well, we'll see if any of the officers there recognized him, if they were present at the one before. My inclination is probably not, but you never know.
Yeah, that would be a weird coincidence. There's 3,000 of them there. Odds are unlikely, but who knows? $10.
A random question from my chat. Can I ask it real quick?
Yeah,
it's not a super chat. Okay, so if Kyle Rittenhouse, he like waved his hands up and he tried to surrender himself to the police, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if like 6 cops had come to arrest him, one of them took the gun, and then he said, I got the gun, and the other guy heard gun and then shot him in the back, do you think that would have been incompetent?
The signal difference there is with him waving his hands, walking up, I surrender, I surrender. That basically, you've now set the predicate that this is a peaceful surrender. This is exactly, you can see with all this number of mass shootings, the Parkland kid, he surrendered peacefully, was taken in with no issue. There's several, there's
Well,
multiple,
but also
multiple
Alex Pretti didn't shoot anyone.
No,
Like,
no,
to
but
be
no.
clear.
Well, the cops didn't know that Rittenhouse would have shot anybody. They just see this kid saying, "I surrender, I surrender."
No, I know, but he had
My
just
question to you,
shot 3 people, and so
Pretti-
he's still
You-
fine,
you-
right?
You don't
And
need
it's
to
like,
get that. You don't need to get this complicated. If Pretti had not grabbed, the officer or physically, I don't want to load it. If Pretti had not, committed a crime when he
Physical
interfered with the
obstruction.
officer and then had not resisted arrest, and we can get into pepper spray if you want to, then it's obviously incompetence. Like the situation is predicated on the resistance and the difficult arrest.
okay,
If you're
in the
if-
Kyle Rittenhouse
if you're in a
situation,
peaceable
right
arrest
before they
scenario, it's
arrest
totally
him,
different.
they pepper spray him, and he's like, so he's like kind of flailing a little bit. Then is it incompetence, or is it like justified to shoot him?
See, this is
And on the
presupposing.
circumstances. You know the facts.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
Ryan and
making
I-
it up. Just assume everything I say is the objective reality of what happened. He goes to surrender, and they're like, "Look out, he's got a gun!" And they pepper spray him. Then they take the gun away. Someone hears gun. He's like, "Oh God, the pepper spray!" And then they shoot him in the back. Is this justified?
That probably is not justified, but they
Okay,
don't have
let's-
enough facts that would make
let's-
this one justified.
Okay, we've gone down this chain. $10 from Oh My God, It's Soup. Wick, you don't understand. They were in the street. In this video that was found from like 11 days ago. Guess ICE has justification to shoot everyone. LMAO, these pro-ICE people give me brain damage. Thank you for the $10.
Can I respond to that? Because
Yes.
this is one of my biggest frustrations is people making this point that we're making the argument here that protest equals death penalty. Even resist arrest equals death penalty. No one that I know, at least no sane, reasonable person, is making that argument. We are all arguing that if you create a situation where an officer now has an objectively reasonable fear of his life or serious bodily injury, that's what creates the risk where things can turn deadly. And the proof is in the pudding for all this. For people saying that ICE is just going around indiscriminately shooting people and killing people that are just protesting or just blowing their whistles, that's obviously not true because we have every shooting we've got like 10 different angles showing the shooting.
yeah.
Because guess
To be
what?
clear,
People are filming with no
Anyone
issue.
saying this is being dishonest. I'm not saying that ICE is trying to just go out and execute people. It's based on what I can see, incompetence and reasonable standards being completely stretched.
Well,
I don't
hold
think
up.
they're out there trying
I
to
will
kill
I will say this.
I super appreciate that. You should tell Pisco.
Does Pico think?
Well,
like,
I will say this real
Yeah,
quick.
he said that. He said
Yeah,
that.
I don't
Actually,
think that
you
they're
know what?
going around to shoot people, but
Speaking
I
of
do
Pisco.
think that the escalation is the goal, and it is by policy. And the evidence I'd give like that, right? First of all, Hallman took that policy away, right? So it implies it was there. And second of all, they have throughout this administration, right? Throughout this administration, they have pushed the idea of self-deportation. They have given incentives for self-deportation. You get this much money if you self-deport. We know Stephen Miller was mad that the numbers of deportation in 2025 did not meet the Biden numbers of deportations from 2024, and he was trying to get the quotas up. He implemented quotas. This escalation is by design. They want immigrants to be scared, right? They want them to deport before they have to go in and grab them. And this is a policy decision, so they may not be going around intending to shoot people, but they are going around, and I think we have evidence from whistleblowers violating their Fourth Amendment rights, violating their First Amendment rights. We have plenty of videos saying, don't record us, and thank God people didn't listen to that for these two cases, right? And they're violating their Eighth Amendment rights. I've seen tons of videos of them engaging in unreasonable uses of force while people are already pinned down, being handcuffed, getting pepper sprayed in the eye, right? It's just, I don't know.
Have a single example of a bystander who's like on a sidewalk, for example, just standing there filming. Do we have a single example of them getting punched, tackled, pepper sprayed, tased? Anyone? Just a single example.
A single
argue that the
example,
Alex
yeah,
Pretti
I can give
example
you a
is
whole
pretty
bunch
clear,
on the.
actually.
Yeah, I can give you one. There's a video of
Okay,
a
if you
bunch
got a
of
video, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Let me find it.
every-
while we-
And wait, as you're looking for that, because we're a little bit over, and I do have this work crisis, which is why I was late. I'm probably gonna have to duck out. As much fun as I'm having, gang.
Okay.
Wait, Brian, before you go, I know you were shitting on Pisco on Twitter, but I just pulled my audience, which 69 people voted and said Pisco won the debate, which is now the new objective standard of
Wow.
who won the word
Oh.
war debate.
Well, you know what they should have done if they felt
They
that
should have showed up.
strongly? Voted during the fucking debate when the votes
They weren't
counted.
there. They were watching it online.
This is you can
I
vote
think
online.
well, there's also
You
evidence
can
that
vote online.
I saw there were the votes actually were tallied incorrectly. Someone pulled a box of them out from under the table, and we have to go and storm the Capitol.
So
Okay,
you want to
okay.
overturn the results of the election?
Well, yeah, because I know it was false. though.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, the funniest thing about Pisco being pissed about that, since you've got me on this fucking topic that I've talked
He's
about too
not. He's
much
not
already.
pissed actually.
Yeah.
I just
It-
like teasing him for it.
Is that I've got 600 subs and he's got 26,000 on YouTube. So the idea that I somehow rigged a popularity contest in my favor
He doesn't
is pretty
think they rigged
goddamn
it.
funny. Like
It's,
I have
it's
no
the
I have
idea
no
of the kind of
following.
people, the kind of audience you were up against. Like with the other two right wingers, right? Like I think Pearl is just so objectively bad that of course she's not going to win. So,
So
there were Proud Boys in the audience. That's the kind of audience we had.
they rigged all the debates except for they didn't rig those other two. Just
I didn't
just
say it was
me and
rigged. I'm
Pisco
just saying you got a
rigged
biased
and,
audience. That's it.
Okay.
It is what it is. But anyway, gang, it's fun. I don't have a closing statement or anything because I didn't have an opening statement.
Sure.
But all I would say is, I think it is important that people learn about the interplay between cooperation and having a sane immigration system. It's an important issue. So look into that. The other thing that really does matter is just having like an understanding that there's a difference between legal and moral. So a lot of the times when people say, we got a super chat that said this, like, how could you trust people who are lying? They were murdered. Well, murder is a legal term. You don't know that they were murdered. So even when your super chatter said that, they're loading the dice on murder and then complaining about lying. One thing that we can all do is just take a step back and try to appreciate that there is some nuance in some of these things and that they're a little bit complicated. Anyway, I'm Ryan. You can find me at my channel, Ryan Natural Law.
Ryan. Last good faith question. Would you
Was
let?
there a first?
Yeah, first and last good faith question. Would you let 5 ICE agents without a warrant enter your house and fuck your wife?
No.
Okay. So the boot doesn't go that far deep.
But the good news is, based on your past interactions, if those were Biden's ICE agents and they came in and raped you, you would still vote for them. So
Yes. You're right. I would still vote for Biden's
It
rape
gets you there.
squads over Trump.
Okay.
It's good
Okay.
we know
Thanks
where we
for coming,
stand.
Ryan. Really appreciate you. Check him out. I got a link to his channel in my YouTube description. Give him a follow. All that. Thank you. But you asked for a video, and I have provided. Are you ready?
Let's see. I've not seen this, so let's.
Okay.
let's
So they're going around. They're on the street, and they're getting pepper sprayed as they go by.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty
Is that
bad.
just a
Yeah.
drive-by pepper
Yep.
spray?
Just a
Yeah.
drive-by pepper spraying. This isn't the only type of video, okay, that we have here. This is the
Oh my
first one I could
God.
find.
All right. I'll give you that one. You
They're
that was a good-
escalating by design, right? By
was bad.
policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the
Go ahead,
question is
Blue, go
though.
ahead.
So even if we say yes, that was bad, that was an excessive use of force. Does that now justify if they were to get out and start arresting these people? Can these people start pushing back, fighting back on the scene, or do you submit to the arrest and go fight it in court, and then also do a 1983 suit for lots and lots of money?
Well, I agree. Obviously, the best possible outcome for minimizing harm would for them to be complying completely. But would you agree that if you pepper spray without any precedent or a bunch of random people on the sidewalk and then go to arrest them, also without precedent, that maybe them flailing around is not justification for shooting them, even if they're armed and not drawing their firearm?
It can be, but I think people are putting a lot of emphasis on when you're pepper sprayed, your natural instinct is to flail. I've seen plenty of body cams. I've prosecuted plenty of cases where people have been pepper sprayed and it ensures compliance. There's a reason it is used in the escalation of force pyramid, because it is a compliance tactic. If the default response when you pepper spray somebody is it's going to make them more belligerent, more angry, more flailing, I don't see why it would ever be included in the escalation of force pyramid.
I agree that it would definitely neutralize a threat, but the idea that pepper spray is going to always subdue someone and cause them to be docile is not true.
No,
Like,
it is
yes,
a tool, though. It's a tool to say,
it's a tool to stop someone from like attacking you, right? Because they can't see anymore, and it hurts so fucking bad that you have like you're not going to be like a wounded animal just slashing, you know. But like this is not like we gotta pacify this guy, like put him down and make sure he stays down. Pepper spray, like that's not what that's for. It's to stop someone who's being aggressive towards you.
Yeah, No, I agree. It's just the whole point is, yeah, if the point is to escalate force until compliance is achieved, then by taking a step within the escalation pyramid, it's just completely consistent with use of force training policy.
Right. No, I'm not
on
saying
what's
pepper
the
spray
scope of
is
these cases.
not justified, GenZ. I'm saying if you pepper spray someone and somehow this causes them to not comply the way you want to, and they have a gun, this wouldn't justify shooting them.
Well, it potentially could. It's going to depend on the facts. I know
If they didn't draw their weapon.
If they don't need to have drawn it, if it looks like they're going for it, or if they have their hand on it. What if they have their hand on it and now they pin their hand onto the gun, but their hand is on the gun? They haven't drawn it.
Okay.
But
even if ICE put, or this is Border Patrol in this case, if Border Patrol agents took his hand and put it on the gun in an attempt to restrain him, I still think that's their fault. Yeah.
No. He put his hand on the gun, and
if he puts his hand on, if he puts his hand on the gun,
to prevent
then
him
they
from
should shoot
drawing
him.
it. Yeah, to prevent him from drawing it, they pin his hand against his side so that he can't pull the gun out. That's what I'm saying.
And then they shoot him?
I'm saying if they did that, but he's not letting go, yeah, you could get the point. If his hand is gripped around
his hand is gripped around the pistol, as in like he's trying to draw it, yeah, of course. But like he's not. This is what happened. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got a guy. He says he's been firearms and fitness here. He's been doing riot control for 12 years. Do we mind if I bring him on and maybe get a little clarity on a few things? Is that okay?
Is he going to be more on my side or Soypill?
I don't know.
If he's on mine, I'd say also bring in Liberal Cluck. I know he wants to get in. I know it's your show, but
yeah, we're gonna keep it. I don't want to get it too crowded, right? And I still got some super chats, but while he gets there, let me get through some more super chats, and then we'll get through.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy, I got a lot of them. Give me a second. And we are just to let you guys know, we're about $250 away, so keep them coming.
10K fund.
Oh my God. Just
Keep
fucking
'em
whore
coming.
yourself out, Wick. Next month is a completely, just like a border, Wick. The next month is a completely arbitrary thing, and you making $10,000 will happen regardless of whether or not it happens within the arbitrary confines of January or February.
No, we need it in the arbitrary confines. $5 from Dan Banna Debates. If ICE agents are so scared of the public, they shouldn't be federal agents. They need more training if constitutional rights scare them so much. $5 more from the same person. There were more violence in the Warsaw Ghetto too. Resisting tyranny typically involves more violence than bootlicking. Okay, so firearms and fitness. You are here. You have some thoughts. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry, I apologize for this. So just give myself a little bit of background here. I am actually trained in riot control, crowd control. I am a CCIT certified individual. For those that don't know, that means I'm a certified crisis interventions trained. Pardon me. 12 years of experience. I was a CO, so correctional officer for those that don't know. I know that may not seem like a lot, but considering I literally dealt with criminals better part of over a decade, and been able to speak with them, de-escalate with them, and at times have to use force in order to make sure the population stays safe. All right. Let me start by saying that the ICE actions in the Alex Petty thing and the Renee Good are completely unjustified in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, well, we
And it
found out if
starts
he's on
off-
your team, right? Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead.
I was scared with your channel name for a second there, but based, all right.
Let me start by saying this. All right, I'm on nobody's side. There's right and wrong, and right now, the current administration is all wrong. At least I'll fully put that out there. I'm not with the fascism. I'm not with people trying to take over my fucking nice country and doing everything what seems in their power to destroy this country. I took an oath to the damn Constitution.
Okay.
All right, and I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just okay. Well, while you're here, and since you have experience, I just have a couple questions, and we might just keep the balance. We might just. Sorry, man. I don't know you, right?
No, I apologize.
No, you're fine. No, but I would like to have you on at some point to talk. But I guess the question would be, the activities of the ICE agents outside of the shooting. So when you see them, have you seen the video of the Alex Pretti tail kicking, the tail light where it gets.
Yes, I've seen that. That has nothing to do with anything.
I understand, but
That's
no, I'm
literally-
just asking just for a baseline.
for
Do
a
you
baseline,
think
it
that
still has nothing to do
the
with
ICE
anything.
agents there acted appropriately towards Alex Pretti?
The answer is that I thought they acted appropriately. If anything, they were a little soft on that. They could have arrested him for damaging state property at that point, and possibly tried him for that. However, they did not. They did not enact a arrest, and anything after that is a non sequitur.
Fair enough. I was just
Yeah,
just
in
to get
fact,
a baseline.
that just proves that had ICE been more competent and arrested him, he would be alive today.
Didn't they?
Indeed.
So hold on, just so we can see if we agree on the facts. Didn't they try to? At least they tried to take him to the ground.
No,
and then he was able
negative,
to.
negative. The mere fact that they did not arrest him, it does not matter that they tried to. All right. The fact is, they had him on the ground. They had every possibility. They were using less lethals on the crowd. All right. There was multiple officers there. It wasn't a single officer there. So you can't sit there and say that, oh, they were worried for their safety. You had multiple officers there with lethal force, with less lethal force. All right. And the whole 9 yards. All right. So do not play that game. All right. I understand. I guess you're some kind of lawyer or something. All right. And I'm in love with you. You guys are the worst.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
Yeah,
fine.
cool
It's
with the
just,
anti-Semitism.
I think it's.
No,
It's-
it's fine. I was just asking as a pure fact of the matter. I'm not asking whether they completed the arrest or whether they could have. I'm asking if they attempted, they took him down to the ground, and whether he actually he entered the same exact position he entered a week later, which I think goes towards his. I don't know if he has training
You mean
and how he can kind of go in the field position and then back out of it. So, and then he
So
got
what
back
you're
into the
saying
crowd
is-
and then he couldn't do anything.
So what you're saying is, after seeing constant force with ICE officers being poorly trained and whatnot, seeing them use excessive force, that it would not be smart for them to go into the fetal position, them not give orders for them what to do. Because honestly, when people are in pain, they are using pepper balls in that example. And I don't know if you've ever been pepper balled before. That shit sucks. All right. As somebody that's used a lot of non-lethal in their time, that's been shot with non-lethal, all right, that shit sucks to deal with. And people, as we're trained in riot control and whatnot, tend to freeze up when they're in pain because they want to get away from the pain. So what you need to do is give clear instructions on what you want them to do because they want to comply. As a general rule, as talking to, first and foremost, I am 5'9", all right. I'm 250. I power lift and do strongman. All right. But I'm 5'9". I'm not an imposing person in any way, shape, or form. But I've had to deal with inmates that have been aggressive, high on drugs, narcotics, and the like. All right. And get them to the ground and get them to do what I need them to do. And in order to do that, they need to have clear instructions. All right. In
Okay.
order for them to act on it, and I can use the least amount of force possible.
Okay, just before
So-
you respond, if they're like, I don't want this to be unbalanced. So if there's anyone who's more on the Gen Z side who wants to jump in and jump backstage, please, because I don't want this to
Looks
be
like
just
you're
a.
being entirely too reasonable, sir. Can you not?
No,
I don't know,
I think
I'm
it's
fine.
great, but I just don't
Yeah.
want this to be a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I apologize
So-
if I'm coming off.
No, you're fine.
I do apologize if I'm coming off like.
But
really kind of aggressive here.
let
This
Gen
very
Z
good.
let
pissed
Gen
me
Z
off a
ask his
bit.
question.
I think unfortunately, and I'm not going to dispute any of your training. And look, I used to be a prosecutor, and so I've dealt with law enforcement a lot as well. I'm with the dark side now. I'm with the defense bar. But I think you gave the game away when you came in and said both were unjustified. So just to be clear, then, do you think both are murder, both are manslaughter, one's one, one's the other? What's your?
I believe these both are technically considered manslaughter.
Okay, so that's why I think you gave the game away, because the Renee Good, I think, is a pretty emphatically justified shoot. And I don't want to go down the whole legal analysis again like we did earlier, but there's
We're not
case
here for
law.
that one, so we're not here for that one. I can explain at a different time why that it's not justified. But going on to the Alex Petty one, like I said, these both would be classified as manslaughter in my personal
Well,
opinion.
give me the Renee Good one is what launched this into the national headlines. Can you give me a 30-second explanation on your legal analysis?
The legal analysis on this one is the officers went to initiate arrest. They put themselves in disadvantageous situation, i.e., putting themselves in front of a vehicle that they saw was going to be moving. All right.
Whoa,
And
hold on.
it's-
Sorry, I have to stop you there, because how do you're saying they could see the future and knew the car was going to be moving?
Didn't say that. Hold up. Do you not have eyeballs? Can I not see somebody, all right, acting upon their vehicle? The windshield, as far as I'm concerned, was clear. All right.
He did a
She
whole.
didn't
Oh,
just.
the
Hold on,
shooting
no,
officer.
no,
The shooting officer did
no.
a circle around the car, taking a video when the car was not moving. You're saying he should have reasonably foreseen that the car was going to be moved?
So what you're saying is you're not going to see the thing that you view as a threat. All right, you're not going to look at the person you are trying to obtain and not obtain. What's the word I'm looking for? Detain. Sorry, for actions you believe to be unjust. You're not going to keep an eye on them for any sudden movements, the like or whatnot. You're not going to watch their hands and all that. So what you're saying is that this dude was so poorly trained that he can't look to his left while filming, by the way, while filming what's going on, because he wants everybody to see what's going on, of course. All right. That he can't see through the clear glass what this person is doing, then puts himself in front of a car. All right. And then once he sees the what's the panic that she's obviously taking over and trying to move, all right, that the car is probably going to be moving. I'm not saying look into the future, but with good training and knowledge, you can figure these things out. The fact of the matter is, I think it was manslaughter. The comments he made afterwards doesn't sound like a person that was, in complete trauma and whatnot, calling her a fucking bitch.
Didn't you say
Right.
that the first step in your training experience is to attempt a verbal de-escalation, or like you said, to give clear verbal command, right? Clear verbal commands.
Clear verbal commands. Yep, clear verbal
Okay,
verbal
so
commands.
you acknowledge the ICE agents that got out of their truck and approached her from the driver's side door were giving her clear verbal commands to stop and get out of the car, right?
What part of 30 seconds did you miss here? They gave
What?
clear verbal commands. I can come back onto a different panel and we can discuss this. All right. The
No,
fact of the matter
I
is,
hold on. Sorry, I know you want to run away from it.
No. There's no running away. All right. You're running away.
You're holding. I'm sorry. You're holding yourself up as based on your training experience. It's an appeal to authority. You're saying I have all this experience, and I say that I'm sick of the fascist takeover, and these are unjustified. I'm asking you to explain your reasoning, and I say, well, we can do another time. Hey, look, I'm happy to do it another time. We can address this really quickly, and you're not exactly addressing.
Yeah, okay.
You're
addressing
only
this.
Let Gen Z finish. Let Gen Z finish, and then you can respond.
Your only explanation so far is that they should have seen that she was entering into a state of panic and therefore should have predicted that she was going to bolt. That's the only real analysis you've given so far.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. All right. She was turning the vehicle, obviously, right? Because how does the wheel turn? How do you do that?
After she was approached, correct?
How does the wheel turn?
You turn the wheel.
Yes, you turn the wheel. What do you normally use when you want to turn the wheel?
Sorry, I missed the first part. What do you say?
What do you normally use when you turn the wheel?
Use your hands.
Yeah, well, as you look at that, all right. So, as an officer, all right, I've been trained to watch people's hands, to watch people's emphatic movements and whatnot. If I see somebody panicking, and I see them very quickly start to turn the wheel on something, my indication is they're trying to get away.
Did she turn the wheel before or after backing up?
Watch the video. She turns the wheel, and she doesn't back up. What are you talking about?
No, she does back up. Hold on, just as a fact pattern, she does back up first, and then she does turn the wheel to the right, and then advances.
So isn't that kind of a hyper-relevant...
Hold on. This then proves my point even further. The vehicle started moving. Get out of the way.
Wait.
There's no case law that allows you to stand in front of a vehicle, all right, as an officer.
There's a case where a guy jumped on the hood of a moving vehicle to try and stop the vehicle, then pulled the gun out, realizing, oh crap, I'm on the hood of a moving vehicle, I'm in danger, pulls out, shoots the driver. That was found to be a reasonable use of force. You said there's no case law for this? Do you know what the cases are?
I'll give you that. I may have misspoken on that one, so I will retract my previous statement.
Well, here's the thing. There's another case where, and sorry, this one is just like completely spot on, factually analogous, of a car that is stationary surrounded by federal agents, not even local, federal agents, not moving. The driver turns the wheel away from the agent, starts to accelerate slowly, and the agent perceives a objectively reasonable fear of death or serious bodily injury, shoots and kills the driver, gets upheld as qualified immunity, objectively reasonable use of force.
You remind me of I want to look that one up, Gen Z. Can you remind me of the name of it?
Tousis, Tousis, versus Billiot, Billiot.
Just to be clear, in this one, though, the guy had just been involved in a high-speed chase.
Yeah, he had been. So that
yeah.
so that
that
informed-
that
Yeah,
is
no,
part of the
that's different.
like this is hold if I may just real quick, but like because I remember discussing this with Jebtan, like this
Yeah.
idea that we can just kind of ignore some of the circumstances that made it reasonable in that case, but did not exist in the Renee Good case, which I just don't see. Just because there's some circumstances that are the same, I think they were involved in a high-speed chase that this guy had demonstrated that he was willing to use his vehicle in a deadly manner that I don't think exists in the good one.
So
That's what I
I'll tell
think
you-
that is the issue.
I agree.
Well, I'm with Wick on this one. That's
Yeah, but
I-
just
I
let
didn't
him
know
respond
that.
because it's the totality of circumstances thing, which
Correct.
yeah.
It's totality circumstance. It's not a literal 1-to-1 case. You will never have a literal 1-to-1 case. But the
You just said
relevant
it's a one-to-one case.
Well,
I
no,
said-
let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Yeah.
Genzi.
The relevance for that
apologize.
is when you have in Tusis you've got they went on a chase, they got him cornered, and then when he started to slowly move again, that's when they shot him. The relevance, the analogous fact here is that it's the obstruction component of it. If you've got someone like Renee Good who was out there in the street actively obstructing for several minutes, who they now understand she's not just a bystander like we were told to begin with. She is an actively obstructing and impeding the operations of law enforcement. She is a hostile actor in this space.
Would you call her a domestic terrorist?
So hold on.
No,
No,
I'm
no,
gonna give you
stop,
this-
stop. I'm sorry, friendly,
give you a
but give me a
example.
second. Give me a second. Right, give me a second. Do you think that calling her a hostile actor, would she be a hostile actor in the same way that the guy who had just been pulled over for a high-speed chase is hostile? Do you think these are analogous?
No, they're
They're pretty different.
They are different, but they
They're
speak
pretty
the same
different, not
truth.
just a little different, but the
They
fact
speak to
that
the
she
same-
was honking her horn and being in the road is remarkably different, one might say, than someone who had just gone, what was it, 100 miles per hour just on a high-speed chase that they just pulled over?
I don't know the exact speed, but no, I'm conceding there is a factual difference. Like I said, every single case.
No,
you
it
read
seems like you're
will be
painting a
factually
very
different
Hold on,
from each other.
let him
But-
respond. Let him respond.
The court had
apologize.
specific legal analysis specifically directed at the question because the plaintiff brought up it wasn't reasonable based on the turning of the wheel and the slow speed. It wasn't reasonable to use this force. The court said that is irrelevant. It all comes under the totality of the circumstances. And once again, whether the officer, not her intent, because my friend
I
here
understand.
seems focused specifically on her intent, which is she's turning the wheel. What is her?
Negative, sir.
You understand the legal standard here is
Negative,
not
sir.
her intent.
No, no,
The
no,
legal
no, no,
standard is
no,
the
no, no.
officer's objectively reasonable perception.
No. It's reasonable
That's not
perception.
the
That is
standard.
correct. Reasonable, sir.
Well,
Reasonable
wait, can I
perception.
comment? Because I'm just reading this, and it says, in this instant, Billy had exited his car to stand before a stationary vehicle that was initially blocked in by traffic. He did not create the danger, and Tussis did when he began to move forward. So this is, for this to be 1-to-1, when he stepped and stopped in front of the car, he would have to have not been putting himself in danger, whereas he maintained a position and actually slowed down and drew his firearm while the car was backing up. So, like, I don't know if you could apply this 1-to-1. There's, I think, a different reasonable standard there, right?
I never said it was 1-to-1. I said it's almost as close to 1-to-1 as you can get because cases are never going to be 1-to-1. I've said
So
that 3 times already.
obviously, you
No.
can't just say, well, because of this precedent, and this is what I was saying before, I didn't know this case, but like, this is clearly not the exact same situation. It's
I never
close.
said it
Thank you, sir.
was.
Right, but I'm saying you can't use this as like, well, legally, there's no way they could get
I
him. It's
said
like,
there-
well, hold on. If he's getting out and he steps in front of the car, like literally, it seems by this case, if we use this as precedent, if he had stopped in front of the car and she wasn't moving, this would be okay. But as he is walking across the car and she's backing up and then he slows down, is this now him remaining in danger by not continuing to move? Like, there's a bunch of questions here. I'm not saying I have the authority on it, but you can't use this to apply whether or not he was justified in the same way that the guy in this case was ruled justified.
Can you say beyond a reasonable doubt that he knew as a matter of fact that he was out of the path of the car and he was not going to be hit? Can you say that beyond a reasonable doubt?
No, I can't.
Okay, then you can't prove a conviction.
I mean, I can, honestly. I saw his from his perspective, and that's what kind of turned me on this, right? It's pretty obvious to me based on his positioning. He knew where he was, right, in relation to the car. They weren't like miles apart. They were very close, very close.
Right.
He saw clearly her hand spin the wheel to the right, which was away from him, and he knew clearly that if he had simply stepped slightly to the left or to his right,
Right.
it would
Or
entirely
not
miss him.
stopped moving. By
But
the
you're
way.
inserting you're inserting a new fact, which is his having the thought that he could step to the side when we can't say that he
Yeah,
had
that's
that.
Well,
not the-
because
not
I
the-
think,
not
hold
the
on, one of
shooter
the
for that move.
things that I believe is the case, like, not only must the use of force be reasonable, but there also must be no other reasonable recourse other than that to avoid the danger.
Where are you getting that from?
Let me.
That's
figure-
actually a use of force in almost every policy, like any federal policy, any state policy. Use of deadly force, which a firearm, any use of a firearm, any use of a firearm is considered deadly force in America. All right, it does not matter if you mean to wound, quote unquote, wing them, the like. All right, it is considered deadly force if you use a firearm. If you shoot somebody, shoot at somebody, it is considered deadly force. All right.
And
from
also,
the
I have a
front,
question.
Oh, no,
for
wait,
Gen
wait,
Z.
wait, wait, wait. Does
Well,
an
no, I have-
officer have a does an officer have a duty to retreat if that's a reasonable recourse to avoid using deadly force?
No, but if there are others,
hold on.
right? Hold on, no, they don't.
Wick, if I may. Wick, if I may. Wick, if I may.
But they
All
don't.
right.
Okay.
You have a duty. You do have a duty retreat. All right. If the if there's no reasonable belief that taking deadly force right now. All right. So say you don't believe any actions afterwards is going to harm somebody else. All right. There's no reasonable belief that after this minimal action, all right, if you move or don't engage, all right, that there's less bodily harm. For instance, when police give chase to somebody, all right, and they're going 1,000 miles an hour down the road, they may decide to stop the chase because the risk is outweighing the reward.
Would they be criminally prosecuted if they did not stop the chase?
Hold on. Stop. All right.
Okay, you can say your piece. I'm going to ask the same question at the end, though.
All right. So they may do that. Now, they also may see somebody weaving in and out of traffic, clipping cars and whatnot, and say, oh, if I do not stop them, there's a higher chance that they are going to harm somebody. All right. And I must get them stopped. There is no reasonable belief as a reasonable person to say that this lady, if she had escaped that area, would cause more bodily harm to somebody. They have her plates. They have her on video. All right. If she had moved out, all right, and gotten away, all right, there's nothing stopping them from issuing a warrant for her arrest.
Okay, so
And
my
taking her
question.
up
Okay,
and
so
setting them.
just
The
to let
question
you
I was
know.
gonna wait. I gotta say
Okay,
this
yeah,
because
go ahead. Go ahead.
if the point here is that deadly force is only authorized if there's no other reasonable recourse, and you brought up the example of giving chase and how officers sometimes choose to stop giving chase, which is true. Yeah, that can be a policy decision. In my county, North Carolina, they do give chase, but the county next door, they don't give chase. My question to you: if they continue the chase all the way through, they do not stop, even though they can, like you said, sure, possibly they can, but if they don't stop. Is that a crime? Should they be prosecuted?
It depends on their policies in the county and state laws of that state. This is not a federally recognized thing. So the answer is it could be. I don't want I'm not trying to retreat from that, but it genuinely is. Genuinely is something that is state to state, county to county, and even sometimes locale to locale.
Is there a
And
single criminal
Wick, I want
prosecution
to
of
add
an
one
officer
last thing.
giving
'Cause-
chase to a suspect?
Go ahead, Soypill.
Wait, because Gen Z, if you look at this case, I think it's relevant. And firearms, you brought this up, but the idea that one, Renee Good was not in a 115-mile-per-hour chase right before this, right? She was.
Oh, it was 115. I guess
It was
I
a
lowballed
115-mile-per-hour chase right before this with this other case, with the billion case, and this is completely relevant to whether or not this was reasonable. As he's driving off, is like, oh, this guy might be about to accelerate very quickly. The other thing is, this guy fired one shot, not one through the face and then two through the side window, like one shot and it stopped him, and that was it. So I think it's very hard to compare these things when there's very disanalogous. Although on paper, if you zoom out a little bit, but I think it's completely different.
I see you've been getting your.
So I will stop you on that one. The 3 shots are a no, never mind. A bad shoot's a bad shoot.
Okay,
A good shoot's a good shoot. It doesn't matter if you use 15 rounds. It doesn't matter if you use 1,000 rounds. All right.
No,
a good
it's not
shoot's
about the number of rounds. I agree. When someone's like, oh, they shot this guy 27 times, and it's if they were trying to stop the threat, I acknowledge this is obviously a good shoot. If they're trying to put down the threat, there's no oh, shoot him in the leg. I'm not a dipshit liberal. But if you're shooting them 2 times in the side, that means you already are not in danger because you're not in front of the car anymore, right?
See, this is the problem.
No, I'm with you.
If you only get your legal take from if you only get your legal takes from Pisco, he's saying that each independent shot has to be independently justified, and it's just not the case.
That's not right. That's not correct.
9-0 Supreme Court decision,
That's not what I'm
Plumhoff
saying.
versus Rickard. So long as the initial shot is justified, so long as the remaining are within a quick succession, it's one. It's the I heard Connor say this. It's the perception reaction gap. So long as the initial use of force is justified, the rest of the shots are justified. That's a clear. Yeah, I just want. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I could probably steer this back to the Pretti thing, because that's another part of this that makes it not justified.
Wick, I do have to go soon. Just FYI.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, if you need to go, I can give you an out if you need.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Yeah. My out is I can't believe we're defending ICE to the degree we are. If we want this to stop, we should reform it. Gen Z, I think you're mostly good faith, so I do appreciate that, and you've acknowledged a few things. So I do appreciate it, even though I think your positions are fucking insane. At least you're trying to find some sort of understanding here, and I think you're trapped. We can save you. We can pull you out of there. We can make you like just a dumb libertarian instead of MAGA. So that'd be cool. Wait, did you vote Trump?
All 3 times, or does any time matter more than
Well,
another?
like Ryan is already distancing himself from this and being like, well, I don't actually support Trump because of the lies, but like I'm just curious like how much you're distancing yourself from like how awful this is at this point, or if you're just kind of still fully on the train.
No, I voted all 3 times.
Why'd you ask that? Why'd just say yeah?
Because I was honestly curious if you had like any one of them like that stuck out. But obviously, most people are sticking out as 2024 as being like, how could you vote for Trump after January 6th? And certainly, like, look, the criticism is not lost on me. It's just a matter of look. It's I'll use my big legal words, totality of the circumstances. I was not on board with the Kamala Harris train whatsoever, and I'm not one of these vote third party types and throw away your vote. So I was voting to stop her. Yeah.
Okay, well, I agree with the last half of that sentence. I think you should be forcibly transgendered. Thanks for having me, Wick. Fuck ICE, abolish ICE, and I'm going to go to bed. Thank you, everyone. Type 1 then to the deep state. Follow me on Twitter. I'm banned. Bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, well now we reversed it, and we have Home Depot here.
Actually, I do want to pause for a second, Gen Z. I do want to apologize for coming after you, kind of like that. I think the Ryan guy is the one that's pissing me off more than anything else.
Oh, well, maybe I can set up a debate between you two at another time. Home Depot, you're here. You have something to say?
What's up, guys?
Well,
Can you hear me?
give me super quick. I just want to accept the apology. I appreciate it. I think you're a good faith guy as well. Same about Soypill. So I appreciate it. And yeah, we may disagree, but certainly. Look, I'm happy to have the lively back and forth. So I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, what a heartwarming moment. Speaking of heartwarming, Home Depot, you said you were pro-ICE. Give us your thoughts.
This is correct. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just had a couple points to disagree on. Wick, you mentioned before that even if one of the officers involved in the Pretti shooting was also involved in, I guess, the week prior incident with Pretti, that it wouldn't be part of the totality of the circumstances. Is that correct?
I did not say
I agree.
that. It would go into the totality of circumstances, but it might go into it against what ICE did. It might show it's a retaliatory strike or something. But I don't think that my position is I don't think that's true. I don't think that I see no evidence that an officer that was involved in that incident was involved in this incident. I just don't think
that's fair. That's a fair assumption. Sean, you don't think that's the case? That it would be
No,
relevant?
negative. No, it's not relative at all. Any interaction you have with an individual on an individual basis has nothing to do with anything, basically. For instance, me as a correctional officer. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I would say that's not true. There's a super chatter earlier that brought up a point. If you ran a driver's license and that person is shown to have alerts for officer safety, that would inherently change the interaction. It would cause the officers interacting with them to become more alert of a danger, right?
So for me, here's an example I would use for that, right? Say, whatever, like as a CO, right? Say we got a snitch note that said somebody has a shank, all right, and we go to speak with an individual. I have a snitch note saying he possibly has a shank on him, right? But here's the thing: if he comes quietly, puts his hands behind his back, and I can, search him, search his property without any issue, then me having that knowledge that he might have a shank has really nothing to do with it. Or, for instance, maybe an inmate a week ago threw a tray in the chow hall. All right, that incident can't have anything to do with him not cleaning the bathrooms.
Well, sure it can, but that's after compliance, right? Like after he's compliant, there's no worry.
What I'm saying
So
is,
if you could just
right.
So if you can contend with the example that I gave you, let's say, so as a law enforcement officer, you have to have a reason to pat someone down if you don't have consent, right? So if you don't have a reason to pat someone down, you need like something to justify it, right? So in the event that an officer runs an individual and the dispatch says, "Hey, this guy's known to carry weapons," well, now I have a reason to pat him down, right? Because of his previous interactions with law enforcement.
Well, hold on. So previous. That's a kind of a gray area because especially for this particular case, you're correct.
Let me just
that
ask you. Hold on.
things-
Let me just ask. So, fitness. What do you want to be called here? I don't even know. Is fitness fine?
Sean, so the fitness is fine. FNF is fine. Sean Mons is fine.
I'll just call you Sean then. Okay, Sean, let me ask you a question, right? Like, if you have an inmate that has a history of shanking, they call him Shanker, Shanky McShankshanks, and you know that this guy shanked like 3 officers before. Like, that's his, he's like, I love to shank officers. I love to shank them. And you go to his cell, okay? Sure, you have no reason to believe he has a shank on him now. You don't see one, right? But are you going to treat that Shanky McShankshank the same way you would treat any other inmate? Or would you perhaps maybe treat him a little differently based on your past experiences?
So here's the thing with that, right? You're correct that past experiences would make me more wary with the person. However, that does not mean. So say I know this guy to shank people, right?
Yeah, he loves it. He's got I love to shank on his forehead tattooed.
Yeah, that's his thing, right? But say I have to have a conversation with him because his institutional duties are to clean the bathroom. We're just going to use this as an example.
Sure.
All right. And he's not cleaning the bathroom. I had to talk to him as an individual, like, hey man, all right, why aren't you doing this? All right, there's de-escalation techniques to it. And if he's like, and if he decides to pull a shank, now that's a use of force. But if there's no shank on him, and I have no reasonable belief for him to have a shank on him right now, all right, I'm not going to treat him any differently. I may have another officer there with me, all right, based on past experiences, all right, but it does not mean I'm going to escalate the situation.
Okay.
If I come to a man and start yelling at him, hey, you need to clean the bathrooms right now. What's wrong with you? All right, and I start shoving him toward the bathroom, that's going to elicit a much different reaction than, hey, dude, what's going on?
You might get
okay?
shanked. Yeah.
Sure, but that's a refutation of your previous position. Then, like the past interactions do matter. They do hold some weight in how you're going to treat them in the future.
Yes,
So-
dude. Oh, dude, all right. I see your question. I apologize. I misunderstood your question.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, I apologize.
Okay,
for
that was your first point. Home Depot. You had another one?
Yes, sir. Yeah, let's touch on that that part of the video where the ICE officers, they chose to push these people back and pepper spray them as opposed to detaining them, right? There's been a lot of people saying that, oh, if they don't have a right to detain or PC for arrest, they have no legal authority to push them or OC spray them and whatnot. Let me
That's
just give
incorrect.
this. Yeah. So let me just give this example. So let's say an officer is dispatched to a domestic violence situation between husband and wife. They go inside the house. There's husband, wife, and a third party. So during the course of the investigation, the third party becomes irate and starts interfering with the investigation. So there's 2 options. You either detain this person in handcuffs and put him in the back of a unit until the investigation is completed, or you can get him out of the door and say, hey, go away. So in this situation, it looks like officers were choosing to get them out of the scene for scene safety, as opposed to detaining them in handcuffs until their law
Let me
enforcement.
pause right there.
Just if I may respond to that.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think that it is inappropriate. The way you do that matters, right?
Sure,
you would
absolutely.
obviously
Yes,
agree that if they decided to break their fingers till they moved, that would be excessive force, right?
Yeah.
So the way that the ICE officers were handling that woman, right, specifically, was, to me, obviously excessive and unnecessary, especially since there's no evidence that they had tried anything previously other than a directive. Like, I see him pointing his finger, right? And to go from 0 to 100 like that, I find is excessive, unwarranted, and in my view, illegal.
Sure.
So
yeah, I have no
Wick is
problem with
right on
that.
this. If I can step in here real quick. Wick is correct on that. So again, it's the way you ask people. So I've been deployed to riot situations in prisons. Okay, so let's just think this for a second. A big crowd of people, 60 plus individuals, who have all decided together that they're not going to comply, they're not going to do something, right? our first steps in order to try to get them to comply are not to tear gas them, are not to shove them, are not to do any of that. All right. First thing is just having our presence there and then speaking with them. Now, that may be through a loudspeaker. All right, which I don't know if these vehicles have that ability. You'd have to fact check me on that one. I don't know. All right. But if they don't, step out and state, I need you to move. Please move to the side. If they do not move, go up to the individual in a calm fashion and say, please move. And then try to direct them to the sidewalk. All right. If they start becoming aggressive and push back, that is when you escalate. You have to, as a trained individual, as police who have been given the duty to be able to not duty. I'm sorry, the authorization and what's God? I'm sorry. It's late in the day for me.
It's okay. It's okay. We're winding down, so just quickly,
Yeah.
I want to get through this. Be concise, please. Then we gotta.
But the point I'm making is, all right, there's ways you go about stuff, right? And it elicits better reactions. You can put your hand on somebody and gently move them out of the way. And as a general rule, they will follow out of the way. They may give mild, what's the word I'm looking for? Resistance and whatnot. But if you're not going to arrest them, if you're not going to do any of that, just move them out of the way. Now, if they become combative, all right, they start throwing hands and whatnot. Less lethal is more than useful. Hands are more than useful. All right, to get that situation controlled and out of the way. All right. However, there's a point where you see the ICE officer just come up and shove an individual. All right, just shoves them out of the way. And I understand that we don't have video beforehand, but the issue at hand is we have to go off of what we see. All right, and what we see, all right, is ICE force using what I think is excessive force on somebody that's clearly smaller than them, that is clearly just being a nuisance to them.
Okay. Okay. Gen Z, do you have any thoughts here? And I don't want to keep you in the loop here, and I want to give you to Home Depot as well. And
Oh
yeah.
no, I appreciate it. And I'm happy to stay around as long as possible. This has been
Yeah, I'm down for as long as people keep giving me money. I'm down to keep going, but I just want to make sure no one's getting.
yeah.
You know,
No, this is my release from trying to
Okay.
follow this news cycle and trying to keep a sane head on. This is my release to get it all out.
Well,
But
yeah. Here, actually, since we're here, and I know this is a little bit of an aside, okay, but you expressed interest in confronting me about a take I had. Are you still
Right.
wanting to do that?
I mean, I feel like at this point it's probably too late to fully get into it.
Okay.
I guess this I can say super brief and maybe you give me a super brief response and we can just move on from there. But yeah, I think taking the position that people now have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE, which you used the word obstruct, right?
Yes.
Okay, but then I believe when you were asked further about it, your meaning, your definition of that was basically all the constitutionally protected stuff, filming, being
Not
present.
cooperative.
Is that yeah, and then yeah, if you're asked like, hey, have you seen this illegal running
You ain't
around?
seen
And
nothing. Yeah.
right, okay. I believe even Pisco was like, oh, I don't know about that one, actively lying to law enforcement, but I'll leave that between you two. But I think as a matter of the overall principal position, I think when you explain it further, if the position here is that you should exercise your constitutional rights in opposition to ICE, of course I'm not going to disagree with that. I think the issue that I'm seeing is that sometimes people are saying that, and then we get these situations. Well, first off, there isn't an express disavowal or denial to say, and do not physically impede or interfere.
I think that there are incidences when you should physically impede. I think that Pretti should have physically impeded to the manner he did. And I don't know if we'll disagree on this, and maybe Home Depot will disagree with me. But having watched the video from like 10 angles at this point, right? Pretti was not violent with that officer. Pretti was not the most you could say he did was put his hand on his shoulder, right? I think the level of response that the officers did to that was far and away unnecessary, excessive, and even after, and if it had just ended there, whatever, but it didn't end there. Like, They sprayed him in the face. He went to go, he put his hand up and he backed off. He went to go help the lady up, and then the officer dragged him back into it, and they started pinning him, beating him. We all saw the
Pistol
video.
whipping him.
Yeah, we all saw the video. Well, it wasn't a pistol, it was a gas canister, but whatever. It was a metal object, and it was hitting him in the face, and we saw that over and over, right? I think that, like, to characterize that as either resistance or as, like, him being violent or impeding in a violent manner, I just don't see it.
Well, the statute doesn't require. Well, hold on. The statute does not require that it be a violent impeding or a violent resistance. The statute simply says, I'll read it verbatim, 18 U.S. Code 111. In general, whoever forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated, blah, 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 federal agents, while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. So those are the words there. Resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, interferes. I could argue you can make an argument that even this, when they get right up in their ears and start blasting their whistles, like, gosh, if that isn't designed to impede, interfere, or intimidate, I don't want to actually soy you, but like you
think that's intimidating to have someone blow a whistle on your ear a couple times?
If it blows out an eardrum, it could cause a physical injury. Like, I don't want to get too like weak and soy about it, but like
they're high capacity assault whistles. Hold on. Here's my thing. When whistles are outlawed, only outlaws will have whistles. Okay.
So I do have to step in here a little bit.
Whistles don't kill people. People kill people. I'm just saying.
That's right. It's the bad people with the whistles. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
So here's the thing. To Wick's point, do I think he was morally obligated to do what he did? I actually do. However, all right, that's not even the points to be made here. The fact of the matter is, the one officer who started this entire ordeal acted in an unjust way by using too much force, all right, on individuals. It is now incumbent on the other officers. For instance, if I'm in a cell block and I see an officer beat the crap out of an inmate on the ground that's not resisting anymore, all right, it is now incumbent on me to stop that officer, all right, because I'm a public servant. And even though they are wards of the state and they are been convicted of a crime, all right, they are not to be harmed in that manner. All right. The fact of the matter is, whether Pretti did something illegal or not, that's not the case here. The case to this altogether is the overuse of force. The fact that there was how many, 5, 7, something, so floating in that range of grown men, all right, beating on him with metal canisters and whatnot. All right, even though yes, he was in the fetal position, I would be too if somebody was hitting me with a metal object. If people were kneeing me in the side, not giving me clear instruction. All right,
I want to.
The other officers.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I want to make sure I'm following your position correctly. Are you saying it's not relevant whether or not he committed a crime because the use of force was so excessive?
Right now, all right, the crime that was committed was the excessive force. All right, him committing a crime. All right.
Hold on, just so I understand, what is the crime that you're accusing Pretti of committing in the?
I don't think he committed a crime.
18 U.S. Code Section 111. It's forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes,
I don't think he
intimidates, or
used
interferes.
force.
Yeah, I don't think.
By
he
forcibly
committed a
starting
crime.
and stuff. Let me ask you. Look, let me ask you as a hypothetical.
Sure.
I wanted to ask this to Soypill too. If you see someone running down a sidewalk and they run past you, and now there's a cop who's chasing after them saying, "Hey, stop that person." They don't say what they did. They just said, "Stop that person." And instead of helping stop that person, what you do is you physically position yourself in the path of the cop as they're running, such that either they bump into you or they brush past you. Do you think that counts as impeding?
It probably does, simply because force is mass times acceleration. If someone's running, right, there's much more likelihood that you're going to be an obstacle. But I think, like, hold on, just real quick, if I may answer.
I'm sorry.
Right? Like, yes, I can just grant you that. But the problem is, this guy, Pretti had just seen this officer, or this ICE agent, I should say, push this lady, not once, but twice. And him simply, again, it's not clear 100% to me he made contact, but I'll just grant it. Like him putting his hand on his shoulder and then putting the other arm like in front being like, hey, dude, what are you doing? I don't think that any court would say, like, you're never getting a conviction out of that. That's never going to be...
Sure, no conviction. Would you say that rise to reasonable suspicion for a detention?
No.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think so. Like, I would never... If a cop arrested someone and all they had done is put their hand, like the hand on the shoulder, and then that guy got arrested, I would think that cop is being excessive. I would be like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Reasonable suspicion is not just are they committing it in the moment. Do you think they're also going to do it in the future, right? So I'd say based on his prior actions and him
but they didn't know anything about the prior actions.
No, he was in the street. He was part of the group of the ladies, right?
You can't use the prior actions because they
you can't in this instance he's talking about, like... Scene. No, I think that him simply being there is not reasonable to assume he's going to...
Right. So when I'm talking about reasonable suspicion, we're not going to point to, like, most of the time, one single fact to justify a detention based off RS, right? It's going to be a web of facts. It's going to be more than one fact.
Sure.
Yeah, so the web of facts you're trying to put out, though, is the fact of the matter is the ICE officers did not know him before. All right? From all accounts, they had no interaction with him before. That was a different set of ICE officers.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
From everything I've heard.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Firearm, just a moment, please. Finish your statement. Home Depot. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let's reset.
Yeah. So while I may not have like a grasp on every single frame of the video, but it did look like he was involved with those two ladies to be walking in the street, and
he was helping one to the side. Yes.
Sure. Right. I don't know if he was yelling at ICE or doing the whistle or whatnot, but he was involved with them. Right. He was at least in the street doing something.
Yes, he was. I think it'd be reasonable to assume that he was in the street because we saw him in the street. It's reasonable to assume the officer noticed he was in the street. I think that's a reasonable thing we can assume. Do you think that those facts are relevant when, again, all he does, at least in this incident, is he sees the woman be pushed down, and he goes and he basically puts his hand on his shoulder and puts the other hand like out in front and say, hey.
Yeah, I'd say, common. I mean, reasonable suspicion is a low bar, right? It's a low bar for detention. So based on those two facts, right? Like, this guy touched me. Like, I'm trying to interact with this woman in some capacity in a law enforcement, setting as an officer. Like, this guy touched me to prevent me from doing something. Like, okay, dude, you've been in the road, you're involved with these ladies blowing whistles at us, like, you might impede us further, so, like, you're going in cuffs.
So
I don't think that's I don't think that as a first response, I think the totality of the circumstances applies, and we have to look at how they did that. They didn't be like, hey, you're being detained. They sprayed him in the face. Again, when he tries to go
when you got 6 officers on top of him, what were they trying to do?
But before they even got the 6 officers on top of him, he was trying to help the lady up, and then they drag him back, and they just start beating him. Now, you say, what were they trying to do? That's unclear, because we've seen other incidences of ICE just dogpiling people, and they don't arrest or detain them. So I don't think we can just presume that he was trying to be detained here, because we have evidence of ICE agents in the past not detaining people where they have taken very similar aggressive actions against. And in fact, the taillight thing, where he probably should have been detained, I think we can all agree, like, in that circumstances, they probably should have detained him. He should have caught a charge. I don't know what's appropriate for that in that circumstances, but something should have happened to the guy. They didn't. They just beat him up, and then they left.
Oh, to be fair, it looks like they had one of his hands on his back.
I don't think that's a fair retelling. I don't think they beat him up and then let him go. They were trying to subdue him, and then he resisted, and then he backed and pulled out of it, and then he was back into the crowd. And yes, there are logistical challenges for law enforcement who wants to, if someone's inside a crowd, like, that's a dangerous proposition to go into a hostile crowd to go get one person. That's why sometimes it's so hard.
Like,
and maybe
3 people there.
Yeah, I don't know what crowd you're talking about, dog. There wasn't a lot of people there.
I don't know if he is, like, it looked like they let him up, because it looks like there's other officers approach him and probably say, hey, just get in the car.
Yeah,
I don't know what they said.
That's kind of my read on this.
But it looks like they let him go, which
Yeah,
they
yeah,
shouldn't
no,
have. Which
that's
is
fine.
weird that they did. I don't understand. They had his hand, like it looked like they were
Adam,
going
got it right
to
here. They
go
had him
tame.
down. He's fighting the entire time that they have him down, and he's
Like
not
you
really
say,
talking about
having-
him
fighting.
down?
He's they're pinning him
We can
down.
watch
Like
the
I don't
video
know if I'd
together.
consider that fighting, but
We can watch the
Yeah,
video
dude, Jen-
together.
yeah. Let's
Gen
let's
Z,
bring it
can
up.
I ask you a
Give it
question?
to me.
Yeah.
DM it
Hey,
to me,
so
please.
Gen Z, can't we even concede like the initial use of force was unjustified, and that still wouldn't be dispositive towards the case of self-defense in the second use of force
For
for
well, hold on.
Pretti?
You're saying for the first use of force, meaning him pushing the ladies.
Yeah, pushing the ladies and the pepper spray.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
Can we
trying to
concede
ground
that?
us. That's what I was trying to ground us earlier because we were focused so hard on whether or not the pushing was excessive force, but all that goes towards for relevance is whether or not that specific lady might have a claim against the officer for
Right.
excessive force. It does not give him the author. I know you can say it gives him a moral authorization or obligation,
Which
but
was my
legally speaking,
statement that I think that initially,
No.
because remember when we started this conversation, that was my statement of, and I stand by this. You have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE agents at this point. I think that, yeah, I think that like that shows. I think that in that case, if I was in Pretti's shoes, I would have done something very similar because I think you have a moral obligation when you see someone being brutalized in that manner to
and let me ask you this:
step in. Yeah.
Would you feel like your moral obligation is satisfied if you went to go like help up the lady off the ground? You made no contact whatsoever with the agent. Do you think that would satisfy the obligation?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I fully agree with that as far as fulfilling a moral obligation. I think we have
But
to
in
be
this
honest,
case,
though.
in the Pretty case, that officer was advancing on that woman, right?
Yeah, pushing her
I don't know
twice.
if he was going to continue to pepper spray her or anything, but look, they were
Well,
obviously he was being excessive and he was being super aggressive.
We don't know and
Also
we'll never
point out,
know.
too, that
Real
he's
quick.
actually misusing his pepper spray as well.
I
that
don't look.
MK9
Look,
that
let's
he
not
has-
get back. Look, let's
Well, we
go ahead.
don't
Gen Z.
know. We don't know, and we'll never know what the officer
Yep.
would have done next because they had. It seemed to me his intent was to clear her out of the road, to remove her from the road because that was impeding their operation. When they had reached the curb and he had successfully moved her out of the road, I think it's fair to say it's a reasonable assumption to say that would have been it. But the problem is, as he was making that final push to her to get her out of the road, that's when Pretti inserted himself and yes, made physical contact with him as he was doing this thing, and that's what got him the pepper spray in the face, and then things go from there. I think the
So as
issue
an
is we have to
officer,
be honest.
do you think
Sorry, my last point. I think we have to be honest here. That sure, maybe he was acting under a moral obligation, but the way he acted upon it in this set of facts constituted a crime under you.
I don't think it does. I
18 US Code
disagree.
111.
I
Okay,
disagree.
you
I
can
think
disagree.
that, and the reason I
Sure.
disagree, is because they continue trying to prosecute people for this, and it continues to get thrown out or acquitted
Are you talking
for
I
use
saw
of
you
force.
mention
There's
that.
plenty of
I haven't
cases we
looked
can
into it.
cite, right?
The only one I've got on hand is the Wawewru case, which held
Yeah, that's
upheld
from
a conviction.
2015. I got one from just last year, just last month, I think, where they tried to prosecute a guy who threw a ham sandwich. Or it might have been
The sandwich guy, yeah.
Yeah, sandwich guy. He got acquitted because it's obviously not
yeah.
assault.
Was he charged under 111?
I don't know the specific charge,
think
but
he
they
was.
tried initially to indict him for a felony. They tried to indict him in front of a grand jury for a felony. They couldn't get the indictment, proving once and for all you can't actually indict a ham sandwich, no matter what kind of lawyer you are, right? But yeah, when it went to court, the jury laughed it out. They deliberated for like less than an hour and they just threw it out.
Yeah, because there wasn't a felonious component. Because yeah, ham sandwich is not going to rise to that level.
Yeah. But there are other incidences, right, where they'll claim like this guy laid his hands on us. This guy tried to beat. I'm trying to figure the exact name, but this wasn't even in Minnesota. This I think was in Texas, where they charged a guy with impediment and forcibly impeding, obstruction, etc. And the court case got thrown out because again, what they were saying was this forcible interaction was him just being there in the way kind of deal.
Well, yeah, but as you agreed earlier, you can be in the way, and that can impede and obstruct. I think that's the whole
but
idea
not
that
in a
I'm trying to
criminal
get.
manner, not in a way that violates the law.
Oh no,
So
absolutely.
if I may, all right. In the previous example you had given, where you said you see a dude run past me, and then I see a cop chasing after him. All
Yeah.
right, and now the example you give, where if I at that point, from off the knowledge I have there, if I stand in front of the cop to block his path, yes, that is impeding. All right, where nobody's going to argue that one. My argument is this: that Petty sees an officer use excessive force. All right, straight off the bat, pushes an individual to the ground in the streets. In the street, all right. From what I can tell from the guy, and this is again a little bit of fortune telling on my part, and I'll say that much. But it looks as though he goes to try to help her, and then he sees the ICE agent push her again to the ground as she's trying to get back up. All right. If your intent is to get them out of the street, why would you push them back to the ground? All right.
They were
Then he
still in
steps
the
in front
street,
of
right?
no, hold on. And
Okay, go
then he steps in front of the ICE agent. I think he is morally and legally cleared on that part because he's acting in a way that is for the safety of somebody else. It's self defense for somebody else. Just because you're a cop, say if I'm in a uniform and whatnot, and I shoot a person, all right, and then I shoot another person, and then I shoot another person, all right, and then somebody shoots me because I'm just shooting people. Just because I'm an officer, just because I'm an agent, doesn't keep me away from being or you know what? I'll take that back. Let's not use shootings. That's a very extreme example. I'm an officer and I start punching people at a food court, telling them to get out of the way, get out of here. All right. And I keep punching people, even though I'm not giving them a chance to actually get up and get out of the way. They're still sitting on their chair, and I just keep
Okay.
wailing at them.
Okay.
It is now.
Just to enter like a little housekeeping thing.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Gang, if you like this content, if you want this content to keep going, I ain't working for free tonight. We need to get $100 in the next, let's say, 10 minutes, or I'm gonna shut this shit down. Because we've
Don't
gone
lowball yourself.
way
Give
over.
yourself 1,000.
So 300, and we'll go. Okay, so or 100. Sorry, I'm sorry. $100 in the next 10 minutes, and we'll go. And we'll keep going till about 10. Otherwise, we'll just shut it down.
If I can, for just a bit, just talk a little quick, freely, and whatnot. But the things I just see wrong with this entire situation with Petty.
Just quickly, and then yeah.
Yeah, very quickly. I'm just going to hit the notes and whatnot. First and foremost, you have the officer using excessive force to start. All right, we've already talked about that. To her blue in the face. Going over once he's actually on the ground and they're not giving him instruction and whatnot. That's again something against them that they were not doing wrong. This is gross negligence. All right. Then somebody disarms him, which is totally fine because once you see that there's a gun on somebody that you are trying to apprehend, which what I'm assuming they're doing is they're trying to apprehend them. All right, and calling gun. From the videos that I've seen, I understand what that you said you've seen differently, but from the videos I've seen, it does look like the officer negligently discharges the pistol, taking it away when he's away from.
No. Go on, please. But no, that didn't. I reject that hypothesis. I've seen videos. I've seen it from several angles. There's a lot of evidence that contradicts that, and there's not a lot of evidence that supports that. The single video I've seen where it might look like that's the case is very zoomed in. It's very slowed down, and I think that there's artifacts that make it look like, but it's just not. So.
Okay, then I will grant you that. If that's the case, this is even worse. Which means somebody said gun, gun, gun. Somebody else pulled their gun and then shot him. There is an audible wait from the first shots where the other officers back off, and then they're not fast in succession shots. All right. As somebody that shoots, like obviously my channel is Firearms with Fitness. All right. And does competitions. These are not fast shots. These are controlled, steady shots. You hear them go ba 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 ba. All right. Watching the individual, shooting him several times. All right. And not only that, I think the officer that shoots him is the one that was under control of his head area. All right. Should have been able to see his hands, trying to be gaining control of his hands. All right, the officer that took away the gun should have said, "I have the gun." All right, or notified the individuals it is secured and out of play at this point. All right, that does not mean he won't be disarmed otherwise. However, they have removed a certain
Okay.
thing.
Okay. We do got to move on because
I apologize.
it's okay. We only got a little minute of time. Do you want to watch the video real quick that you linked me?
I don't.
No, not you.
I think the only thing we're fighting about is whether or not officers let him go or whether he escaped. I mean, I don't know if that's important enough to.
I mean, it's up to you.
I mean,
we can watch it real quick.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not gonna be able to see.
I don't know. It's up to you. Let's just fucking do it. Let's
Yeah.
13th, our team received a
I
tip
apologize, I'm not
that
gonna be able
federal
to see it.
agents
I
were
have a
blocking
phone.
the
Okay.
street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked
Hey, you
back
pause
to their
right there.
Hmm.
You said early. I'm almost positive you can see from the other angle, so we won't see it in this video. But like when he spits, the door's still open, and the
no,
officer's,
the
like,
door's closing at this point. But I don't
Oh.
have the other angle. If you DM it to me, we can
Okay.
check. But I'm almost
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
almost 100% certain that the door's closing. Like the guy's in the car.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, but he does spit on the
Yeah,
car.
yeah, you let it-
so-
Yeah, you let it roll.
We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started
He
driving
does
away,
kick out the
the man
taillight.
kicked their taillight. An agent then got
American
out of the
made.
vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground.
Oh, we might not be able
During
to
the
see.
altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat, and he walks away.
Okay. Clear
The
they
man
got
in our
him.
Footage is wearing a similar outfit to what
Hey, just real quick. It's clear they got him here. They got him. He's
Yep.
secure.
Pretti was wearing on the day he was killed.
And then they
What
let
appears
him
to be a
go.
gun is also visible.
You say, to me, they got him means they've got him in handcuffs, and they're
No,
and
they
they're-
got him secure, so if they wanted to
Like,
cuff him,
he's
they
down.
could. But like, if we look at this again, like we can just look again. Like, he's
The man in our footage is wearing a similar
there.
outfit to what Pretti was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears
Yeah, if
to
they
be
wanted
a
to slap
gun
one
is
cuff
also
on, they
visible
could.
above his waistband.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
apologize. I can't.
yeah. It looks to me like they just let him go.
And what's the issue with that exactly?
So the reason why I think that's important, right, is when people imply that, oh, they were going to detain him obviously when they piled on him. This is an incident where ICE doesn't always do that. So it's not just clear-cut case of they were going to detain him just because they piled him on him. It's a small point, but I felt it worth talking about.
Do you think it's more likely they were trying to detain him and then got called off by a supervisor, or they're just trying to rough him
In
up
this
and then
in
leave?
this incident, I think that I'm not sure whether they were trying to detain him at all and they got called off, which is possible, or if they just wanted to rough him up a little.
We
I
have
would
to
probably
keep in mind,
suspect
too,
that a
that-
supervisor called him off. That would be my suspicion. That a supervisor said, "Hey, let's go," or something.
that was it.
That would be my suspicion.
Because here's the thing, they may not have had the facilities to arrest and transport him. Like it seems like in these vehicles, like I see two vehicles here. Like when he kicks the taillight out, both vehicles stop. All four doors open from each vehicle, which means they don't have a cage to
If
transport
there's
him. and
something
stuff.
if there's something I've learned in my time in law enforcement is there is always room.
No, that's not
I will
true.
say that.
Oh well,
I'm
yes,
making
they
a kind
can
of broad stroke, but somebody that very obviously, damaged government property, who was being violent, who he was. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. All right, that was wrong of him, and he shouldn't have been doing that. All right,
Yeah.
and that they
Oh.
had him dead to rights, detained, and I'm sorry,
And just real quick, here's an angle of the spit, just so we found it.
I can't.
I know you
can't
can't
see it,
see
I'm
it.
sorry.
You can, but keep going.
I would note in the very beginning of the clip, you see him running up, and then he steps forward, just as a.
Yeah.
I think that's relevant as far as who's the one seeking out conflict here.
But see the spit? Did you see it?
Yeah, it looks like it's right there on the lip of the door.
Yeah,
Ooh,
he
that was-
spit on the car, right?
Yeah.
And he was getting in the car and it was closing, so he didn't spit on the officer. So
He was close though.
Again,
fair,
I'm not,
right?
well, I'm not
But-
disagreeing that he's in the wrong here. Let me start by saying that.
Him kicking the tail out in and of itself, right?
So-
yeah,
So
you
even him
should
spitting.
detaining him is fine.
Yeah.
I think in this case.
So good. Well, on that point, I know your point was there's always room. Sure, they can get room to transport him. Question is, are they really in the mood to sit there for 10 minutes in a hostile environment and wait for a cage to
That's
show
right,
up to
yeah.
transport them? That's
But I'm a level with you. If somebody broke my freaking tail lights, all right, on my state vehicle that I now have to do paperwork on because some jackass fucking broke it, I want you to know for sure you're getting arrested and charged with damaging.
Yeah, me too. But you
property.
got to admit the logistics for ICE or CBP
No, no.
are going to be much different than
They
regular
have
police
the,
force.
no, they apparently have the logistics to detain and deport people to
Like
include
one at a
American
time, though,
citizens.
right? It seems like it's one at a
No,
time.
that's not always the case. All right. Oh,
I'd say it was.
again, I don't know their vehicles. So you'll have to forgive me on this one. Those vehicles could be set up with a divider in it, so they can take multiple individuals at once. I would imagine to me, if the U.S. is good at anything, logistics are it. All right. We figured out in World War II how to get a fresh cake across the ocean. All right. I know logistically they figured out how to detain people and put them into whatever prison or detainment center they need.
Sure.
For
They could have had a
sure.
one-seater.
Otherwise,
They could have had a one-seater. Could have been filled up with somebody already.
you could have. But here's the thing. All right. Here's the thing. You can always call for somebody. All right. And if the other person does not need to be detained because they're nonviolent or anything like that, you can always, all right, release that person or wait. There's multiple cars there, multiple vehicles. All right. The point
Sure.
I'm making.
Either
is
way,
there's
I
yeah.
think. Look, I think we're getting a little far afield here, and we don't have a lot of time
I'm sorry,
left
I
because you guys have failed me on the phone.
I have a question on that.
Go ahead,
I wasn't
please.
satisfied with Soypill's answer earlier, but are we not? Because this goes to the point of my view is that Democrat rhetoric is actively encouraging and fostering the conditions for more situations like this to happen. And I think the way that happens is that when we get these situations of physical resistance, it's like I've just scrolled through Tim Walz, his official Twitter and his personal Twitter. I don't see a single thing that he said about because here's the thing. Well, no, real quick. Here's the thing.
Hold on, before anyone else goes, let him finish, and then I have a question for him. So go ahead, finish your point.
Here's the thing. Two things can be true at once. You can both make the principled position that the way ICE is executing the law right now is it's too much and it needs reform. But also, if you're out there actively fighting and resisting, that's bad and that's going to put you in danger and potentially get you killed, and you should stop. I don't see the latter. I see a lot of the former. I don't see a lot of the latter being made. And that's my main critique for the Democrats right now, is that they're really pushing the former super hard. In fact, they're taking it way too far with the Civil War rhetoric, the Gestapo Nazi rhetoric.
A question.
Can I stop for a second?
No. Let's question and a comment to you, Gen Z. The question would be, do you acknowledge that both Frey and Tim Walz have said to protest peacefully?
I'm sure they have, but it's one of these things where it's like, what are people drawing from that? The same way that Trump said peacefully and patriotically on January 6th. I don't think he gets much credit for saying that.
Well, they said it repeatedly, and they said it not during when it's all happening, but before, right? They're very clear, I think, in multiple statements by both gentlemen that they want it to be done peacefully, not to take the bait, right? Don't take the bait, right? Don't give them what they want. Do it peacefully, right? And they've said that multiple times.
I think they're playing a game. I think they're playing a shell game, where it's the same issue I have when all the Democrats come out and say it's bad Charlie Kirk was killed, but then never actually address any of the underlying criticisms that we have that led to something like that happening. And so it's like everyone can easily do the violence is bad. Like that's the easiest condemnation to make. The question is, are you going to actually address the root causes of what's leading to this stuff? And I think they're doing a wink, wink, nod, nod when they say, yes, we want you to exercise your constitutional rights, cause good trouble, and yes, a peaceful protest. But when you see example after example, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Minneapolis is a place that we're seeing lots and lots of these situations happen.
Well, do you know why we're seeing a lot of these situations happen? It's because after the Renee Good shooting, the media descended like a swarm of locusts on that place. and
Right.
has been
Which,
covering
I
it
think you agree.
a lot.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think, Wick, from when you and I first talked, you think the Renee Good shooting, it's not good, but it's probably legally justified.
I don't
Have you
know the
changed-
law well enough to tell you whether it's legally justified. I go back and forth on it, but I'm not a lawyer, so I try not to make too strong statements in those ways. But I don't think it was morally justified. I think it was unnecessary, and I think I stand by that.
Fair enough. But do you think the people out there unequivocally, uncritically, like not shade on someone no longer here, but Sid, I mean, granted, he walked it back and said, "Oh, that was just a rhetorical flourish."
He said
but,
it was manslaughter, though. He did stick with that.
He in his opening, he said it was murder. I said, "Do you really believe that?" He's like, "Well, that was more of a flourish. I'll say manslaughter instead." So it's like, but there's a lot of people who are not making that walk back. A lot of people who are, I believe Pisco, he's come up a few times. I believe his position is that it's unequivocally murder. Is that not a problem?
No, I don't think it's a problem because I think that, like, having let me ask you this. What do you think is the problem? Say Sid doesn't know the law. Let's just grant him that and say maybe he's being hyperbolic and he's calling this unjustified shooting what he believes to be an unjustified shooting. Because I don't think you think he's lying here, right? You don't think he's like...
No, I just don't think he knows the standard.
Yeah, fair enough. But he thinks it's unjustified. He's saying it's unjustified. What's the problem with that, in your opinion? What problem is it causing?
Because it's feeding into a narrative here. Because this is the thing. Humans are inherently creatures that relate to each other through stories. That's why I got into the practice of law. That's what I try and focus on every trial I do. What is the story here that I can communicate to a layman, a reasonable person in the jury? And the story that's being crafted around Minneapolis right now is that you've got Gestapo jackbooted thugs with no accountability, no checks and balances whatsoever at all, that are just going out indiscriminately, not just brutalizing people, but actively killing people for exercising their constitutional rights to speech and protest.
So I think there's only one incorrect thing in all of that. There's only one incorrect thing. Because I do think there are a bunch of jackbooted Gestapo-like thugs going around brutalizing and killing people in the streets. Now, the question, of are they intentionally kill? Did they intentionally kill Good? Did they intentionally kill Pretti? That's a question, right? Or whether it was just a heat of the moment mistake, right? But I don't think it's incorrect as just based on the evidence that we have that they are going out, escalating these situations, brutalizing protesters when it is unnecessary to do so, and this is causing people to respond. And when we talk about unaccountable, which officer, I think that they put the two, in Pretti's case, they put them on administrative leave. Mm-hmm. But other than that, they haven't held any of these people, to my knowledge, accountable at all.
And so the investigation's ongoing for Pretti for sure. I don't know if they're going to do one for Good or not. I'd be a fan. I'd be in support of that. As far as I think it's common practice.
They've said they aren't for Good.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I like Tom Homan coming in, because he's the one giving the reasonable perspective, which is there will be an investigation. It will be investigated thoroughly. You will all get the reports and findings of fact, and we will make our conclusion and go from there. Part of the problem is that sometimes, even though these investigations are done, it doesn't change the story. Like I was just going on about what stories are crafted. Cases like Ferguson, Missouri, and Michael Brown, that was investigated like 3 separate times by the local PD who cleared the officer of that shooting, and then the Obama Civil Rights DOJ investigated him, and then he got investigated again by the DOJ 3 separate times, each time acquitted. Yet we still hear to this day, hands up, don't shoot. As that was a complete fabrication, a complete lie. So my request, my concluding point, what I'm hoping to see is that, I know people are saying it's not relevant. It doesn't matter if he was legally justified because it was bad. It's like, no, the legal justification is what matters more than anything else, because ultimately we are a nation of laws, not a nation of men, and the laws have to be upheld.
And I'll let you go in a second, Mr. Fitness, Mr. Sean, right? But I do have to respond to this just briefly. My thing is we're not just protesting, and people aren't just protesting the Good shooting and the Pretti shooting. They're protesting how ICE is acting overall. And I would argue that there is evidence enough evidence that has convinced me, perhaps not you, that these ICE agents are violating people's First Amendment rights. They're violating people's Fourth Amendment rights. They're violating people's Eighth Amendment rights. And they aren't enforcing the law. They are actively breaking it. And that's what's being protested.
So if I may.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Mr. Fitness. Yeah.
So I do apologize to this. But the point I want to make to this is you say that there's to me there's so much just absolute negligence, gross negligence on the department's part that has caused these issues. All right. For instance, like Mr. Wick was saying, them shutting down people's First Amendment by taking their cell phones, smacking it out of their face, smacking it out of their hands, and whatnot, saying, "Hey, you cannot film me," for whatever reason, covering their faces. That alone, I think, is disgusting. All right, you are a public servant. If what you're doing is illegal, we need to know who you are. If what you're doing is legal, then you will be justified in the end. I don't care that you can be doxxed. All right. Fun fact: I can be doxxed at any time. I worked in corrections for a very long time. All right, and I'm sure there's plenty of inmates out there, past inmates, current inmates, and the like, that hate me. All right. As you can tell, I probably don't have a super common last name. All right. But the point I'm making here is there's the jackbootedness that I see is them literally stomping on people's First Amendment rights, them covering their faces, them using what I find is to be excessive force. As somebody that is trained, all right, in specifically this, all right, of crowd control, riot control, and de-escalation techniques, all right, somebody that has had to de-escalate with people that are irate on drugs and the like, somebody that has had to go to court for use of force actions, all right, and justify what they've done. All right, this is disgustingly negligent. Gross negligence is, I think, the legal term. At least it is here in Virginia.
Okay.
All right, and that's the point I just want to make here.
Okay.
That's what people have problems with. And if I make just one last little bit, and I apologize.
One last little bit, then we'll consider that your closing, and then we'll let you go. Okay.
This is my closing.
Go ahead.
To those individuals out there that are protesting and whatnot, please do this peacefully. All right, do not interfere with ICE. Film them though. Use your whistles. All right. Do not harm people though. Go out of your way to make sure you're not harming people. However, we as a community have to come together. Go to these protests armed, visibly armed. Do not touch your firearms. Do not point them at anybody. But when you have stuff like this, where they execute, what I find, all right, in my own moral opinion here, is them executing people, pulling guns on individuals, all right, because they're using their First Amendment rights when it's not necessary, all right, and pointing at young women's faces, all right, then it's time to start saying, fuck this. I'm not for fascism. All right, I'm tired of the government just gaslighting us. I apologize. I thank you, Gen Z, for speaking with me. I apologize for getting a little heated earlier. Mr. Home Depot, pleasure meeting you. Mr. Wick, again, it was a pleasure meeting you. I'm sorry it's just last minute. I'm tired of having nobody coming on here. I appreciate your time.
Sure. Have a great day, man. Bye-bye.
All good.
As well.
All love, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
Home Depot. Final thoughts.
Yo.
Final.
Yeah, my name's Home Depot. I have whistles on sale, aisle 4 for $4.99. Unfortunately, they're the defective ones, so they won't work. I'm just curious. I don't want people to make the same mistake as the media. Like, I wonder if there's any stats, like as far as civil rights violations compared to the regular police versus ICE and border control. We see all these viral videos, but do we have any stats on, uses of force that were deemed lawful, unlawful, and the like?
Well, yeah, we have conviction stats actually. And I wish I had a more overall one for you, on the tip of my fingers. I don't. The one I do have on the tip of my fingers, are the conviction or the cases they brought to the courts, the charges they brought in, Chicago. So Chicago, they did a similar thing as they did in Minnesota, where they called it, I think it was Operation Metropolis Splits, where they just pumped a bunch of officers, did a lot of the same things they did in Minneapolis. They did in Chicago. Someone even got shot in Chicago, right? Like they didn't die, but they got shot like 5 times, right? That case got dropped too. But we have 31 cases for non-immigrant related crimes that were involving ICE officers. So we're talking obstruction, we're talking attempt to kill, things like that. Out of those 31 cases, 15 have been resolved in various ways. None of them, 0%, have resulted in a conviction. And if you look at the federal conviction rate overall, it's like 90%. I think that is ample evidence that DHS and multiple federal judges agree with me are violating their duty to candor before the court. They are not acting as they should. They are bringing charges when they don't have evidence, and they are lying to the court.
Sure, that's a fair point. I'll just say one more thing. It might be an issue of judicial economy. At least in my county, they look for any reason to dismiss cases. That may be the case. They may be doing their job poorly as well. But either way, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Okay, now that we got rid of the chaff, Gen Z.
Yeah, that's right. Now we can duke it out.
Okay, now that we've got rid of the
I
chaff.
think.
But
look,
can you just I want to talk with you for just a brief moment more, if I may.
Yeah.
Does that not give you pause, at least, to know that there are all these court cases that are just being, it turns out that the evidence that DHS brought forth before the court is either fraudulent in some cases, right? They've actively lied, or it's non-existent and they can't produce witnesses, they can't produce evidence, and it just gets tossed out.
I'm doing a quick search. I should have done this beforehand because I heard you mention it the other day, and I was curious to hear, because if there's a distinct
let me see if I can find
pattern.
the same article I gave Audacity. Audacity, if you're in chat still, I DM'd you an article about this, or I texted you an article about this in Twitter that shows this, right?
I think it's a Midway Blitz was the
Midway Blitz, not Metropolis Blitz. My bad.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think it's Metropolis Surge is Minneapolis right now, is the name. But either way, I mean, I got one article here about, they're saying the highest profile prosecution was about a guy they said was a member of the Latin Kings who put a bounty on the head of Greg Bovino. And then they're saying...
Yeah, that was acquitted.
That got was it dismissed or acquitted?
No, not guilty. It went to court. The jury deliberated, not guilty.
Yeah, but I don't know. I see that as a bit of a different fact pattern. When you said what you said the other day, that kind of led me to believe that, like, basically ICE was arresting people who were intervening, like the people in Minneapolis are, and the cases just keep getting thrown out because basically ICE keeps lying. This seems kind of a bit of a separate situation as far as...
Well, they didn't just bring those cases in that specific case, true, but the other 31 cases, the 15, you can kind of, like I said, I would, if Audacity's in chat, if you remember the Twitter article I gave you, I don't have it on tip of my fingers, unfortunately. But
yeah,
it does
certainly, yeah.
this,
if you send it to me, I'll read it, because that's
sure.
something I'm interested in.
Because some of them were obstruction, some were not, right? They weren't all 31 weren't the same case, obviously. But
I guess my question for you,
ahead,
just
please.
in regards to the whole moral obligation stuff, I mean, are you prepared to acknowledge that people operating under this belief that I now have a moral obligation to obstruct and resist ICE at every turn possible, do you agree or disagree that that's going to lead to more situations where people could potentially get killed if they were acting specifically?
Yes. I would just cede to you that it's a dangerous thing, right? I think but it's dangerous to even just record them. We've had cases where just for recording, they have added the people to a domestic terrorist database where who knows what they're going to do with that, right? That you've put yourself in a dangerous situation. But thank God people have been exercising their First Amendment rights and recording these situations, because if they hadn't recorded the Pretti situation, we would be arguing right now whether or not he was brandishing a gun, as Kristi Noem lied about, right? Like, the administration I take a much stronger stance on this than you do, up and down the board lied about that situation. And the video evidence contradicted them at every turn. at almost every claim. Yes, was it dangerous for the people there to film? Yes, but thank God they did.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, I don't disagree, and I think, look, and you showed me that clip of I think it was Phoenix, where the drive-by pepper spray. That's pretty ridiculous.
And that's not the only clip of them doing things like that. We have more. It's just the one I had.
I hate to say, because it might make me sound like a sellout, but or a bootlicker, as they say. But I do wonder kind of what is the build up to that? What's the situation looking like? I wonder how much of that is an officer caving to more of a human fault or flaw of like, I'm really annoyed and pissed off that they've been chasing me around and blasting whistles and stopping us, so I'm just gonna.
I frankly don't care how annoyed they are. I'm gonna be real.
Look, I get it. No, I think that's not a legal argument that will fly in court. But if we're talking about moral justification, I think you can provoke these officers enough into acting more aggressively than they otherwise would. Because I think, look, I would take it back to the beginning of all of this, or kind of the broad strokes of all of it. I think Ryan laid it out very apt earlier about when there was broad cooperation between the localities and immigration enforcement, we weren't seeing any of this.
During the Obama administration, do you remember the photo they had of the ICE officer pointing a gun at those two Cubans? Right, we had huge scandals about this. Right, like there's a whole Obama scandal. Right? Do you remember that?
I was in 6th grade when Obama got elected.
Oh, damn! But is anyone who's maybe older than like 18 years old?
Was it like the Operation Wet Foot, Dry Foot stuff?
I don't know the exact term of the operation, but like there's huge scandals. There's huge protests over Obama's use of ICE and things like that. Like I don't know why people memory hold this, but that was there was huge contentions on these things, and sanctuary cities were a huge contentious topic at the time. But the thing is, right? You didn't see the level of brutality from Obama's ICE, right? Not even to even the same degree that you do now. Just the casual, almost, brutality.
But I think, if we're talking about solutions, and I can really appreciate Ryan's approach of like being a little taken aback at the disagreements being had, because I ultimately, at the end of the day, I think we're all of us good faith people are all about real solutions, and I am hopeful that a solution has been reached here. But to me, the clear, easy, obvious solution is just ending sanctuary policy and cooperating the way things used to be before. And I know that the word open borders was very taken issue with, but like, I'm sorry, when you're going to obstruct it every way, not the people, like the government is obstructing, and the only people they're going to cooperate with and reveal to ICE are the ones who've already been convicted. That's really not. Yeah, that doesn't really do anything.
I just disagree, simply because we've had sanctuary cities since the 80s and we haven't had these issues. And I know the stat that you guys bring up of the 9 cities, why is it only happening here and not anywhere else? One, I disagree with you. That was only happening there. We're just hearing about it there because that's where, again, Renegade got shot and the media descended on a swarm of locusts. Every influencer has gone there to go record and things like that. I think that we have over 1,000 jurisdictions in this country that are sanctuary cities to some degree, or sanctuary jurisdictions to some degree. We aren't seeing, in a vast majority of these, this kind of violence. We see it when we saw it in Chicago during the Blitz, right? I forget the exact name of it.
Midway Blitz.
Yes, thank you. Midway Blitz. And we see it now, right? And we're beginning to see it in a couple other places, right? LA, Maine. Yeah, I just don't think that's the variable. I think that the variable isn't the sanctuary city part. It's ICE and how they're operating now by design. Because again, we have orders and policies that Biden had that Trump has rescinded. Like, for example, on January 1st or January 21st, 2025, Trump administration rescinded the Biden policy, it wasn't a law, right? It was a policy where ICE didn't go into schools, they didn't go into hospitals, and they didn't go into churches, right? Since that rescindance, right, it has created kind of a level of fear, right, in these communities, which is heightening tensions. There's no sanctuary anymore, right? And I think that is by design because they want them to self-deport. I think by design, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, and these things have engaged in a pattern of trying to push the envelope and do things as brutally as possible so they can convince people like the other immigrants to flee, right? To self-deport. I think that there's enough evidence there that I think backs that up.
So I don't know. Actually, I can agree largely with what you're saying. I don't know that I would use the word brutality as the goal. Like, we want to show them how brutal we can be so that way they get scared and they
Well, they've said
self-deport.
things like, we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way, right? These are quotes.
Well, yeah, every cop says that though. That's not a and you can take issue with the statement generally, but that is a common law enforcement. They will always say, or very frequently say, we can do this easy way or the hard way. But I mean, yeah, I just don't know that I'd say brutality is the goal. Certainly, I'll agree they're taking aggressive enforcement positions. But the question above all else is like, is what's happening constitutional? I know your position is it's not, but that's really the argument to have above all else. Is it constitutional? Is it in pursuit of the enforcement of the federal law? And can it be addressed through the political process? And I just, my firm belief, I'm still a believer in the democracy. I don't believe in the rigged election stuff for either side, no matter who says it. But look, we got midterms coming up. Sounds like we're going to have a shutdown specifically about ICE. And honestly, I would not be surprised to see, like when I saw that they changed the training program to be 47 days. Like, look, I'll agree. That seems silly. I want these agents to be trained and to the best extent possible. I'll apply that to all law enforcement, though. Not just federal, not just ICE. Sure. But yeah, I would not be surprised to see if there are some concessions that are made by the Republicans in the House and Senate, specifically related to ICE. But the question is this all resolvable through the political process? And I think it is, and we can do so without the vigilante-esque being out in the street.
Again,
causing trouble.
I just want to repeat myself, just so no one gets the wrong impression. I'm not calling for violence against ICE, right? I'm not doing that. I'm saying to obstruct them non-violently. And I tried to make that very clear, despite certain people deciding to lie about my position here, but you're not that person, so you're fine.
That was a great little back and forth.
I enjoyed that immensely. But when you were so like law cucked that the first question you ask me when I ask, like, if you saw 3 ICE agents raping your wife, would you stop them? And the first question you ask me is like, well, would it be illegal for me to stop them? Come on, man. Like, is that a question you're going to ask in this situation? No, you're just going to stop them. You're not going to look at whether the law says you can or the law says you can't. You're simply going to do that. And I think that that's the right way to be. The law is secondary. And I know you're a lawyer, so maybe you have a different opinion. But the law to me is secondary to my moral values. And I have a moral, obligation to stop someone from being unjustly and, in my view, illegally brutalized. And I think that Pretti, in this case, did that. Obviously, don't kick out taillights. That was stupid. He should have been arrested. And can we just talk about that for a minute? Like, if ICE had detained him there, that would have been a good thing, I think. Take him out. Yeah. For, like, no, when I say take him out, detain him
on a date.
Arrest him, charge him with something, right? Destruction of government property. I don't know what the exact charge is here, right? But he shouldn't have done that. That was inappropriate. It didn't help anything. It didn't stop anything. No one's saved because of that. And you were just angry and lashing out, right? There's no cause for that. So yeah, but the fact that ICE agents didn't do that, just, it's a level of incompetence, man. It's like, this is also showing how ICE doesn't do a good job.
Yeah, no. I
Yep,
think
yep. Sorry.
you can give example after example. Gosh, there's something I want to say that was really spot on, but now I've lost it.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say Wick, and if you don't pack up and move to Minneapolis right now, you're not fulfilling your moral obligation.
Whatever. I mean, you can think that, but that's not true.
And I think you're spot on that it could just be a difference of opinion as far as like I do kind of put the law above all else, but I mean, but that the way that you kind of frame it, like certainly there can be immoral.
Well, okay.
It could be immoral, unjust laws, and that would go back to kind of the idea of the natural law. That yes, just because the Nazis could have passed a law that said the Jews were vermin and needed to be extinct, but that would not make that law a moral or just law. That would violate the natural law, which in fact, that's the entire principle of how the Nuremberg trials were even prosecuted, was this appeal to a natural law, even though no one likes to say it. But that's just my personal subjective as far as me holding or me believing where our constitution, where our moral framework as a country comes from. It's not just a purely mechanistic whatever the law says, but it goes back to what are the options? Because I see a lot of people posting like Revolutionary War memes of like, oh yeah, they should have just stayed home, I guess. It's like, no, but are we really at that stage in time? Is this a situation that
I think
calls for a violent revolution against the government?
No, not violent, obviously.
So far
yeah, not violent, obviously, but it does call, I think, for us to stand up and ICE and protest ICE, to record ICE, to blow your whistles at ICE, to follow around ICE, to let your community know where ICE is going, to honk your horns at ICE, right? I think that this does call for that. I think we are at a kind of like civil rights era MLK kind of moment, right? Where this is what they're doing is, well, let me ask you this while I have you. Have you seen the whistleblower memo going around where they were allegedly, DHS was telling ICE agents that they did not need a judicial warrant to enter people's homes?
Yes, and my understanding is that's actually, it's not a clear cut, it's a gray area. It's not clear cut either way. Administrative warrants are a recognized thing.
Let me ask, can someone come into your house with an administrative warrant right now? A police officer?
I mean, it's gonna depend on what the warrant says, what they're looking for. I truly, honestly, administrative law is a complete cluster of insanity. So I don't have a good answer for you. The alternative,
let me give the audience the answer. The answer is no. What an administrative warrant is, and I don't think people understand this, right? It's not signed by a judge. There's no judge involved, right? All it is one ICE officer signs a warrant, quote unquote, a paper for another ICE officer saying that they can go into this home. That's what the administration warrants are.
But the question is,
I think that's obviously unconstitutional, like on its face.
Yeah, I was about to point that out, but you just said it for me that your position would be that administrative warrants on their face are unconstitutional. And maybe we'll see if a court has ruled on it or will rule on it. I don't know if they have or will in the future.
To be clear,
the issue is
for going into a domicile for a residence, right? Other than like, there's a couple cases where like if there's a felon and he flees in there, right? Or if you like hear like shots coming from him and you have like probable cause that you got to go in right now, right? But in the normal course of things, no, the administrative warrant is just not sufficient to go into a domicile or personal residence.
So it's actually, this gets into a different topic. We really can't go into it.
Sure. We only got like 3 minutes.
As it's so affectionately called, the unelected fourth branch of government, the administrative branch, as opposed to the legislative, executive, judicial. But the administrative branch, which exists as basically a horrible mutated amalgamation of the three other branches, where they have lawmaking authority, they've got law executing authority, and they have judicial authority in their respective capacities. So I can actually will largely agree with you as a matter of principle that the administrative branch just unilaterally issuing judicial things are typically reserved for the judiciary. that's pretty stinky to me. It doesn't pass the smell test. Just kind of, I haven't looked into it, I haven't researched it.
Sure.
My understanding though is that if the alternative standard were to be adopted, which is that every subject of deportation has to have a judicial warrant before it can proceed, that's just unconscionably impractical as to the execution of that. Like there is just no. We would have to increase our amount of judges and magistrates who are hearing these kinds of things, like by several fold, just to make it even make sense logistically, which is why administrative warrants became a thing in the first place. But like I said, that's a very uninformed position on all of that. But
I would say that you know what, we won't debate it tonight, but I think that the fact that the DHS policy contradicts their secret memo and they hid the memo from the public suggests they knew what they were doing was bullshit. But that's another topic.
Yeah,
where can people find you? What are your things? Because I do gotta.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll say briefly as a closing statement is that, like, look, I appreciate the conversations. I think we had a pretty good one tonight. I think Soypill was being a little bit intentionally obtuse, or not understanding some of the things me and Ryan were saying, but that's okay. That's all part of the back and forth. It's on us to try and address it when it happens. But either way, I think as a large rule, I think we can quibble about tactics and enforcement, but at the end of the day, the federal law on the books. It is the law in the books, and it's got to be enforced. And I'm hearing a lot of people saying what's bad. I'm not hearing a lot of alternatives or solutions being offered of what might be good. And even when we try to offer solutions, like kind of what Tom Homan did today, it was well, we can't trust anybody, so we're just going to continue to fight and resist and do what we're doing. I understand. I would like everyone to maintain their constitutional rights, act within the bounds of the Constitution. But I think people are, unfortunately, whether intentionally or unintentionally, are exceeding their constitutional rights to protest and to speak, and are actively interfering with law enforcement, which that is the main driving force behind these situations that are getting people killed. I could have a lot more to say about that, but no, it was a good conversation. I appreciate it with everybody. As always, you can find me, I guess, more so on Twitter these days, the GenZAttorney. I do have a YouTube channel, but like I said, not really posting much these days. But yeah, I try to post I try to stay semi-reasonable from here and there. But
well, thank you for being here.
No, thank you for having me. As always, I'm gonna start calling you Mr. Wick because it makes me think of John Wick.
Mr. Wick.
And that was
okay. Maybe that's weird, but I'll talk to you later, buddy. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, gang. Did you guys like the content? Did you guys like the show? Did you guys like the back and forth, the viewing of the videos, the yapping, right? All the content that you can eat, I guess. If you did, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We do this kind of thing all the time. Speaking of, gang, did you guys know? Okay, did you guys know that we are going to be expanding Wick TV content? What does that mean? You may ask. I hear you. We're going to start branching out. We're going to start doing some IRL content. And the first thing we got planned is Team Wick TV will be taking a trip. And we will be going to CPAC. Okay? And we will be doing interviews. We will be doing, just kind of talking to the people, right? Seeing what their thoughts of things are. Maybe get some impromptu debates going. That should be fun. That's in February. We're planning it. I'm getting the things together. I'm getting the equipment set. We're investing in the channel, okay? And we are going to start expanding. And it's not going to be, we're not going to quit doing the panels and stuff. This is in addition to, not in replacement of. But yeah, when things come up, when we have like CPAC come up, when we have these other events come up, when we have issues arise, your hero, if I may be so bold as to say, Wick TV will be going out to these places and having adventures, and you, dear viewer, will get to tag along, okay? And I hope you do. I hope it's fun. I hope you'll enjoy it. Yeah. What do we got coming up in the meantime, in the short term? On Monday, we are going to be talking to Loanerbox. And we are going to be having Loanerbox versus the world. So please, my dear viewers, okay, tune in Monday. It's a little earlier than normal. 4 p.m. Eastern is when we're going to start it. So tune in Monday for Loanerbox versus the world. It should be fun. And then we're going to have the co-host of Archcast is coming on to co-host a call-in show with me on the 4th of February. So tune in then as well. And we'll try to get another topic up. Try to get more people in. And it should be fun. It should be fine. Is there anything else, dear viewer? Yes, Loom, Zero Fox. Loom. She will be coming on my show. It'll be fun. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Anything else you have for me? Any issues? Right? Once again, this new content's going to take a little more money, right? So if you want to throw some change in the travel bucket, right? I wouldn't say no. Okay. But we're doing it. I've been looking at my metrics just to see how we're doing. Gang, we doubled our money from 2024, right? I think we made like $20,000 in 2024, $24,000. We made almost $50,000 in 2025. And we are on an upward trajectory, okay? And I think that we can absolutely maybe even double it again this year. I really hope we can. And we're going to try to expand the content so that we can. And really hoping this goes through. I really enjoy it too. Like this has been my favorite job that I've ever had. I am entirely in control of my content. I am my own boss, right? I get to decide what we talk about, and I just want to thank all of you for making that possible for me. It really is. It's really awesome, and I hope I get to keep doing it. I hope you guys keep enjoying the content. And I know sometimes you guys want to fight with me. I know sometimes you want to brawl with me, and you think what I'm saying is retarded, or what you think I'm saying is wrong. And that's okay, though, right? That's okay. I don't want an audience who always agrees with me. I don't want to be audience captured either. I want my audience to fight me when they think I'm wrong. And so, thank you all, right? Even the haters, okay, who come on in and talk to me. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been great. Cool. I think we're done. I'll see you Monday. Bye-bye.